What is going on, everyone? Thank you for joining us again on this Sunday, Super Bowl Sunday. So if you're willing to watch us during this while you're getting your stuff ready, getting ready for the big game, I appreciate it. We got a great game of flesh and blood coming at you. We have what's an interesting matchup, I think. We have Adam on Bolton. We haven't really seen Sir Bolton, Breaker of Dawn, too much ever since we left Monarch. It's really seemed like Bolton has had a hard time kind of finding his place in the meta. I mean, a lot of the ice stuff kind of feels like it really hurts Bolton. So we're gonna see how that kind of comes about with Jamie on Oldham. It's kind of like I just said the ice meta, and there's no one who represents that more than Oldham. Oldham is kind of looking like the big boogeyman in the room ever since the Briar nerf. Oldham is definitely looking a little difficult. Lots of control, lots of hand control. The ice react is really strong. Able to take one of those cards out of your hand, put it on top. We see Jamie is actually on Tunic. It's really interesting. We see Jamie's actually on Tunic instead of one of the Guardian equipments for his chest piece. What's up? Stuff. Okay. We see Adam just going to decide to take that Frosty Hammer, taking that Frostbite. Going to make his turn a little interesting. Bolton doesn't really like to pitch too much. We do see Adam is able to get that third counter on his Tunic. This could be a Via the Vanguard turn anyway. However, usually on that Via the Vanguard turn, you want to use that Tunic, whereas now you couldn't. So we do see a Take Flight coming in for 4. Going to charge a card into our soul. Is going to have Go again.
Hey, how do you like that, the health meter now?
It's a little better. I wish they were using any other color besides teal.
Oh my god, yeah.
But Purple. Purple would be much easier to see.
Just anything darker, yeah.
Yeah, anything with the dark background.
Okay, point is, just tilting it a little, no glare. Beautiful. I'll get a phone stand for future matches, because I think all we need is something that tilts it up just a little bit.
I'll tell you what I would like.
Yeah?
I would personally... Well, what would be interesting? You say that. Having a stand underneath the two legs and tilting it even just like an inch would probably fix card glare as well.
Oh, absolutely.
It would be a little awkward to play a little bit.
We don't even need a stand. We just need coasters. Just do the old coaster trick, dude.
You're right.
The old wobbly table coaster trick, dude. Easy.
What's going on, Brandon?
Hey,
thanks for hanging out with us. Again, Super Bowl Sunday. Again, anyone who's willing to watch us on this big day, I appreciate it. So
the competition is fierce.
The competition is fierce. Now, I love Raiden so much as a weapon. I really am happy that I get to see it played here. It looks like Adam's not really having too much of a hard time against these Frostbite tokens as of yet.
Which is surprising, because Bolton is usually the one who has the most trouble. I did play against it while I was playing Lexi the one week I did that with her Frosty build, and it didn't really bug him that much, so...
We do see Jamie just kind of... Arsenal and pass, yeah, nothing really on his side of the table. Something to note is that, when you run Raiden, you almost give yourself the Ranger and Prism problem, where you don't really have a weapon. I mean, you have a weapon, but it's required to do something else to use it.
Yeah, and that's why Jamie's probably good at taking, or just fine to take it slow, Oldham style, because eventually Adam will just run out of cards in deck before Jamie runs out of cards to either defend with or being able to pitch for a weapon swing. So Bolton is on a timer, just like you mentioned, Ranger.
Hey, we have Outcast Haven in the chat. Yeah, let's go, Adam. Yeah, he was telling me. Telling me about it, telling me that he was talking to you guys and talking to someone. He's like, yeah, back home, they were like, oh, is that AJ Stream on Adventure Code? And I was like, hey, that's me. Yeah, I appreciate you guys watching or just knowing about us. So, so.
Outcast Haven, always happy to have you.
Yeah, absolutely. So we see the Lumina coming, double Lumina on Adam's side.
Ooh, these are the kind of turns that actually do help swing into Adam's favor. I say swings, and I mean that literally, but it's whatever. Well, he does have to give up 2 Luminas from his deck to do that, but being able to swing the sword like this, especially with the Bolton's ability active.
And what's really interesting is that because Raiden swings for free, The ice react on Oldhim is nil.
That's exactly what I was thinking too. So he can't even do like a cheeky, what's it called? The ice react to stop the amount of attacks he can do because it's already just on the field now. So as we expected, though, the first swing gets blocked easily by a shield and a defense reaction. I'll be honest, the second swing will probably be defended just as easily, even if Jamie just throws out 2 cards from hand.
Yeah, and just like that, I'm wondering if Adam is running any Remembrance in this deck. Against Oldhim, do we risk? It is a yellow, so I don't know how it's not really super relevant in Warrior as opposed to Prism, but I'm really interested to see if he's running any of these Remembrance, any way to like recycle cards, bring them back into the fold. Otherwise, maybe Oldhim just plays the long game like he can with so many other heroes, and you just kind of run out of that steam to really put pressure on your opponent. Oldham's just like, here's a hammer every turn.
Yeah, Remembrance is a card I don't see too often, even with Oldhim running around as a main meta deck to go up against and how its strategy works. And funny enough, Lumina is kind of a drawback at the same time because whenever he hits, he's
taking cards out of your deck.
Your card, and in a way that you'll never be able to get them back because once they're in Soul, the only other place they go is Banish. So
we are going off on these take flights.
I mean, he kind of has to. Like, even if his other card one of his cards get ice reacted, he can still swing Raiden at the very least with the go again. So, like, it's so hard to guess because he is giving up 2 cards every time he does a charge.
Yeah, and just like that, Oldhim able to kind of block so much damage without really giving up any card economy. As far as the deck goes, of course they lose the cards in the hand. They pitch 1 card, they Crown of Seeds, they lose the Arsenal, but they also draw a card. And then they also get to kind of throw the shield out for kind of free. I mean, it does cost a resource to make it go up by 1, but
they're just leftovers.
You've already pitched for Crown of Seeds, so it's like a free 2 block every turn. And God forbid you break the chain against the shield, then you also just give them another like extra 2 block probably as well.
Oh, you know what though? Adam should, or at least I hope he has access to Shatter. Because he can break the shield to at least get rid of some of that.
Shatter would be a super interesting tech. I wonder if we're gonna see it.
See, the only problem is that it has to be on the sword swing, and I'm pretty sure Jamie's always going to throw out his shield on the first whatever comes before Raiden.
This is true. This is true.
Unless he breaks the chain, and then Jamie's tempted to go ahead and shield over that while the chain is broken.
You could bait it with like a Lumina. You break the chain, Lumina, swing sword, then react with the Shatter from EVR.
The only problem is that he's gonna he needs to start have like he needs to at least be doing 1 damage at the time for it to do that. Which is kind of hard because I feel like Jamie would try and block as much to make sure no damage is getting through. Oh, it's so tough. I will say Raiden is the one who has the most access to Helm of Sharp Eye, the new helmet from EVR. Unfortunately, it looks like Adam's not playing it, but I think it's not a bad ad for Bolton.
Yeah, I think we're seeing pretty traditional equipment. I mean, we have the
via the Vanguard
Arcanite
turn.
Skullcap.
Ooh.
Via the Vanguard turn, charging 2. Now, this could be super interesting. Can, like a Frost react here? Does that, like, kind of, like, ruin the turn a little bit? I mean...
Yeah, just a little bit. If Jamie decides to go in that direction. Now, Jamie might just think that whatever Adam has in hand, actually, will automatically have the chance to get go again, because he charged 2 cards, so it's going to get buff damage. That would be interesting if it was like Battlefield Blitz. Like, oh my god, that would be so oppressive. Battlefield Blitz into Raiden swing. Looks like he's nope, doesn't look like he's ice reacting. He's just sync blowing.
Now it could be interesting. The the Raiden will go up to 5. Raiden going up to 5 definitely puts it in Shatter range.
Oh, Valiant Thrust for 9. This is a
good turn. I believe it's 38 to 28 already, coming in for 9.
Yeah, this kind of beatdown is actually what you kind of need to go against Oldhim. If Jamie wanted to stop this 9 damage, if he just ice reacted, holy cow, that'd be 9 damage taken off this turn. That's so interesting. Like, do you play the game? Or
we're blocking with
everything.
Everything, giving him the entire hand, and we're just gonna come in for what I believe is 5 damage on Raiden.
5 Raiden. Ooh, man, through all the defense that Jamie threw down, like, just being able to squeeze in that 5 damage still is insane.
Now, what we haven't seen on Jamie's side is a channel like Frigid come out. So I've seen a lot of games like this where Oldhim can kind of get behind, and then channel like Frigid just does enough to kind of keep you in the game.
It does. And yeah, Oldhim can always kind of go behind in the early game. If it can outlast your deck, though, then, I mean, you just win by default, even if you have, like, 60 health. Somehow.
Right, and we've definitely seen a lot of firepower on Adam's side, a lot of explosive turns, and you just wonder how many of those explosive turns are left. We've seen 2 Luminas come out. We've seen at least 1 via the Vanguard, so there's probably at least 2 more in there if I haven't missed like defending with 1 or anything like that. But
exactly,
I don't believe he has. So
no.
at least probably 2 more via the Vanguards, and he's got time. You know, he could take a lot of damage from this Oldhim player and not really worry too much about it. He's got time to build up the tunics again.
Yeah. The only thing I would say is that when it comes to the Lumina turn, thinking back onto it now, I think it was a mistake to use both Luminas at once. I think that's a card that you play spaced out to get the most value out of it, because the only +1 damage for each one that you play. Like, yeah, it's an extra sword swing, don't get me wrong, but
We have another take flight coming in on Adam's side.
I'm pretty sure most Boltons just play the 9er.
Yeah, it's probably like even the 1 blue you might run is take flight.
I think that's the blue one too.
Yeah, it's coming
only,
for
coming
2.
So
We're throwing the shield at it. Gonna take 1, going to 38 to 22, and just swing Raiden for 3. You know, it's a pretty solid turn. Like I said, you have time if you're the Bolton player. I don't think the Oldham's gonna be putting too much pressure on you turn over turn. A lot of times, especially if they're blocking out, it's gonna be a lot of hammers for 4. So you have plenty of turns to take that.
yeah.
Even if you have to pitch in the future, it's not too bad. We do see Adam is kind of building up that soul, and a lot of times you can kind of finish the game with just a giant beacon of victory turn. You just build up the soul like as much as you can. You just beacon of victory for like 12.
Oh my god.
And that can kind of end the game as well.
Yeah, I wonder
Definitely
if...
a game plan.
Yeah, I wonder if Adam had another attack to go on before Jamie ice reacted there, so... He was probably just aiming to Arsenal it, which would be powerful. Bolton having anything extra on Arsenal to start off a combo turn is extremely deadly.
I wonder if Jamie has just kind of decided to block out. We haven't really even seen a hammer swing come out from his side of the field, and you know that doesn't really like slow down the Bolton player. You're kind of just hoping to survive.
Yeah.
Which I don't know if in the game of Flesh and Blood, every time I've tried to just hold on is like usually when it doesn't work, you have to disrupt them actively in some way. Usually.
Yeah. So it's kind of... Well, I mean, Jamie's disrupting him a little bit, at least by preventing him from getting an Arsenal, at least.
He hasn't really shown to need it. Until we find that via the Vanguard.
Well, he could have used it on that like I said, if he had just ice reacted on the turn where he went take flight into via the via the Vanguard into Valiant Thrust.
Yeah, via the Vanguard. I'm sorry, an ice react there puts the Valiant Thrust back on top of the deck.
It was saved him 9 damage, but nope, he didn't have it, I guess, or he didn't think that he was that threatened at the time. Yeah. There's always that. There's mind games to it. So,
looks like we found another red take flight, and we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cards in soul.
Jamie's taking.
Jamie's taking. I think maybe he can hear us, even though he's in a completely separate room. He's like, yeah, I think I need to actually be on the offensive a little bit here.
Really? Though?
Looks like we're gonna activate Crown of Seas with the Glacial Footsteps.
What does he have that he's looking to disrupt? Because like he's at such a health disadvantage. I feel like the deck out strategy is probably your best choice at this point. Bolton's gonna lose down the line to that.
Oh, wow. And there we have the Courageous Steel Hand coming in for another 3 damage. I do believe this bumps this to 6. Jamie has only stopped 2 of it at this point. 1 with Shield, 1 with Crown of Seeds.
Possibly
we do have an Ice React. We're going to put that last card on top of the deck. So this will be all the damage coming in for now, even though I do believe this is probably the end of the turn. But now it for sure is the end of the turn. But Jamie's still taking quite a bit of damage. Going to 14.
Every little bit that leaks through is a problem for Jamie. I'm trying to think of what I'm curious what he was saving it for, because like...
Oh, we're about to find out. I'm gonna say... a Terra Sunder.
Terra Sunder turn.
That will... Now, it's not Frosty, but it is still a Terra Sunder. Now, here's the crazy thing. Adam still has armor, and now he's not losing, so he doesn't get the free extra block off Skullcap, but he does have his gloves.
Those Brave Forge bracers
Brave
will
Forge
do enough with just 1 3-block. That's it.
Brave Forge bracers, while not the most, their effect doesn't get the most use out of Bolton. It's kind of weird to have to close the chain, activate the effect after you've already swung with them. Activate the effect after you already swung them. It gives up +1, and you've had to have charged. It's just a lot to kind of take advantage of the actual effect on gloves. But as we've seen in Flesh and Blood, the 2-block with Temper comes up time and time again. It's 3 extra health effectively, but really on another way, it's for me, it's not even so much the health. It's the extra way to stop on-hit effects and dominates like this one.
Yeah, it's like I'm not agreeing with Jamie for what he did last turn with this kind of hand. I get that it's
I think you have to stop the bleeding, and the one thing is you're gonna at least get 1 card out of hand like we see here. You can't just let Bolton just have the free 4 to 5 card hands every single turn.
Defense too. That's crazy. What does he have in his hand where he's willing to give up take flight? That's the bigger question. But it's okay. Yeah, he got 1 card out of hand, but it's still 38 to 14. I don't. He needed to start pulling something out like this sooner. Maybe he didn't have the opportunity because Terra Sunder and Oakenolds are really the biggest disruptors that you. Oh.
And here we go, Celestial
Cataclysm.
So Celestial Cataclysm, if you guys don't know, again, Monarch heroes have been kind of not as popular. Well, Prism's super popular, but she doesn't really like play the Celestial Cataclysm too often. So it's 7 damage, go again, but you have to also banish 3 cards out of your soul to do it.
Prism very rarely holds that much if she's playing aggressively using her shields and stuff. So you rarely see it in Prism. You definitely see it in Bolton often enough, though. Is it just going to be that for the turn?
I have a feeling it might be because now we have an arsenal.
Maybe that's what he was trying to build all along.
And we weren't able to charge, so it just doesn't feel like that turn. That was kind of the off turn Jamie was hoping for, but what's funny? It's an off turn that still came in for 7 when you're at 14 life. So
7 for no pitch either, so he didn't have to give up a card from hand for that. So he was guaranteed to keep a card for his arsenal, even if he ice reacted.
Yeah, it's really exciting to see Bolton actually come out here, against what a lot of people would consider a completely unfavorable matchup and still be actually really on top, kind of in command of this game the entire time. Now, something Jamie still hasn't done, we talked about it earlier.
Ooh, there it is.
As we go into the Via the Vanguard turn, Jamie still has yet to find a channel like Frigid, which is kind of like the big way you kind of claw your way back into the game. Everything's more expensive. They have to pitch for things they don't want to pitch for. But really, here comes Via the Vanguard, buffed up to 5, charged twice. Right now, we're just blocking with a shield. Probably gonna... Oh, we're gonna use a Fate Foreseen from Arsenal. That does block all 5 damage.
What would mess up the Bolton player right now is Blizzard. Holy cow.
Blizzard
would literally just end his turn.
A lot of these turns would have ended just with a Blizzard at any point.
I wonder if Jamie has seen one yet. Blizzard literally shuts down Bolton, I think, a little more easily than any other go again class that I can think of. Because you see what pitch value he has, and he's got no cards in hand to pitch extra. So he doesn't have enough.
And now we just have a Raiden coming in for 5. Of course, we're going to probably give this go again.
Funny enough, the Blizzard would also work on a weapon attack, so that's why it's good too.
So he's a little insulated from Oldham's Ice React, and the reason being he was able to arsenal that card. So he's insulated from having that. A lot of times you'll Via the Vanguard, swing weapon, and then finish with either a bigger attack or something like that. Well, now you don't have to worry too much about that because your arsenal is kind of gonna. I'm assuming it's gonna be that last big attack.
Yeah.
And he's got 1 floating, so even then, if he gives him a frostbite in some way, actually, that is a Beacon of Victory, so because he's charged, he did banish 2 from his soul, so he is able to find any action that has cost 2 or less.
Valiant Thrust, I knew it.
Valiant Thrust will do it, and a Valiant Thrust will be coming in for another 9 damage. This is kind of insane, and I kind of love seeing Bolton just kind of rip into Oldham. Maybe Adam knows something we don't. Maybe we need to actually revisit Bolton just a little bit more.
He's making me want to. And the new, like I said, the new warrior cards in general are kind of fun. Actually, no, they're all weapon-based. So, Raiden can take advantage of things like Shatter. He can technically do things like Shatter. But yeah, not a whole lot from... And the Helm of Sharp Eye, like I said. That is definitely easiest used in Raiden Bolton.
And Jamie gives Adam his entire hand.
Yeah.
No hand, no arsenal. Jamie's going to draw pass here. Go up to 4 cards and just have to pass the turn. Hopefully he remembers his Tunic before that. Yep, there we go. And he's just going to draw pass. No arsenal slot. This is where you want to be as the Bolton player. And I believe Adam, yes, is going to go to 3 on his Tunic. So this could be another explosive turn on his side of the field. Let's see what happens. That is an engulfing light, not the most exciting card to see played after the big turn we just had, and now you have the Tunic turn. But this could just be set up. You leave the Tunic at 3. If this hits, it goes in Soul. You're not too worried about that. Like another 3 card, you'd have 3 cards in Soul. You'd be able to play another Celestial Cataclysm if you want to.
Oh, and there's the Courageous Steel. I was literally about to say once you were done that, yeah, if Jamie just doesn't even block or blocks with a non-attack, then this is nothing.
So this is 4 damage coming in. Jamie is going to Ice and Earth React, so he's blocking 2 of that damage.
And forcing the card back on top now.
And forcing that one of those last cards back on top. I do believe he only has 1. It might be another reaction. He might be thinking if he wants to react on top of this or just Arsenal a card. If it is his last card and it's not a reaction, he doesn't really have a choice here.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely probably going to banish. Since he is hitting over the damage and Engulfing Light is going to replace the... Oh, another Courageous Steel.
No, he's going to react with Courageous Steel Hand on top of the Oldhim react. So we are going to...
He already gave it go again, and now the Engulfing Light is going into his Soul to replace the one he used to give it go again, and now just raid him for 3.
Jamie down to 3 life.
So this is lethal if it hits.
Well, if it hits for full, for sure, yeah.
Yeah.
And we give up a Terra Sunder. Now the nice thing is, on Jamie's side of the field, the cards are all gone. But
yeah. That was probably the card he should have defended against the Engulfing Light with initially, because it wouldn't have given the bonus, and it would have at least blocked some of the incoming damage initially.
And just an Arsenal pass from Jamie's side. Another thing is that I don't think Jamie has too much, ever since Monarch left the form, wasn't the premier or the most recent set. I don't think Jamie has a whole lot of experience against Bolton specifically, probably against Prism. There's been a lot of Prism players in our meta, but Bolton just not as...
No, Jamie is the type who I know practices this kind of stuff with some of his friends, and I know Prism's been on the radar to keep an eye out for or practice against, so I'm sure he has experience with that. But Bolton, I don't think Bolton got any kind of talk or attention when it came to any of the Warrior cards when Everfest came out, so there's been no consideration for him technically, especially for Oldhim players that think they just got it in the bag with the Frostbite tokens. Which, to be fair, I don't blame them for. It kind of tracks when you think about it. But, yeah, Bolton is not something that I think a lot of players are prepared to see do a lot from Everfest. So I'm trying to think. Well, Warrior cards, most of them have to do with one-handed weapons, which if he plays the Sabers, then that does benefit from him. But if you're doing Raiden specifically, there's 2 cards maybe that he got from Everfest. Not including Helm of Sharp Eye, which I think is just always good on him.
Correct. And now we see Adam was able to completely rip Jamie's hand away again. But now Jamie does not have the benefit of an Arsenal slot. And Adam's still sitting on that 3 Tunic counter.
Oh,
Gonna spend anymore.
It now. There it is, the Take Flight initiation. Getting rid of Steel Blade Shunt, which I don't think he needs in this matchup anymore.
I think we're so far ahead. He's charged quite a bit of defense reactions just to get him out.
That's kind of the cool thing about Bolton deck building, though, is that a lot of the cards that you put in defense reactions that would seem like dead cards for an aggro deck can actually be used for fuel for the aggro by using it in his Soul.
Right, and the only time it really matters is the Via the Vanguard turn, because Via the Vanguard does care whether or not it's a light card.
Yes, it does need to be light cards, it does. But I'm just saying in general, wow, imagine having defense reactions that you put in for certain matchups or certain cards, and then it's if you're on the front foot and you just need to keep putting on the gas, those cards can still turn into gas.
So we've just saw the first Blizzard. I do believe that was Adam pitching for Blizzard.
Yeah, because he took the Tunic counter off. No, the Tunic counter was used for the Take Flight. Yeah. So I guess that Express Lightning is yellow.
Yep, and looks like we are still just blocking out. Jamie actually still not, completely dead in the water here. Again, if he can live through Bolton's deck, I mean, that's a big ask, I understand. But if he can live through Bolton's deck, he doesn't have really a weapon to kind of keep churning those cards out of Jamie's deck. So,
nope. So long as Oldhim has 1 health left still, he can still deck you out. That's the way I see it.
Yeah, I think at this point that's Jamie's hope. He's I just need to live through the deck. Adam has used quite a lot of it, lots of charging, lots of, just spending cards. And this is a great way to start the turn. 7 damage go again.
If he had a take flight, I would definitely start with that first, because then it gives Celestial Cataclysm the bonus damage as well, and then he can go into Raiden too. But I'm guessing then he doesn't have. But just as kind of we were expecting. Oh, and he did play.
Yep, and that's
Oh,
going to be
there it
it. He
is.
was able to get through, so Jamie was not able to hold on, and Adam will take round one. Round one going to, is he from Minnesota, I think, with Outcast Haven?
Yes, I believe
That's
so.
where the guys are from, right?
I think so. Don't ask me about geography.
I met them all, at multiple callings.
I know. That's what I'm saying. It's like don't ask me about locations. I have trouble remembering people's names as it is, let alone where people live. So don't ask me. But yeah, cool to see Adam showing that Bolton can still beat the Titan of the what's it called? I want to say the Everfest meta now, or at least still one of the Titans to be on the forefront of the Everfest meta. Without any new cards. I didn't see a single new card from Everfest. So everything was literally just like Bolton as we know it now.
What's going on, everyone? That was an awesome round one. I really like seeing Bolton just come out and actually do work. It's been a long time since we've seen Bolton do anything.
I do also like to see that Oldham himself is not completely unchallenged. You know what I mean? Like, I want to see the game have a healthy back and forth between different classes, different decks. And Oldham has been dreaded by a lot of people as just the new oppressive meta that people have to worry about.
Yeah,
So,
absolutely.
having an aggro deck just clean up like that just makes me feel good about how the healthy interaction is still with the game.
Yeah, Outcast Haven saying Adam is a Bolton purist. He finished top 64 at Nats with him. Oh, yeah, that's awesome. I love seeing people who bring the decks that they're good with and not just like chase the meta. He's like, hey, I like Bolton. I think Bolton's good. I'm going to keep playing Bolton. I'm going to know the ins and outs. So I know how to handle each matchup. They have to react to me, and especially a character like Bolton right now. Not a lot of people have like really practiced at all against Bolton. Like a lot of times you're looking at it and you're like, oh, if I block with an attack, I turn on everything. Just kind of like, it's kind of like a pseudo reprise. I mean, you know about it, but yeah, it's really awesome to see. I'm glad he came down. He's playing in our locals. It's super awesome. I hope he's going. I don't know how long he's going to be here. I didn't talk to him too long, but I hope he's going to play in our ProQuest. I think that would be really cool to see.
That would be cool, yeah. And that's what I was saying too is what's it called? When it comes to the meta as it is now, having these decks kind of make a comeback when we don't see them or when we don't expect them, it kind of adds a new level of what's it called? Excitement to the meta, because then something comes up that you may not have thought about, or maybe something comes up and actually does better than we expected. Oh yeah, I'm fixing the chat. And I do respect someone playing a deck that they just like to play and doing their best to make it relevant to the meta as it is, or playing a character specifically. It's kind of what I like to focus on more in Flesh and Blood. Is I do like to try and be as competitive or make decks as competitive as possible, but I do like to play the characters that I like more than necessarily what the best deck is.
Absolutely. So
big respect there.
We have another chatter saying we are a huge. Yeah, just even here, it's just Guardian. I think that's going to be a national thing. It's just Guardian. Guardians everywhere. Guardians all the way down.
I'm trying to take the counts here, including Jamie. We got Jamie. We've got at least 3 Guardians here today. Now, there's 3 different Guardians to pick from for Constructed, so it could be any one of them, but Guardian is, even as far as Starvo goes, still has his defensive options or still plays in a certain way that other aggro decks usually dread to a certain degree.
Absolutely. So. All right, guys. Well, that was round 1. Everyone who's hanging out with us, Outcast Haven, you guys are awesome. I watch a lot of your streams and learn a lot from you guys, and got to chat up to a lot of you guys as well in Vegas and Cincinnati, I think it was. I think Cincinnati is where we had a lot of fun. So,
oh, yeah.
So that being said, if you guys are new here, please drop that like and follow. And if you're in Twitch, sub if you guys want to. It means a lot to us. We're out here every Sunday bringing you guys local armories with some of the best players in the world. that just happen to be local to us.
And that is going to include the ProQuest that comes up in a couple weeks too. We will have the stream active for that.
Yeah, and we're gonna be trying to make the stream look as good as possible. Get rid of a lot of those shadow or a lot of the glare that you guys see. Make it a little bit more shadowy over those cards. We have a lot of things planned. We want to get a better camera. We want to have a better stream room, so you guys are just the best show possible for you guys that are into Flesh and Blood. Try to grow the channel as much as possible. The more we grow the channel, the more we have a reason to do all those things. So I just really appreciate you guys watching. And we'll be right back with round 2 not too shortly. Hopefully, I see like 1 or 2 games going on. We're actually in a completely separate room, so I have to like look out a tiny window. But yeah, thanks you guys for chatting and hanging out with us. And stick around for a lot more Flesh and Blood. And hey, maybe Adam will make it to our top 4 cut today. And we'll be right back with round 2. That says finals.
Alright, welcome back, guys. We're getting ready to start round 2. Let's see here. Yeah, let's keep that off. And it looks like we got the mech mirror, which is not something we see too often these days. Mech is still a very strong class, and got some fun new things in Everfest, but it doesn't seem like it's picked up as much as, or stayed as popular as it did back in the day. I don't think it'll ever be as popular as back in, Crucible meta when it first got plasma purifiers as part of its strategy. Oh man, that's when Warrior and Mech were both the most impressive classes in the game. How many players? We got 9 players, so that means we will have a cut to top 4. So look forward to that, ladies and gentlemen. Both players are just getting set up right now. Thankfully, the health counter they have is a little more visible, even while it's face up like it is now. Meta breakdown, I can tell you right now we have 2 mech, obviously 2 mech players. We got the Bolton and Oldham from last round. We got a Viserai player, a Brute player, and another Oldham, and I forget which. What's Nick playing again? Like, he's not playing Starbow. Huh?
Oh, Vis.
Okay, yeah, so 2 Viserais. 2 Viserais, a Brute, 2 Oldhams, a Bolton, 2 Mechs, and 1 last one. No, not Ranger. Nah, Alex, he backed out at the last second and decided to go Viserai.
That text is awful. I will fix that in just a second.
I just noticed that, but I didn't know or how to fix that part at least, but... You know, I got the rest started. But, yeah, so these guys are getting set up. Like I said, it's a good thing their health counter is a little more visible this time. Still not the best. The white background on Dash's picture makes it hard to see the numbers super clearly. But, yeah, how's it going, Alex? Nice of you to join us in the stream, at least. Wish you were here. But, and we do have one newer player who is our 9th. I did not see what deck he was playing. I think, did you see who that new player was playing? He was the guy in the orange vest or everything. I think he might actually be playing Ninja. Did I see Ninja cards on his table? Well, but we'll find out for you guys after this. Looks like they're about to get started, though. Shuffling up deck, presenting deck. Hopefully activating their mech ability at the right time. It's funny how there's a very specific timing for you to actually activate mech. We are, of course, a casual armory here, so we wouldn't fault players for not getting the exact timing, but I feel like that is something you should definitely practice with ProQuest coming up, technically. Now, V has played a lot more of Lexi in the upcoming weeks before Everfest. So it's kind of surprising to see her make the sudden switch to mech. She did play mech against me in the Blitz event we had last week while I was playing KO. Unfortunately, she decked out before she could knock me out, but mech was still very threatening up until that point. I think if I was a less defensive class like Brute that has a bunch of defend 3s, I would have been in a lot of trouble. But yeah, kind of interesting to see her try something new. It's always nice to see players try something new. Practice makes perfect, of course, but, you know, getting out of your comfort zone every now and then to learn something is never a bad thing either. And of course, we're pretty much seeing the mirror in equipments as well. Mech, like, no matter what version you're playing, Mech kind of always just plays the exact same build. The only thing you can maybe switch out is the headgear for the... What is the headgear? What are the goggles called?
Visuretronic Model I.
There you go. That's, like, the only, like, different, like, equipment you would start. Because, like, the Goliath Gauntlet's still good for even just the Command and Conquer pump once. Achilles heel and the chest piece, obviously, are just synergized perfectly with the mech strategy in every build. But it would have been nice to see them get maybe a different equipment, like for their, what's it called, the gloves this during Everfest, when they teased that 4 classes would be getting an equipment for a slot they haven't had it in before. Those ended up being Warrior for a helmet, Illusionist for a helmet, Brute got the gloves, and then, what was the last class that got what am I thinking of for Classic Constructed, Alex? The reason why I'm not playing today is because I was thinking about Ranger last night, but I started realizing I was kind of going about it from the wrong direction. So the deck I kind of started was not up to par, and it was like 4 in the morning, and I'm like, yeah, let's just go to bed and stream tomorrow, hang out and think about it some more. If not Ranger, like if I still don't feel like I can build Ranger or practice Ranger up to a comfortable level, it'll probably be either Visceri or possibly even Brute, because I do like some of the cool tools that Brute got this set. But getting back to what I was saying for a quick second, what was the last piece of equipment that a class got for this set? Oh, Merchant. Merchant got gloves as well, which technically counts towards the teaser they had. I was so hoping Merchant would get some nicer things than what they got. Like, they got a legendary equipment, but the legendary equipment gives a +1 to your opponent, and it's like, there's no way that's not just always better for your opponent than it is for you. Until they do something better with gold and silver tokens, like, down the line. We do have another supplemental set coming out this year, so that could be when we first get introduced to gold finally and get some, like, maybe some more specific Merchant gear. That would be cool, because right now the only 2 cards that Merchant, like, specifically interacts with better than just the generic cards they have access to are Cash-In and Knick-Knack Bric-a-Brac. And, like, I mean, when they have a lot of gold, they can do a lot with those, sure, but, like, not the best still. Yeah, we were hopeful that they would get some more... Well, hang on.
I'll do less jarring things to the stream now, but I was just trying to make chat show up a little bit better. But Outcast Haven saying, I was so hopeful for a wizard armor piece for one of those slots for classes getting new armor pieces.
It would have just been headgear for them, yeah. Because funny enough, wizard of all things, like the headgear being like the piece that lets you do some like hand tricks or do some like manipulation off the top. Still no wizard-specific version of that. We have gloves in the Metacarpus node, the robe in the Robe of Rapture, and of course the Stormstriders, their legendary feet equipment. Feet? Boots. Let's just call them boots. Alright, don't mind AJ correcting my spelling there, you know. This has never been one of my strong suits. It's fine, it's fine.
Alright, back to the actual game going on. So we have Anthony and Veeb. Of course, I'm sure Ryan brought it up already. We do have the Dash Mirror match, both starting with the induction chamber, you know, typical, you know, classic starting item for Dash to start with. You know, it's going to be interesting to see just how much these players are going to be on the build-a-board strategy. I mean, I've seen a lot of boosting already on either side. Super interesting there. I do see another induction chamber in Anthony's hand. I think it's really funny that every time I try to look at someone's hand, I do like peek my head around the corner as if that'll change what I see on a screen. But Anthony taking some damage earlier on damage. Yeah, so he's the one that I see with another induction chamber in hand. So it'll be interesting to see just how much he's willing to take in order to get that induction chamber on the field.
He does have a face down card too, which could have been another. Oh
no!
No,
He actually pitches the induction chamber to put a plasma purifier on the field.
It just ends his turn with that. Oh, he must have had 2 reds in hand, which is why he needed to keep both of them instead of defending anything. That is unfortunate, but I mean, minus putting in one of his induction chambers on the bottom of the deck, it's not bad to get out. He can always search that out with Spark of Genius. So
Yeah, of course, you kind of
Is
get
that,
into
wait,
this.
hang on, is that another Plasma Purifier he just drew? Dude, if he's drawing all his equipment this early, that's going to be devastating down the line.
Dashmere, oh boy, from Awkward Little Awkward Little. Yeah, we do have the Dashmere for round number 2. Interesting enough, just the way it was drawn up. V coming in with the Techno Plasma Pistol is the name of that gun again?
Teklo, yeah.
Teklo.
Yeah, it's, what's it called? I was going to say it's kind of commonplace and constructed, at least, to bring the Plasma Purifier out first. Last week, like I said, against the in Blitz, she had the Plasma Pounder, is what it's called? Plasma.
The Teklo Pounder.
Teklo Pounder, yeah. Plasma, Teklo. They always have one of those 2 keywords in it. But yes, she brought it last week, like I said, against the match against me for her aggro dash. And it was definitely very impressive during the early game. But unfortunately, it wasn't enough to help close it out before she decked out later.
Yeah, so interesting to see V was actually able to get that second induction chamber online. So it's going to be interesting to see whose works out better, right? Is it the Plasma Purifier or is it the second induction chamber?
I think having more induction chambers works better because the go again attacks builds up to more damage overall than just having well, I mean, with the first one, it adds up to the same, but as soon as V gets a Plasma Purifier online, having 2 induction chambers
Anthony is actually using Visitronic Model I and actually did just choose to crack it just now. So every time you boost, I believe you do what? You draw a card and then either put it on top or on bottom?
Yeah, you boost first, and then you get to draw a card and put a card back on top of the deck. So that's interesting.
So we see the 0 to 60. That's 0 to 60, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's been a long time since I've seen a lot of dash cards. I know like all the names in my head, but like which one? It's like 0 to 60 Zipper Hit. Zipper Hit's the one with the guy on it. Yeah, 0 to 60 coming in. We have a Sink Below. Do you see a Maximum Overdrive here?
Maybe. I mean, if you're doing this, like if you're using the Visitronic model to go ahead and get your turn started, I feel like you're kind of building to that. I will say as well, when it comes to mech cards, yeah, I agree. I know the ones from Arcane.
Oh, is that a new one from Everfest? That's T-Bone, right?
Yeah, that's T-Bone. So V does have to block with an equipment, but she can literally just block with
actually has to block with 2 equipment.
Yeah, but you can literally just do it with the 2-0 blocks that have no battle worn or anything and just be like, yep, here you go.
Yeah, Anthony's 1 card away, 1 more boost away from being able to play a Maximum Velocity.
Mm-hmm. I wouldn't doubt that he might have it, honestly.
Velocity being cut in recent builds, but I don't know this meta. Yeah, this meta is a little still wide open, right? I mean, Everfest just came out. We're seeing a lot of Guardian. Guardian and Vis is kind of like pick a Guardian and then Vis is kind of like what I've seen a lot of.
Yeah, and I think, don't you still play Maximum Velocity against the Prism matchup?
Well, I mean, that's just a tech to break Phantasms, but...
Let's see here.
So, T-Bone not really putting in too much work, able to block with a couple 0 blocks there.
I mean, if he's got another T-Bone.
Yeah, we'll take some points off the equipment for sure.
Yeah, that's actually not bad early too, especially when you're playing against the mirror, where defense is kind of like, you know, everything down the line. What is he planning? I think he's still resolving the
Visitronic Model I effect.
Correct. Yeah, because he's putting a card back on top. There it is. Guess he's deciding that that's the card he's going to boost away.
So 38 to 28 here. Or, I'm sorry, 38 to 32.
Mm-hmm. I think he already played the card from Arsenal, too, because that's empty Arsenal. So he's already used the one from Arsenal, and it looks like he's breaking the combat chain.
Yeah, I think we're going to... If I had to guess, we're going to use the chess piece to gain some resources, but who knows? We have to see what the plan is here.
No. Oh,
just a Spark of Genius.
Okay.
We do get to draw a card off of this,
which lets him get a perfect Arsenal out, and
Alex calling it perfectly. Smells like a spark. Yep, there it is. Spark for 4 too. So I believe we are gonna go fetch another item. Of course, we're fetching an item, but of course, like either an induction chamber or a plasma purifier is what I would guess.
Yep, there it is. The plasma or induction chamber, definitely.
So as far as the build-a-board strategy, looks like Anthony's a little farther ahead. You know, we have 2 induction chambers and a plasma purifier. That's a lot of added damage on the gun every turn.
Yeah, only 1 item ahead, so he's not too far behind yet. I will say, Alex, what does Spark smell like exactly?
What? Am I missing something?
Smells like Spark?
Oh.
What does that smell like exactly?
I was like, what?
But yeah, so Anthony getting the obvious card. He gets to draw. He gets to Arsenal, whatever it is, if it's good, unless it's a blue pitch, I guess. That would be the one time where you don't Arsenal something on mech necessarily.
Yep, we're gonna choose the Arsenal that card. There was a little bit of hesitation, so it could be like you said. There might have been a
Smells like victory. Yeah, there it is.
Spark smells like victory. Let's go. All right, so V able to go into her turn. We'll see exactly what she has planned.
I wonder if any players put in Smashing Good Time into their decks to get ready for the mech matchup. To destroy the items.
Mm-hmm.
I was going to say, when I was thinking about cards for the Ranger build, I did think about having that in the sideboard for mech specifically. That would be nice. You know, just break the items to make sure they can't build up too offensive a board.
Wow, yeah, we just sparked for another the Plasma Purifier.
So now they're just even.
We're gonna get to a point where I think it's a lot of I don't know. In this matchup at this point, do you think the faster deck wins? Are we gonna still be boosting some cards away? Are we gonna try to get some damage in, or are we blocking gun?
I think you have to include the boost too, because that's the way you're gonna kind of chip down your opponent's health in addition to your gun turns. Because you only need like a couple blue pitches for the full attack suite on the with the item. And then you have, at least if you didn't play anything else, you might have an arsenal and 2 other cards to attack with. So putting on an increasing amount of pressure as much as you can is the direction I think you kind of have to go to beat your opponent, basically.
All right, we just see a gun coming in for 3 damage after the Plasma Purifier. We're going to give it go again with one of the induction chambers. We're going to be saying a lot of this from this point, I think.
Yeah, this is so weird. It's like a race to set up board and then be the one who aggroes the opponent down first. That's crazy. Yeah, I haven't seen a mech mirror in, I don't think I've ever seen mech mirror, actually. At least not in recent enough times for me to remember.
And V just taking all this damage so far. That's 6 damage from 2 pistol shots.
I think V is guessing kind of like I am, and she has the health lead. She started off with the health lead out of the 2 of them, which is a huge advantage. But it's going to be whoever can maximize the damage from their hand turn after turn, in addition to the gun blasts. That's going to take the game, basically.
Dash not so prominent in CC generally to see a lot of mirrors. I totally agree with that. It's like when I was at Nationals and at this time there was 11 Oldhams and I saw one of them. I was like, why? There's 10 to 11 of us. Why do I have to see the other one?
Yep.
And then of course, Alex also saying, I think this mirror is determined by who can high octane first, and I totally see that too.
Yes.
A nasty high octane turn could definitely swing this either way.
High octane would definitely turn the tides more into the favor of the player who does it first. Because then you can just use all the resources to pitch for the gun itself instead of having to
waste them on induction chambers. And even if you have the resources, you can also induction chamber on top of it, which gives you even more firepower.
Exactly. All right, looks like Anthony's wrapped up his turn. Only bringing V down to 4 less health to start off.
V starting her turn, she's going to activate that Plasma Purifier, shooting the gun for 3. We do have 2 loaded induction chambers, 1 resource floating.
And 2 cards still in hand, at least. 2 cards in hand and a card in arsenal, so... V could put out way more damage than Anthony did last turn, to start getting her ahead, or to keep her lead that she did before.
Tone plus Octane is the dream in the mirror. What odd is V that kept in her D-Reacts? What are the what's odds V kept in D-Reacts? I don't know. D-Reacts in the mirror don't really feel all that great. D-Reacts against Dash to me don't really feel that good. Oh yeah, we did see a pitch earlier. We saw a sync for sure. We definitely saw that pitched for, I believe, the Spark of Genius actually.
Let's see what she does. Oh, there's the
There's
zipper
a
hit.
zipper hit, red. Oh, we
no.
actually, speaking of those D-Reacts and sync below, we do hit off of the zipper hit. We actually missed, and we're going to banish a sync below and not hit the go again on the zipper hit.
She might just go with the boots to give herself the extra action point now, depending on what the rest of her hand looks like.
Yeah, this could be the turn you crack boots. Actually, interesting choice there to have Iron
Oh,
hide
wow.
gloves on Anthony's side.
I did not notice that before. Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah, we are going to crack the boots, give ourselves another action point. We are going to
Zipper hit again. Oh my god,
again.
both red. That's powerful.
And like Ryan said, I mean, V had the health lead going into Anthony's turn. Now V has the health lead again, coming in for another 5 damage with go again. Or, oh, I think it wasn't boosted. So just 5 damage here.
But Anthony's already given up a card to go ahead and pump those gloves, which is why I'm not a fan of them, to be honest. Unless you're going up against arcane damage at the same time, because you can use leftover resources that way, but...
Or if you're a cheeky Guardian player and you have
the shield and stuff, yeah.
No, well, the aura that gives everything +1, and then you don't trigger it, and then you just have 1 damage. Yeah, 1.
Forged for War.
Forged for War, yes.
Yes. That would be another reason. That's why I played Iron Rot Boots in my Oldham deck before, when I was first playing him. But yeah, that's... V could have tried boosting again just to get the last pistol shot off of 3, but...
I think you keep it there. Honestly, I think you want to keep steam counters, going into your next turn, not have it... Because the next time, a blue will load all the other things and ready to go again. V having a 7 damage lead on Anthony right now, but as Awkward said...
Oh, here's the high octane.
Sorry, Alex said Anthony has Octane. Yeah, and we see it come down now. Going to be interesting to see these boosts. Every time Anthony boosts, if it's successful, actually gain an additional action point on top of the go again.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised he even pitched last turn to go ahead and block with the gloves. If I had high Octane, I would want every card in hand ready to make the most out of it. I also would have saved the Visitronic
for this turn, yeah.
Yeah, this would have been an insane turn to get that off, to make sure you don't banish something that...
Also to make sure you have blues.
Mm-hmm.
You can kind of filter and get those blues in your hand and fire the gun as much as possible. Might already have them, though. We know he pitched 1 already.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to load the gun. We have 1 resource floating, I believe. We're going to activate the Plasma Purifier. Oof, Purifier in hand, too. Oh, that's not good. So V going to actually block this turn out. Yeah. Are we actually going to see a boost on Anthony's side? Or are we just seeing, was the high octane just a filter?
I don't know. I don't know what his arsenal is right now.
Yeah, it looks like, as far as right now is concerned, he's using those induction chambers.
Wow, 2 red T-bones coming out of V's hand, by the way. That's those are pretty free boost go again cards that she's getting rid of just to defend. What else is he gonna do now? I wonder what his arsenal is. That could change a lot right there.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see that line of play. I mean, I want to see kind of more out of those high octane turns. I think he has a zipper hit in hand, and his arsenal might be a semi-stuck card unless the arsenal is a 0 to 60.
Oh, he got rid of one of the plasma purifiers doing the chest piece. Wow, that's unfortunate.
I don't think so too bad right now. You have 1 online already, so...
I'm sure he has 1 more in deck somewhere, or even in his arsenal, for all we know.
A lot of them are playing 2-2 splits. I'm not sure what Anthony's on, of course. It could be on 3, but that is a lot of items.
There's the zipper hit.
There's a zipper hit. I believe that is a red zipper hit, and we are successful on the boost, so we will gain 2 action points this turn.
I was going to say, where is he? Is he keeping track? I'm sure he's keeping track of it himself, but it would be nice if he, at least put the die on dash for us to see. Oh, he's got the yellow counter on it, I guess.
Now V's still ahead on this turn. There has to be a big turn, right? Because V is probably going to have one of these turns alongside this. Like at some point in this game, V is going to, unless Anthony's able to put on a super aggro turn and bring V to block more than she wants to early on. But really, V is probably going to have one of these turns herself. So it's going to be interesting to see if this turn is big enough for Anthony to try to get to the point where maybe that her high octane turn is not as good.
Or basically just close the gap that V's already kind of had on the front foot here.
And that's kind of just where it ends there. And really, V had a 7-point lead. She's down by 1 now, but that was a high octane turn. A lot of times you just got to live through those. Mm-hmm. And I think V did a good job navigating that turn on the defensive side.
And she's still getting to shoot back, So even with if she saved 2 blue cards, she's able to output 9 total damage to threaten Anthony for this turn. Which, if he doesn't have anything else great lined up for the next turn, he's probably going to have to start giving up cards in hand to give up pressure for. Yep, there it is. Already starting to give up. What card is that? It's too dark to see. Anyway, so he's blocking with a card to block damage. So he's already giving up some of his potential pressure from the next turn. And yep, V had 2 blue cards in hand.
Yeah, not sure what that, yeah, I thought that was Workshop too, but I didn't want to say. I could not tell.
Or Pour the Mold, maybe?
Pour the Mold has, like, is very obvious.
Yeah, it has very, very orange card, or very orange imaging, or colors on it. But
so this is kind of like the benefit of mech, right? Once you're set up. So if he was able to block with a bunch of cards in hand, have 2 cards in hand, and actually still put out what 9 damage this turn, that's really good. Like for only having 2 cards in hand and still saving yourself those damage. And again, that was a high octane turn. You're really looking for more out of those turns when you're on that side of the table.
Yeah, Anthony did not get enough out of that high octane turn to make up for the health difference that he started with before it.
I don't know what to do with it.
And I think at this point, if you're Anthony, you're wondering, like, how much can I really give up? I need to actually put on the pressure of my own. Keep this health lead, even though it's small.
Mm-hmm.
V not even moving the die out of the way, just moves the gun back up.
Yeah, just keeping it efficient, keeping it quick, you know? Don't want to go to time, which I doubt they will. But yeah, Anthony's starting the...
I have a theory that card in Arsenal, I have not been able to see it, is a maximum velocity.
Oh, he played Spark of Genius. Wow. Okay, so he's doing it for 0, so he's just getting out the Teklo core. That's a bit unfortunate, though. Like, he's basically saying he has nothing for this turn, and starting the next turn, he'll have 2 resources, like 2 free resources to start.
Or is
he's starting the turn with 5 cards.
Yeah, I was about to say he kind of thumbed through his deck a little faster. I wasn't thumbed through his deck a little fast, and I was wondering if he even played the Teklo Heart, or not Teklo Heart, the Teklo Core, and I was like, oh, is he just gonna fail to find the Teklo Core to get this card out of his hand?
Yeah, we're hoping that it isn't the maximum or the velocity in Arsenal, because that's, I agree with you, very devastating for the Dash player if they never get a chance to boost enough to play it. It's just basically a clog in their arsenal. But yeah, V already starting off.
Yeah, they're both dash. You're not helping. Like when you're just like dash.
Did she choose not to remove the plasma purifier?
Sure did.
Oh, interesting. Maybe she's only planning to attack once, go again, and then do some other things from her hand.
Absolutely, could definitely be that.
Yeah, starting off with 5 cards in general, that's like dream when you're in the mirror match, especially when the health lead is so even right now.
V playing zoom in.
Oh, she is. Yeah. What does zoom in do again? I completely forgot. Oh, she's playing Spark of Genius now too. Oh, okay. So she's just getting even more set up, it looks like.
That makes a lot of sense to leave those Steam counters on those items, because now you're able to really set up this turn where it's going to be remove 2 from Plasma Purifiers and shoot the gun 3 times for 4, 8, and 12 damage. That is pretty strong, not even including any other cards you might play and boost.
The funny thing is, though, is now Anthony has a lot of cards in his hand now that he gets to play with, plus the core giving him 2 free resources to start the turn. So
now let's say, in theory, that's a maximum velocity down there. And Anthony is able to go off this turn and maximum velocity. That could actually, you know, even though V is more set up at this point, put V on this kind of like, I don't know, you think of 3 boosted cards and a maximum velocity is how much damage, right? That's got to be a lot unless those earlier boosted cards are,
you could say,
like,
at least a base of 19, you could say.
Something around there, going to be between 17 19 damage. But funny enough, that doesn't even put V in lethal. But we'll have to see. I think he's got a velocity in hand right now too. That is very unfortunate should that be the case. Unless you can pitch it, then it's not the end of the world. But
yeah, that's your best case scenario there, I guess. Pitch it to activate the chess piece to get at least 1 extra resource off of it by comparison. That'd be best case scenario if that's the case.
All right, so V all set up for next turn. Hopefully she has some blues in hand off the rip there. We're gonna, trigger our Tekla core, get 2 free resources for having that out there. Lose 1 steam counter. So that is gonna help also any kind of maximum velocity turn. And again, we're speculating here. We haven't seen that Arsenal card. We do not know what it is, but it's been stuck there all game. So I just assume it's a.
Wait, is he? Okay, I was about to say, but I hope he's not activating the chess piece before he boosts for the turn. So let's see what he does. He was about to use a resource to activate the chess piece, but he took it back for a second, knowing. He's going to zipper hit and boost for the first part of the turn. Zipper hit's such a strong 1 for 5, especially with the boosting go again.
And being able to get it for free off the Tekla core, not having to pitch for it, it's really strong.
Actually, just the 3 base mech attacks, 0 to 60, zipper hit, and throttle just feel.
So now we're gonna break the chain. Now we're gonna activate the Tekla core. See what we get. T-bone. And that's a pour the mold there.
Yes, I can see the image even from here.
So now we have 2 resources again to work with. We haven't pitched a single card yet.
Oh.
It just comes down to, does Anthony have 2 more boost cards in his hand? And I don't. The way that he's pitching, I don't see it happening.
I feel like he would have gone off on it already if he did. There's no way if you see you have the maximum velocity, you don't just go oh, I've got this, and just immediately belt
just
it
start
out.
Playing the turn out. You're like, oh, you're getting velocity.
It would be the most hype thing that a Dash player can do, really. Getting a maximum velocity off.
And V just taking this. I think V's going to take everything unless it, something huge comes across the table.
She already got rid of the defense action, or defense reaction in her hand, so, why not? And she's got some armor, too, yeah.
Yeah, V's ready to go off next turn. Ready to activate both purifiers, use both induction chambers, maybe even have a high octane of her own, which would be even more crazy.
That would be brutal if she had a high octane already.
If she's blocking like this, she's got a high octane. Yeah, I mean, either a high octane or at least a couple boost cards and then a couple more gun shots where it's going to be
threatening lethal.
Threatening cards out of hand, just like that. So, interesting enough, Anthony's not bringing any more block cards with him. Doesn't have the Tekla core's already done. Or I'm sorry, not Tekla core. I keep mixing up. Tekla Foundry card's already done blocking.
Mm-hmm. He's using the
Tome plus Octane, let's go. Yeah, I agree. I would love to see a Tome plus Octane turn here. Oh, but we are giving up a T-Bone. T-Bone not the best boost card at this point.
Its base damage is pretty weak, but it does have the added benefits of forcing them to block with equipment. But at this point in the game, that doesn't really matter for Anthony. He's already used up his blocks, and the other equipment won't break if he blocks with it. So.
Oh yeah, here we go. Pitching a blue, load up the plasma purifier, start swinging the pistol. 4 damage. So you're gonna see at least 12 damage come across the board at this point.
And she still has 2 cards, 1 in arsenal, 1 in hands. And we still haven't seen what either of the arsenals is for several turns.
It's just stuck cards. I don't know what V's could be. I don't think she's on maximum velocity. I haven't seen one.
I almost want to say that at least V's has a chance since she arsenaled that after her velocity turn. That could be a Tome of Fyendal.
I'd agree with that. I think that's legitimately a Tome of Fyendal waiting for a high octane to come through. Hey, you have a good one, Alex. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. If you can, stop by later if you're in between rounds. I think you said you were headed to an armory, right? I think.
Yeah, I think he said he did some research where he's at, and he's got somewhere to play for almost every day he's up there. Something like that.
Drop the Adventure Co. Stream link in there. So tell him what's up. Show him how Orlando does it, bro.
V coming out with another gunshot for now. I'm still just curious what either of their arsenals is at this point, because Anthony's held his for more several more turns than V has for hers. So I wonder if it is something that's just stuck at this point.
Yeah, I think on Anthony's side, I'm really leaning towards maximum velocity, and on V's side, I'm really leaning on Tome of Fyendal. I think those are the 2 arsenal cards. We haven't really seen him do anything. I think V, if it was a defense reaction, would have already used it last turn. I think Anthony just hasn't used his like all game, so like I'm assuming that's just a stuck velocity. So
I feel like it was like turn 5 at the most that he put it there, and it's just been stuck ever since.
And I kind of understand the theory of wanting to arsenal the velocity because you're like, oh, if I draw the boost hand, then it's ready to go. But then I've seen this way too many times. Again, don't know if it's velocity, but I've seen it a lot of times where velocity just gets stuck there. You get the 2 boost cards, you don't get the third one. You get like the blue hands, just like things that just don't line up. You have to block when you don't want to, things like that. It's really hard to just get that velocity out of there sometimes.
Oh yeah, and especially, oh my god, and especially like when you're going up against another Dash who's got a board set up like this. At the very least, like you got to make sure you're not going into lethal range too early.
Correct.
While you're waiting for that. She's just loading up for the next turn, and then firing off for the final. Firing off for the final pistol for turn.
That is a double pummeled Command and Conquer.
That's nasty.
Do you get? Come here, look at this, Ryan.
But V ending her turn before the pistol shots, loading up a few more of the plasma purifiers. Oh, and Anthony does get Pour the Mold in. I don't think he gets the bonus because he didn't boost. So, oh, but he finally got rid of his arsenal. Was that the card in arsenal? I looked away for 2 seconds while Evan was showing me something, but was that Pour the Mold the card that was in Arsenal, or was it the Tech? Yeah, it would have had to have been, because Tekla Core was in his hand. That is unfortunate, though, because he could have started off with some more counters on there if he had done it on a boost turn. I'm not a fan of actually using Pour the Mold, though, in Dash. Even if it is for a Tekla Core, it's like, it doesn't feel like it's the strongest. He finally uses Arsenal while you were looking away. It was a Pour the Mold.
It was a Pour the Mold that was stuck there? Oh my goodness.
Yeah,
been there like the whole game.
Yeah, there's really only one card that it even really works with, and that's the Tekla Core, and he didn't even get the bonus on it because he hasn't boosted this turn. So, I guess at least it's out of his arsenal. And he is able to use the 2 resources from his Tekla Core that popped, put a new one in the field, and load up the pistol a few times for some action.
Man, you just have to wonder how many turns did Anthony not have an arsenal? You know what I mean? That's another card that you could have just had to put on pressure.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of Pour the Mold in actually using it in Dash. Like, it's obviously a block 3 pitch blue, so you still use it if you don't have more options to fill up your at least 60 card minimum. You should have just played that so long. Yeah, he should have played that ages ago.
Yeah, even for zero value, just like, I mean, I wonder if he even knows that interaction, to be honest. Not to call him out or anything. I wonder if some people don't know that's legal. If like,
no, yeah. There's a lot of strange interactions in this game that have some text on it that makes it seem like you have to fulfill the condition, but then it's like, no, you technically don't. It's still like a may put in the field or a may do this. So, looks like V's starting off with the pistol for 4. All loaded up. Still 2 cards in hand, 1 card in arsenal. V feels, and she's already 5 health ahead too. V feels like she's in a commanding position this game to go ahead and close out with the off turns that Anthony unfortunately had.
I totally agree. And having 2 plasma purifiers, you're gonna get past the, I guess for lack of a better term, like Kodachi lock for the pistol lock. You kind of get over that a little bit better just because, you know, a lot of things block for 3. Whereas when you only have 1 induction chamber, you're just, you know, you have to chew through so much deck because there's like block 3, block 3, block 3. But now you're going to be leaking that 1 damage each time as well. So
yeah, the only thing that could help with that is a Dissolution Sphere to start off. But I don't think that Anthony has the luxury of getting one of those out now.
No, and I think that's worse for you actually because the turn you have in your hand will not be blocking.
Nope. That's yep. That's what I'm saying. He does not have that luxury right now. 3 cards left in hands, another gun, and at least 1 more gunshot coming in right after this. I wonder what he's going to do. Like, he still has enough health to go ahead and buffer if he decides not to block to try and get out 1 Hail Mary. But, like, even then, I don't think now's the time with whatever he must have in hand, if he's thinking this hard about it.
Yeah, I think the only Hail Mary you have right here is a huge high octane turn that is just probably not going to come.
And not when he only has 2 cards left in hand now, especially.
Yeah, you're in lethal range for 3 pistols. It means you're going to give up the card every time, at least.
Yeah. V pitching a Spark of Genius. Oh my gosh, she had a Spark of Genius she could have used. Oh my god.
I don't think V has any more items. I would strongly believe. Oh, never mind. As I say that, we just
now she
one
doesn't.
away.
Now she doesn't have any more items, or at least not the setup items we're expecting. She's 0 to 60 though, so that was her arsenal card the whole time. Not a bad arsenal though. I mean, that's a good combo starter for a boost turn.
And then just another 4 coming in.
I think she wants to art. Yep, there she goes. I was getting the feeling that she wanted to arsenal the cards she had left in her hand, which is why she used the 0 to 60 finally.
That was absolutely the best block she could have got.
She's already set up enough in this matchup to go ahead and leak damage every block, unless it's specifically a defense reaction like Fate Foreseen or something. So yeah, if she doesn't need any more induction chambers or any more plasma purifiers, they're just icing on the cake at this point.
Yeah, I totally agree though. That it's like if Boost said search your deck for a card and banish it if it's a mech item or a mech card, then you gain go again. That's like the one you would have searched right at this point in the game. You would have picked that card to boost it away.
Mm-hmm. Looks like maximum velocity got boosted from this T-bone, so there's one of the ones we were thinking about before.
Yeah, so...
Yeah, T-bone does not force a block unless a boost has already been on the chain. It looks like they're probably discussing that. Or at least that's what I'd have to guess, since T-bone is a new card, so, you know. Not everyone has seen all these cards before. What's it called?
Yeah, I was going to say, I believe T-bone actually does count itself.
Does it?
Yes.
Oh.
Because boost is a cost.
Oh, okay.
And so
it's
we'll
constantly checking? Oh, okay. Never mind, don't
so
listen to me.
when the effect resolves, you will have boosted a card.
Yes, let's remember, folks, AJ is our head judge, not me. So always take his word over mine, please, for your own sake.
If it didn't count itself, it definitely would not be played. Yeah, I agree. There's a lot of cards like that where it's like, if it worked that way, then we would not be playing this card. So we go over to Anthony's turn.
He's got a lot of resources.
He's got
thanks
a lot
to the
of
core.
resources kind of floating out there.
Yeah, thanks to the core he got at the beginning of turn.
Mech Mirror Nani.
Hey, what's up, James?
Yeah. Hey, thanks for the follow, Awkward. Thanks for chatting in here as well. Thank you guys so much. Thank you. Yeah, we have a Mech Mirror. It's wrapping up. This is round number 2 of 4. We do have a top 4 as well coming at you after this.
So look forward to that. We got a pretty diverse meta, actually. We don't have too many doubles. We've got maybe 3. So we got 3 doubles, but we've got a few wild cards in there too. Like
we have
Tom.
Brute.
Yep, Tom is
Reinar.
playing his good old Reinar list. What was the other class that was kind of like the?
We have a Viscerai.
We've got 2 Viscerais. We got 2 Oldums, 2 Mechs, and then there's like one other one besides the Brute player that was kind of like a wild card. Trying to remember what it was though.
I'm a massive Dash player, so this is my jam. I actually have a Dash signed by Matt Rogers, so I'm always game for Dash gameplay. Hey, this is they're both 1-0, so I mean, either one of these players, if they win their next round, they're guaranteed in the top 4. So you'll probably have some more Dash coming your way today, if I had to guess. V's a very good player, and Anthony is pretty good as well. So V just consistently tops all of our tournaments. I actually think V is on a top streak of like months.
She did do
not maybe not winning. I'm not saying like winning the whole tournament, which she has also done, but like just like
doing consistently
making
well.
Top cut every single week in and week out.
Yeah, and V was on Lexi before, so this is kind of the last week and this week are the first time she's been on Dash. And Bolton. Bolton was the other wild card that we're seeing today, which is really interesting from round 1 before. So V still pretty even health after Anthony's turn there. So V starting off her turn with the pistol and 1 card in hand, 1 card in arsenal. Oh, it's getting down to the wire. They're both holding on, though, a little bit longer than I was expecting after they got their full item suite out. So good on them to last this long.
This has been a really good game, and I think Anthony's just going to scoop it up. I think Anthony at 3 life. One of them is...
it's an item in hand.
Is a really interesting item. It's the Is it Metacarpus node? Is
No,
that
that's
the-
not
no,
Metacarpus.
no, no.
That's
Sorry,
the
that's the wizard.
that's the
thing.
wizard
It's,
glove.
it's something node, isn't it?
It's nerd. You're right that it's a node something. Oh my god, no one ever plays it.
It's like when you boost, you can put a card back on the bottom of your deck or something like that.
Yeah, it's a reaction. You can be
Yeah.
like, when the combat chain closes, put this on the bottom of the deck, or if this card hits, put it at the bottom of the deck.
I've just never seen anyone play it in a not draft format, so it's really interesting to see.
Or a not all boost dash deck, because that would really help you in an all boost dash deck to not deck yourself out before you kill your opponent.
So V is gonna take round number 2, jumping up to 2-0. We're gonna jump back to our faces real quick. Hopefully this isn't jarring as well. Hello, no, wrong screen. There we are.
There we go.
Hey, how's it going, everyone? Thank you guys so much. There are currently 14 of you watching the stream, and I thank you guys so much for joining us. We have 2 more rounds of Swiss. We're gonna have a top cut with 2 more rounds than that as well. We are working on the Icelander kit. I just realized chat is messed up on this screen too.
No.
But anyway, we do have 2 more rounds coming at you of Swiss. We're going to try to find some interesting games there, some win-and-ins. Decks that you don't see too much. I think we're going to see if Tom should be 1-1 on Rhinar, so we're going to probably put him on stream next.
Tom is very good with Rhinar. He's proven himself in the past to be very consistent with
He
it.
could probably lead like a master class of Rhinar at this point. If you guys haven't already, please help us out. Just follow if you like what you see. Tell us what you'd like to see more of, what you want to see improved. Follow, subscribe, do all that good stuff. And then if you want, it helps us out a lot and it's completely free. Share this link around to your friends. Let's get as many people in the chat talking as much as possible. When you guys chat, I'll be honest, I have a lot more fun with chat as you guys, like we can talk about the game as it's going on. It gives me something to bounce off of, not just narrate the game the whole time for you guys. So that's why I have Ryan here as well. So Ryan helps me a lot with that too. So yeah, we'll be right back with round number 3.
And, you'd like to see? Hang on, I gotta give James a little
Give the
fan
people what
service in
they
the
want.
chat.
Oh my god. All right.
Let's go.
Anyway, there it is. We'll be right back with round number 3, guys. Stick around.
Catch you soon.
Welcome back. Welcome back. We have round number 3. We actually brought on Adam once again is one of our interesting matchups. This is kind of wanted to see it again how this round kind of ends up. We do have Oldham versus Bolton once again. Both these players are 2-0. So trying to make our top cut top 4. Winner will basically guarantee their spot in top 4 going to 3-0. They won't really have to worry about their last round too much other than for seeding purposes. Getting to choose whether they go first or second throughout the top cut. Going to be interesting to see if Adam can do what he did to Jamie in round 1. Going to see if he can put the pressure on, really make sure that he can put on as much pressure. You know, I don't see Evan falling in the 38-0, whatever it was that Adam won against Jamie in round 1. But we'll have to see. So it's going to be really fun to watch. Going to be a great match. Thank you, Brandon Lauren. I totally agree. I really like seeing Bolton play as another driving factor. I just really like seeing Bolton on the field. He was one of my favorite heroes coming out of Monarch. And it's really fun to watch. I mean, lots of damage potential. Raiden is one of the coolest looking weapons in the game. This holy sword with like holy energy that has a really cool effect. You know, 0 for 3 when charged. I didn't notice in game 1, but nice to see the flex on Adam with the full art tunic there from the Road to National season. Evan running a pretty traditional suite of equipment. We have the Crown of Seeds, a tunic. Well, actually, tunic's pretty interesting. We've seen a lot of people run tunic recently instead of the extra blocking potential that you get from either tectonic plating or the new warrior or guardian equipment. I know Evan is a great player, so it's going to be a back and forth. I totally agree. And we see just a flat out Command and Conquer. Why not? Command and Conquer, I'm not really a big fan of against Oldham in particular. I think Command and Conquer gets kind of overshadowed by the fact that Seeds can spin the card anyway and still draw them a card. So they don't really lose the card economy. They're going to probably pitch for both Shield and Seeds. You better win, Adam, or don't come back to Minnesota.
That's harsh. Oh.
You're asking him to chew through 2 Oldhams. I mean, he chewed up 1 already, so we'll have to see.
He did. He was very, very impressive to the first Oldham round 1. And hopefully...
And we see Evan missed a tunic counter already.
No take backsies here, Evan.
Evan, how could you? No tunic counter. He was very excited to throw out a hammer for some reason.
Is that even... It's not even Frosty. It's not even...
Well, I can't see the first card, but yeah, it's a Glacial on top, so I'm not really sure.
That would be his latest pitch, unless he pitched a red ice card. There's no red ice cards that Oldham plays. So
Yeah.
no, yeah, it's definitely just Glacial Footsteps.
So we're down 1 tunic counter. I should have like a counter on like somewhere on the stream. It's like missed tunic counters. Like,
Oh my god, if we started doing that for a few different interactions, that'd be funny. Missed tunic counters, missed what are some
oh
other
wow,
things?
we actually see a Via the Vanguard coming down already on Adam's side of the field. So he charged
Wow.
2 cards coming in for 5 damage.
That's impressive, especially early game. But I was going to say real quick, what is another thing that people miss or forget to do, like regularly, besides tunic counters, for example? I know there's something. Oh, triggers. Missed triggers. There you go.
Yeah.
Back when Briar was first out and people were like, oh, yeah, I created this. And it's like, nope, missed the
Yeah,
trigger.
early Briar when people were like, all right, well, I hit 4 times, so I make 4 embodiments of Earth. And you're like, no, like you had to do that like when they hit.
As they hit. Or like if a new ninja player forgets to trigger Katsu during the first attack action hit. That was something that confused me back in the day.
Yeah, it was worded a little weirdly. They never changed how it worked functionally, but they definitely changed
They
how...
eroded it, I remember.
Yeah, they changed how it was worded so it was like more clear.
Yeah. Not a functional change, a clarity text. There you go.
Yep, so Evan going to sink below here, going to take 1 damage. Raiden coming in for another 5 here.
Via the Vanguard turns feels so strong, dude. That's like one of the best specialization cards. And it's even technically a rare, which is kind of cool, but like definitely one of the best specialization cards I could think of in the game.
One of the play patterns I've really liked from Adam now that I've watched him play 2 Oldhams is a lot of times he doesn't mind pitching for Via the Vanguard. Even if like he doesn't have like the full value that you would expect, you know, like Via the Vanguard into a weapon swing into another attack. Why? Because, you know, Oldham's always able to get rid of that last attack. Well, if you just are going to do Via the Vanguard into a weapon swing, I mean, what is Oldham going to do? He can Crown of Siege, Shield, do all the normal things, but he's not getting rid of that extra value by icing a card out of your hand.
Yeah, 10 damage split on a turn like that is still very powerful.
So we see a Bolt of Courage coming down. I do believe it was charged. I kind of looked away for a second.
No, he did charge it, yes.
So if this hits, he will draw a card. Does not have Go Again as of current.
He does have the Snapdragon.
Is not. You Snapdragon a Bolt of Courage. You got. I don't know. That's some courage right there.
Yeah, that's a late game play. He could have Courageous Steel Hand though.
Playing Azalea hit awesome effect 30 seconds later, forget to enforce the hit effect. Oh, Red in the Ledger was famous for that. You watch their opponent do their entire turn, you're like, wait, you were under
had one action.
You were under Red in the Ledger.
No. I can tell you right now, if considering how the metagame is, I would not let that go unnoticed. I would be like, this is the whole reason why I'm playing this card, and I need this to hit for its effect for me to live. And yeah, there's a Courageous Steel Hand, by the way.
Yeah, Courageous Steel Hand, so we're ready to buff it. We did Crown of Seeds, we used the shield. We're blocking 2 of it so far. Adam not listening to me and using dice to...
Oh, no. Yep. Because we can't see what colors they are, unfortunately.
I do believe that's a red Bolt of Courage.
Yes. Evan playing the Blizzard to stop the combo, though.
Something that Jamie was not able to find, like, pretty much until the very end of the game last time.
Correct. And then using the Oldham's defensive ability. So Adam got to draw the card to Arsenal, which is still fantastic, actually, for a Bolton player. So he got to Arsenal a card because he drew, but no continuing attack this turn because of the Blizzard.
Right, and I think Evan missed another tunic trigger.
Yeah, I think he definitely should be at 3 at this point.
This is his 3rd turn. I mean, Adam is on 3 and Evan is on 1 at this point.
Evan going for the E-Strike draw card so he could Arsenal while attacking, which is a good choice in my opinion. I don't know what card he had to sink though. But I think just drawing a card, like I said, to get 5 damage, threaten 5 damage, and have an Arsenal ready for Crown of Seeds next turn, it's a very good choice.
Absolutely. A lot of times you just want to Arsenal that last card. You don't want to... Arsenaling card is worth so much more damage than just 2. You know, like if you were going to E-Strike for 7, what is that really worth to you as compared to another card basically in your hand, which is in your arsenal, not in your hand. But yeah, absolutely.
Exactly. Oh, it looks like Adam blocked it, though. He didn't go down in health unless they forgot to take that down.
No.
Looking away.
No, he definitely did not block it. Or did block it, sorry. Did not take any damage. We do see a Take Flight coming in here.
What did he block with, though? He's still got this many cards in hand, though. Did he block with equipment? No, his equipment's still ticked up. Yeah, we'll see in a second. I'm sure they'll catch it. But yeah, Take Flight to start the turn, always a strong start because it just lets you swing into Raiden right after for free. You know, no need to use a card from Soul to save it for later.
Yep, and just Crown of Seeds, and we're probably going to see another shield trigger here as well.
Shield trigger into an Ice React, probably.
Blocking for 5. We do use an attack action, so now this is buffed. So, I guess it was already going to have Go Again, sorry.
Yeah, it already has.
It's been a while since I've also seen Bolton cards.
Battlefield Blitz. Yo, that's 5 extra damage with Go Again built in. So that's pretty nice. Let's see. Evan had Channel Lake Frigid in his hand, though. He could have Ice Reacted to stop this extra damage. But this is a great turn for Adam, being able to charge his Soul and keep the cards in Soul for later for Celestial Cataclysms and other cards. Very powerful. Battlefield Blitz is a card I don't see enough, but gosh, if it isn't as strong or as useful as via the Valiant Thrust, for one of those just kind of like rare combo attacks for a Bolton turn, very strong. I guess Evan saved the channel for the Frosty 4. I don't think this is enough to threaten Adam to waste cards from his hand, depending on what he has. Steelblade Shunt from Arsenal using Tunic counter. Oh! Okay, thank you for catching that. So that explains it perfectly. So he was able to block the attack with the Steelblade Shunt from Arsenal using a Tunic trigger. So that is good. Oh, and it looks like I think he did take the... He took the Hammer Swing, got the Frostbite token, because he did have the Yellow Pitch for Take Flight again. Take Flight coming in for 4 with Go Again now, which is going to go into a free Sword Swing at the very least, possibly more, depending on what that card is in hand. And that's what I was saying, like, the turn before where he got to keep all the cards in his Soul for later, because Battlefield Blitz just has the Go Again if you've charged, and so does Take Flight. It's like, it's such an ideal turn for Bolton.
Yep, and so Evan was able to block all 5 damage that would be coming in with the...
Autumn's Touch and the Shield. And the Crown of Seeds.
Crown of Seeds, I believe. So yeah, and then he was also able to Ice React Adam's last card back on top of the deck. So we just see a Raiden come in.
Just that free 3 damage.
Yeah, absolutely. Now we do see that this game has gone quite different compared to Jamie's game. It's 30-32. The Oldham is still in the losing position at the moment. But we see a Frosty Hammer coming out, and that can definitely keep slowing Adam down. Again, this is something we didn't really see when Jamie was playing Oldham. He wasn't able to string together these more disruptive effects.
No, yeah, Jamie definitely took the defensive route early game, trying to defend out as much as he could without swinging much back. Adam was at 38 health when Jamie first got to like 14 health or something, so Evan definitely keeping at least a little pressure on, even if it is a just simple 4. We do know Adam plays defense reactions like Fate Foreseen and Sink Below, so he could opt to use one of those to block damage, but this time just going for Command and Conquer block with the helmet.
I do think the last card in Evan's hand was a Macho Grande.
Yes, it was. And arsenaling that because it's probably just a seeds target. And let's see what... Okay,
now
Bolt
another
of Courage.
Bolt of Courage. We are going to charge a card. Looks like we have about 6 in Soul, I believe. 5 to 6 in Soul. This is coming in for 3. We're blocking with a non-attack action, so this will not get buffed.
Oh, and Adam just choosing to arsenal the last card. That's probably just as good, you know? Getting the Soul Charge, getting the block out of Evan's hand, especially a Terra Sunder out of there. And arsenaling a card for a future combo. Ooh, he's going to have Tunic counter for next turn, too.
Jay Franey asking if we can get the vid to full size. We can definitely try in between the next round, trying to stretch it out a little bit more. The only issue we're running into is that because we're running the camera over Wi-Fi, the resolution isn't as high as it could be. And as we stretch it out, the picture quality gets a little bit, gets worse and worse as we blow it up.
This is something we're going to work to improving in the future, of course. But for now, at least in between rounds, we're going to leave it like this. But we'll go ahead and see what we can do between the next round.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll work on it in between the next round. We don't want to do anything jarring to the video in between this.
Let's see. So he's coming. Oh, Evan using the snap. Yeah, see, Evan's going full aggression here because I know Jamie had Snapdragon Scalers in his Oldham list for the E-Strike turns as well. But Evan actually getting use out of it early to swing with a not Frosty Hammer, unfortunately, but being able to swing for this much damage is pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, we're definitely seeing a huge turn here from Evan. You know, the turn that I really like the inclusion of Snapdragon Scalers in Oldham. It's not something you would really think about. It's not really it doesn't go it's not as clear to play it's like a ninja or something like that. It's not as obvious to play that line.
It isn't, but it works. It feels good. To use it on that one turn where you can swing a little bit more back into your favor for even Exude Confidence you could save it for if you're ready to go off with something that you don't want them to be able to react to.
And we see another Take Flight. This card has just been putting in work on Adam's side for a long time. Just turn after turn, able to put in the Take Flight, have that go again, not have to spend the card in your soul, which he has quite a lot of. I mean, again, that could be building up to a big Beacon of Victory turn. We saw Beacon of Victory do a lot of work in the first round against Jamie. It was never a big explosive Beacon of Victory, but it was able to find him another card that was able to...
It was the Valiant Thrust,
right.
Which... on the via the Vanguard turns is one of the most devastating cards he could pull out because of the way it buffs itself for its value and then the buff from via the Vanguard. That is a Battlefield Blitz, I believe. It's either Battlefield Blitz or Illuminate. It's covered up.
It's Illuminate.
Oh, yeah, it was Illuminate. Yeah,
yep,
I got
and
it.
it did hit, so it does go in soul. Funny enough, I kind of love that hit Evan because Evan gives me crap for running Illuminate in Prism all the time, so it's just great to see.
It's so good, though. It's it blocks for 3. It's a free attack. You literally need no other cards in your hand to go ahead and, what's the word I'm looking for? Just swing with it, threaten it, and hopefully get an extra card in your soul. At the very least in yellow. It's it's a good card. I agree with you, AJ. Evan can take it to the face, apparently, with Adam swinging at him with it, but... we see him just come down. This time it is a Frosty 4. Last turn it wasn't, which is why Adam was happy to take the 4 damage. But this time the Frost might ruin Adam's turn. I haven't seen Adam play a single blue card. At least not that I noticed, except for the Take Flights.
I think that's, we were talking, I believe he is only on blue Take Flight. But it was those blues do come in handy. Not only just that, he runs a lot of yellows that are not necessarily like typical, like a lot of more yellows. So because a lot of things only cost one, so a lot of times you can have that one resource floating or pay that extra for the frostbite still.
Exactly. He did use Sink Below though, so this is the time where Sink Belows and Fate Foreseens will come in on the defensive to be very helpful, because that hammer just swinging for an exact 4. Oh, there's the tuna counter for the take flight.
We have another take flight coming in for 2 damage. This is the blue one.
There's the blue. Oh, and there
we're
comes...
gonna ice and earth react, not taking that damage. Bolton is so card resource intensive. Frost throws it all off. Yep, absolutely. I totally agree. That's why he's running those extra yellows and extra blues, trying to mitigate that a little bit. However, I will say this: a lot of times against Oldham, your life total almost doesn't matter. A lot of what matters is your deck size. And right now, Adam is kind of winning that race. You can see like the graveyard is still smaller than the deck. That's usually kind of my barometer for how well an aggro deck is doing against Oldham, is like how much of the deck is left versus what Oldham is able to stop coming his way.
Not to mention, the one way that Oldham gets those frosts out in the first place is mostly through the hammer. So if you perfect block it like with just a regular defense reaction like Sink Below we saw earlier, you don't get the threat's not there. So which is why it's good that Adam had it in his hand to make it so he could even use the take flight turn with just the tuna counter.
Absolutely. And just like that, Evan was only able to throw out a Winter's Wail without the effect. It was just 4 vanilla damage, which opened the door for this this via the Vanguard. Adam probably deciding how many cards do I want to charge here. If you charge too many and then you get ice reacted, does not feel good.
No, and I can see Evan actually has Bastion of Eisenloft and an Oakenold in hand right now. Ooh.
Evan might be eyeing up that. He might get greedy and kind of just think like...
He could.
We see, I do believe Adam charged for 1. Yep, so via the Vanguard is coming in for 4 damage. How many players today? We had 11 players starting off today. We have 4 rounds cut the top 4. Kind of one of our smaller turnouts, but again, it's Super Bowl Sunday, so not too surprising. Still a great turnout for considering the holiday.
No. Oh, Beacon of Victory coming up to the Frost. What's the word I'm looking for? The Frost React.
Oh yeah, of course. You can let that resolve, then go Beacon of Victory. Interesting to note, he only banished 1 off Beacon of Victory. He wasn't going like all in. We're gonna go for the Lumina Ascension.
Ooh.
I kind of love this because Lumina Ascension is gonna allow you to swing 2 more times without giving up any more cards other than the Lumina itself. You can't get like, I mean, he already ice reacted, so you're not gonna lose that. But it's just, you don't have the resources floating. You're just able to. We're gonna Lumina and we're gonna swing 2 more times.
No, because the Ice React, he activated Beacon of Victory in response to the Ice React. So the Lumina goes to hand and then immediately goes on top of the deck.
Oh, he could have let the Ice React resolve should he choose to.
Is that how it works? Doesn't he give up priority for Beacon of Victory?
Who did it first? I didn't see. Is all.
The Ice React came down first.
So you just let that resolve.
You just
Oh yeah, I get what you're saying. Sorry.
No, because you give up priority.
He would have lost the Beacon of Victory.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah, of course.
Unless it was an Arsenal. If it was an Arsenal,
yeah.
Beautiful. Well, no, because then he wouldn't have activated the Ice React, so.
It looks like we're going straight back to Adam's turn. We're going to go with a take flight, pitching a yellow, I believe. Or it actually might be a blue. I think I see a 2 on that resource die.
Oh, we have 9 players today, by the way. So
Our
9...
answer is 11.
Oh, 11?
Yeah.
Wait. Oh, man, I must have missed some of the tables.
Yeah.
Dang. Don't listen to me. AJ's still the head judge. He knows better than me in all ways. So always trust his word over mine.
I don't know about that one.
It's okay. But yeah, Take Flight, bread and butter combo starter for Bolton, which is why, like I said, we run 9 of it. It did go up to 5, so Evan did take 1 from that. And now we get to see... Oh, there's the Lumina that we saw from last turn.
So Lumina Ascension is live right now. We did charge a card, so we are going to swing for 4 with Raiden. We only have to give up... That is going to buff the Raiden by 1 due to Bolton's effect.
But the shield got the extra pump since he got to break the combat chain, so nothing there, and nothing off the Fate Foreseen block, so... Yeah.
Evan was actually able to stop pretty much
damage.
all of that damage. Lumina Ascension not really putting in too much work there. Now we're kind of starting to see Graveyard's starting to fill up. Threats are starting to go away. We've given up... Not given up, but we've played a lot of take flights. Kind of like the same way that a boost dash has a problem with card economy, in the sense that like if you're boosting away cards, you're losing them, and every time you put a card into soul, it's essentially gone forever. It gets banished. You can't retrieve it from banished. it is gone. So we are going to throw another take flight out there.
Yeah. Take flight coming out just for 3, so this is the yellow right now. Unless Evan does defend, of course, with an attack action. I'm curious to know, because he used the tuna counter to start this turn, I'm curious to know what those 2 cards are in hand. If he's waiting to bait the Ice React to play one of them, or Arsenal one for a future turn.
So yeah, he is going to bump that up to 4. But he did Crown of Seeds as well, so it's going to stop the extra point of damage.
Oh, that was one of my guesses, was that he's got to have a Celestial Cataclysm, because he hasn't played one yet. So here comes the Celestial Cataclysm for 7.
I wonder if he might even have another one.
I'll be honest, I considered
Absolutely
that
play
too.
it.
I definitely considered that too. He's Ice...
No, we're just going to Fate Foreseen.
Mm-hmm.
Fate Foreseen, such a staple card. Able to block 4 for free. Also able to... opt 1, basically. Choose whether that top card goes on the top or the bottom.
Yep, and a quick block from Evan straight with the Terra Sunder into the Raiden swing, and Adam opting to Arsenal his last card from hand.
Now, this has just been, like I said, this has been such a different game than when Jamie had to go against Adam as well. Adam was able to put on just so much pressure, able to punch through all those D-reacts, and this time it's Evan's been kind of giving the business a little bit, kind of making it so here's a Frosty, here's an Ice React. Still haven't seen the Channel Lake Frigid. Channel Lake Frigid, kind of hard to get online. You've had to block a lot, and of course it's a non-attack action, so a lot of times it looks very, good to block with it if you have to, because it's not going to pump those cards.
I think Evan has already realized that he doesn't even need to worry about stopping Adam from doing things in the way Channel does. I think he realizes that just letting Adam charge his soul to deck himself out faster is the way to go, and then using Ice Reacts when he can, so that the full combo turn kind of stops early.
And we see Evan counting the deck already.
Mm-hmm.
He's starting to see his blood in the water just a little bit. He's like, hey, these attacks are getting a little weaker each time. We're starting to swing some yellows and some blues, and it's starting to not feel as bad.
Nope.
We're still over half our life.
Yeah, I think Evan's kind of seeing the path to victory here. I'm trying to see. So Adam's starting the turn with the Frostbite, but he does have a full hand plus an Arsenal. He could do a lot with this if he just has like a blue pitch or even a yellow pitch to get the card started. Let's see. He's starting with pitching for an Express Lightning?
Express Lightning.
Yes. Express
Charging
Lightning.
Express Lightning.
Paying at least 1 to get it to go off. He might have pitched a yellow, though, which means he has 1 resource floating still. But no way to give it go again besides the Snapdragons, unless he also has Courageous Steel Hand on deck.
Yeah, we're just going to block with a Fate Foreseen. And this is kind of what I was talking about. It just feels like it's going to be harder and harder to get this damage through. We're not really building up to this big beacon turn, I think, unless Evan takes a little bit more damage. And there is just a back-breaking card, quite literally. It's Spinal Crush.
Wow.
Forgive me for that. But yeah, Spinal Crush is just, when you're a deck like Bolton or Chain or whoever, all these decks that just want to go wider or at least throw out multiple attacks a turn, Spinal Crush
is the last thing you want to see.
Especially when you're really not trying to give up cards to block as well. Having to give up cards to block this, like, you're always going to have to. Looks like Adam took 2, I believe, from 2 or 3 from that.
He took 2. Okay, so he blocked with Beacon of Victory, though.
Yeah, he had to give up quite a lot to not get crushed by that. And we're going to see if it was worth it. I mean, is he able to actually, like, make use of the go again?
Nope, there's Take Flight again.
Absolutely, there's the Take Flight. So it does seem like he was able to make use of the go again. We pitched Illumina Ascension. Coming in for 3 and go again. Again, 3 is just not where you want to be. Evan able to block 4 damage there.
Yeah, because the +1 that the attack action is giving it, so just making sure nothing leaks.
No leaks.
No leaks.
We're coming in with 3 damage from Raiden.
Ooh, and giving it go again.
Yep.
And he has the card in Arsenal this time, so Evan had no way to get rid of it using the Ice React. So I'm guessing it's a Valiant Thrust.
Yeah,
Yep,
quite a good card. Valiant Thrust for 7.
It's such a powerful card for the value you pitch for it or the value you give up to play it.
Evan taking 3 damage there, and this has been really interesting. I mean, Adam is definitely not dead. I mean, we've kind of been talking like he might be, but he's definitely not dead. He needs to find a way to get Evan, I think, under 10 life is really where you want to be, and then just have this explosive turn. You have to be able to punch through a lot of these heavy D-reacts, and Evan's still has the Pulse of Eisenloft in his deck. If he ever like comes in with some huge like Beacon of Victory for whatever damage, then he just Pulse of Eisenloft could just really shut that down too.
Yeah, Adam using the sink below to not only sink but perfect defend the hammer, so no frost tokens to start the turn, and he gets the tunic counter, so this could be a big turn for Adam to hopefully swing back at Evan in a way that he can't defend as easily. Evan's got 5 cards though, including Crown of Seeds to swap out the arsenal for defense. So this is going to be difficult to get over. Another Take Flight coming down though. Good start, good start. It's blue, since he only blocked with Pummel.
Blue block with Pummel doesn't buff it. Coming in with a 3 with Raiden. Three from Raiden. It's just it's really good. It's free. It's just again you have to keep charging these cards to do it, so that deck just gets thinner and thinner each time.
It does. You could say he did get to Arsenal though. But yeah, you do essentially kind of like deck yourself out from your own hand even faster because all the cards like just go away.
And there it is. We've been waiting for it. This is the first Channel Like Frigid that has resolved against Adam on stream. We do have the ice card to pay the channel cost. And then on top of that, we were able to throw a Frosty 4 at you. And this could be a very devastating turn of events here. Yeah, looking bleak for him a little bit. That Channel Like Frigid, we were coming neck and neck this whole time, and then Channel Like Frigid is just such a painful card. It makes decks that don't want to pitch have to pitch more than they want to. Especially when you have to charge cards as Bolton, just doesn't feel very good.
And it's the one thing that Adam has going for him is that he still has 1 block on the gloves and block on the tunic if he wanted to. So he only has to give up 1 card from hand to prevent the extra frost. But does he have the pitch in hand to play out his next turn with the channel up? That's the question. Oh, he's taking it. Okay.
Yeah, taking the Frostbite. Like I said, you don't want to give up. You can't give up cards. What are you going to do? You're going to block and then your turn is nothing? Like, honestly, like...
I figured 1 card would be fine to stop the Frost, but maybe he has like a blue pitch or something to get him started. If he does, that would help. Yeah, this is looking a little rough for Adam. Yep. Extra resources or extra pitch value is not something that Bolton plays normally.
Yep, so we're just going to Bolt of Courage. That is going to get rid of the
Frostbite.
The Frostbite token. However, Channel Like Frigid is still up.
I think he'd need to pay for every reaction to go ahead and react with Bolton, too.
This is true. Absolutely, Bolton is an activated effect and would need to be paid for.
That's painful.
However, Bolt of Courage, I mean, draws a card if it hits. So, I mean, there's that, too.
True, and he does have a card in hand still. Oh, Art of War coming down from Evan.
Oh, we're just going to Art of War defensively. Don't see that too often.
He got rid of Spinal Crush, too, which is normally a card you usually save for.
Oh, Evan had a double Art of War turn, or double Art of War hand.
I think he drew into one of those just now,
Oh,
actually.
did he? Okay, I didn't see if he already drew.
Yeah, that's...
My bad.
Oh, he could do it again. He's got a floating resource. Double Art of War
Could do it
turn.
again if he wanted to. Don't know if you really want to at this point. I'm sure looking at that second Art of War, he's not happy drawing into it.
Yeah, probably not. Especially because he's going to try and probably keep the channel down for another turn, which...
What's going on, chat? Who you guys rooting for in this crazy matchup in round 3?
Honestly, I love Evan. Evan's a great friend, but like Bolton, we don't see enough Bolton these days, and it's kind of good. It's kind of cool to cheer for the underdog in a matchup, which Bolton definitely is seen as the underdog.
Definitely feels like
Oldham.
it for sure. Even though he did run through one of our Oldham players earlier.
He did. But yeah, I think Evan was hoping to draw a couple ice cards to, what's the word I'm looking for? Keep the channel up after next turn. And it looks like... Oh, no. The Spinal Crush is defending for more because
Correct,
it has the,
because of Art of War.
And Adam did pitch for the... Yep, there it is. He did pitch for the
I don't know, I love Evan, but I'm rooting for Bolton. Totally understandable. I don't know if Outcast Haven guys are in here. They want Adam to win as well.
Yep. But he was able to pitch for the channel cost, though, for his extra reaction and sword swing. So I'm not looking too bad off the back of this turn, or the back of the last turn.
I mean, this is not the worst turn while being under Channel Like Frigid.
Nope, not at all. That deck is getting thin, though.
Yeah, that graveyard is quite higher than the deck at this point.
Not to mention the Soul and the cards he's banished from Soul takes into account part of it, too.
Yeah, I think we're trying to get to a point where... we can actually do that beacon turn.
We do see that he's just swinging with the hammer, so the channel is going away because he only has one ice card there.
Don't count it out yet. Oh yeah.
No, I see the Art of War and the Autumn Touch in his
Yeah,
hand.
I was thinking like maybe he has like a pummel. I forgot we already know the Art of War for sure, and then the other card being an Autumn's Touch.
Technically, he could activate the Art of War to do nothing if he had another ice card in hand, but that would be kind of a waste. Unless you were... Well, now, to keep channel up for another turn, I don't think that's a waste necessarily. And he's opting to take the Frost token, so I think he knows that every card he defends with is just one card closer to decking out at this point.
You can't defend at this point, I think, unless you absolutely have to.
It'd be so painful. It's basically... Oh, the trade-off is just too good for Evan right now. Oh, here we go. We got a Beacon of Victory. Oh, no, not Beacon of Victory.
Via the Vanguard. And we did have to pitch for it. We had to pitch both of our resources from our Beacon. So we are coming in for 5. We charged 1 card. We have 1 card in hand and 1 card in arsenal.
And a lot of cards in
And Evan's starting that with a pitching for Crown of Seeds. I thought it was an Ice React.
I thought he was skipping straight to the Ice React, too. I was going to be very surprised if that was the case.
So we're already blocking one of it. Might be blocking another one of it with the shield. Again, we still haven't buffed it yet. Oh, we didn't buff it at all other than its own buff. So we did block 4 with a pummel.
And there's the Ice React.
And there's the Ice React. So then we're just going to swing the sword, swing Raiden.
For 4. There it is.
Now, how many cards we have in soul? I believe I count 6 there. So a Beacon of Victory would be a +6.
Yeah, at least 5 or 6.
Evan is going to take the 4 damage, go to 8. Now he is actually in quite a dangerous position. We do know Beacon of Victories are in the deck. However, if Evan can actually put on pressure to block with cards in hand, but it doesn't look like he's going to.
He's got another Frosty 4 coming in. But I'm kind of surprised. What is Adam's arsenal? Because he didn't even play it during that turn.
I wonder if it's actually a Beacon of Victory. To try to finish the game. I'm not sure what it is.
He could be baiting. If he is, that's like... Oh, no, Celestial Cataclysm would take 3 out of the soul first, which would be bad. You know what card I haven't seen Adam play this entire 2 games we've seen is Bolting Blade. The Majestic that costs 2 less for each time you've charged this turn. I'm kind of surprised I haven't seen that come down. It's a strong.
I think Valiant Thrust is just a better version of it.
And more consistent.
Honestly, yeah, especially against he might be siding them out against this matchup just because charging 2 consistently doesn't feel good. If you only charge once, then you still have to pay for the other one or pay for the other 2.
That's true. It'd really only be good as via the Vanguard turns.
Correct. You want to. It's a kind of a, I don't want to say win more, but just definitely more of a combo centric. Via the Vanguard, charging 2, play it for free, play another thing for free, weapon swing, something like along those lines where it's just this huge blow-up turn that I don't think Oldham's ever going to let you do.
Nope.
At least not consistently, for sure.
So he did block with the 1 card and the last piece of equipment to stop the Frost from coming down. He has his Tunic counter for turn.
And that's probably why.
He's probably waiting. He's been waiting for this. Oh, Celestial Cataclysm to start.
Right on cue.
I wonder if he had a charge card, though, because I would start with that just in case Evan blocks to buff the Cataclysm with Bolton's ability. But we'll see what he comes down with. He has to go again, so he's going to come down with something after this. I wonder what it is, though.
Go again. I believe 2 cards still, so 2 cards in hand, 1 card in arsenal. Evan going to Crown of Seeds. Only play it in Prism. Yeah, I totally agree with that. Just Valiant Thrust is just a better version of it most of the time, honestly.
Yeah, you're right. The 1 for 7 versus 4 for 7, technically. Definitely better. Evan blocking a lot there. That's why I'm saying, like, I wonder if Adam had the ability to charge before playing the Celestial Cataclysm to give it the bonus damage off the Macho Grande being there.
Interesting enough, Evan only has 5 more damage worth of blocking in his hand.
Yeah, and this is coming... Oh,
he has a pummel and an Autumn's Touch, I believe.
Adam also still has a card in Arsenal, so this Express Lightning could come in with the Snapdragons with Go Again, and then he could play whatever that is in Arsenal, even if it's a Take Flight with the Tunic counter, and then go into Sword Swing. This is a big turn for Adam. I think this is what he's been waiting for the whole time.
And even if it is a Beacon of Victory, he could just beacon over this and swing a free attack.
Yeah. I wonder if that's why he didn't swing with the...
Oh, we're cracking Snapdragon Scalers. We're giving it go again.
There it is. I wonder if he didn't crack the... or use Beacon of Express Lightning first because he was afraid that the Ice React would come down and get rid of the Celestial Cataclysm, which would be devastating for this damage.
The floating Crown of Seeds damage... floating Crown of Seeds effect's going to stop one of that, so we're going to block.
Block for 2. Here comes the reaction. Oh.
Oh, no, that is it. We're just going to go to Evan's turn. Evan probably really happy to see that.
What is his last card? I don't know what the arsenal is. It's been there forever. He even broke the Snapdragons this turn. This is getting intense. This is so close to the end.
However, Adam actually able to start his turn with a full card hand.
Oh, take flight.
Take flight. This is probably absolutely the card you wanted to see. It is blue.
Giving up a Valiant Thrust, though. I saw that Valiant Thrust go into Soul. That's crazy. He must have, like, Celestial Cataclysm or something else crazy to go ahead and throw out for the turn. He's either got Beacon of Victory or Courageous Steel Hand somewhere in here, because he's got to be trying to bait the reaction off of Evan. Or trying to bait and try and go into the reaction to finish game. Ooh, Evan has Pulse of Eisenloft, though. That's a good double Oldhim React. Yep.
There it is. Exactly what we're going to see. We're going to see a double Oldhim React. Crown of Seeds is also still active for the turn.
Can you imagine if Adam just belts out 2 attack reactions in response, though? That'd be insane.
I think we're letting it resolve. Yep, we're absolutely letting it resolve.
Okay.
Now that's it. That's the only Ice React you're going to get for the turn. And are we just going to end our turn? Oh, no. Lumina Ascension.
Hey, there it is. Lumina, baby.
So we're coming in for 4 damage here. We're going to come in for 8, basically, total.
I am like 90% certain now that that is a reaction in Arsenal, and this is the turn he's been waiting for to finally belt it out. I just don't see what else can happen. There's no threat for Ice Reacts to stopping the turn. It could actually be a Celestial Cataclysm for all we know in his arsenal, because Lumina is dangerous right now. If Evan were to let it hit for 1 each hit, he'd be decking himself out for an extra card.
Well, he is going to the Crown of Seeds is going to prevent the extra 1 hit here.
True.
So we're going to give it go again. We're probably going to swing it one more time. Now again, Evan's already both Oldhim reacted. He's Crown of Seeds. He still has the Tunic and the gloves should he choose to use them. Looks like we're going to. We're going to block 5 here with gloves, Tunic, and attack.
That's crazy. So it's pumping up to 5, of course. Adam just needs... If he has the Beacon of Victory...
I just feel like he would have slammed it already. That's where... I don't know. Because, like, you Beacon of Victory, you get a free card. And the game's over.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Oh, no. That's it. Really? What is the card? I'm so... I'm so...
What's in the box?
What's in the box? Yeah, what... Seriously, though. What is in that arsenal slot?
Yeah, I am not sure at this point what that card could be. I have no idea.
I think Adam's almost about to draw his entire deck. He's got like 2 cards left in his deck right now.
And Evan just not really able to put on the pressure he probably wants to.
It's a Frosty 4 at least, but we will see if that matters.
I mean, a card in the Tunic, I almost would not even think twice about giving up the Tunic if you're thinking about blocking this at all. Reason being, I don't think you're getting to another turn with it. Kind of hurts having to throw that fancy Tunic in the graveyard. I get it, but I think it's a Celestial. I just feel like if it was a Celestial, we would have seen it already. That's where I'm at.
Yeah, because I would have played it in between the Lumina swings, like after you give the sword go again first.
Maybe he was hoping for, because he's going to see Beacon, right? If he doesn't have, he should probably have it now. We saw him pitch it not too long ago. There's like 2 cards in deck. He probably has the Beacon. Maybe he was hoping to get at least 1 more card in Soul, so he would be able to Beacon and Celestial.
Yeah.
And Evan shutting down that last last Lumina turn was basically took that away from him. Was not able to get 1 more card in Soul to guarantee both the Beacon for 1 and a Celestial Cataclysm.
That is the one thing that comes that Bolton is actually restricted by in doing all this is how many cards he has in Soul. And when you're talking about Celestial Cataclysm having to take 3, it's a very heavy cost. So right now we're just deciding what to block to keep and what to keep in hand for next turn. Can he afford to take a Frostbite? Can he afford to block? I need to know what the Arsenal card is. It's driving me crazy at this point. Watch him defend with it and it's just been a sink blow this whole time. Just waiting for the hammer swing.
It's just a sink below. Like, why you would just slam it on this one, I would imagine.
Whatever's the least, or whatever's the most anticlimactic card we can think of at this point, because we've been waiting forever.
Yeah, and Adam's just going to take it and go to 3, get a Frostbite. And I kind of think this is Adam's last real turn of the game. This is going to be a make or break right here. You have all the cards in your hand still.
He still has a Lumina in deck. There it is.
There is a Express Lightning, I believe, coming in for 4. We're going to have to charge a card.
There's no way you don't at this point. It's just like, yeah, there it is.
Yeah, we charge 1. We have 4 cards in Soul.
That was a Battlefield Blitz, I think, which is a really tough card to give up to this late in the game.
Yeah, 100%, Brandon. We can definitely throw him on. I mean, he's going to make it top cut anyway, so he's at least going to be on top cut stream.
Yeah, I think I had to decide between like Nick and someone else who's been on stream and Evan and someone else who's been on stream, and I chose the Bolton player because I was like, yo, Bolton's pretty hyped today. Especially this. Alright, giving it the go again. What is the last 2 cards?
And then in response, we're going to Ice React.
Yep, we knew that was coming.
And Crown of Seeds is still active, and we're just going to swing Raiden.
Evan only has 2 cards left in his hand right now. What? With the Crown of Seeds. Okay, so that's blocking everything. Because the Crown of Seed.
Wow, and that's actually going to hit. What is that card in Arsenal, and why has it been stuck there so hard? Adam is now completely out of deck. We're just going to swing the hammer for 4. He has to give up a card to block it.
No Frost this time, at least, but... Yeah, what...
Yeah, he has no armor left. I mean, he does have the Tunic, but even that would still be lethal. He has to give up at least a card.
He didn't even bother ticking up the Tunic counter last turn, because I think he just knows he's not getting to another one. Or maybe he doesn't even need another one. Maybe he doesn't have, what's it called, aim or take flights or anything that costs anything.
I mean, this is rough. This is kind of what I was talking about. You know, Evan was like, you know, taking the beating, taking the hits, but they were clawing together, like kind of. If I had a graph of like a 2-line graph of like their life totals, right? They were always just kind of like
almost neck and neck,
like the whole time. We were just incremental damage, and sometimes it just doesn't work against Oldham. You know, it's just gonna be like. It just is what it is. Like, that's the damage. That's the life totals, and he's going to have, like, Evan's deck is still, like, halfway full.
Yeah, oh my... Shunt? Oh my gosh. If Adam somehow closed this off with a shunt, that would be insane.
That is a good point, Outcast Haven. If that is a shunt that he has been baiting this whole time, I don't know if it was worth it. Getting Oldham to 1 is going to be a little difficult. But yeah, I totally agree with that. And Evan probably understands that too, going to 1 against Warrior, especially since I think he already saw shunts earlier.
Yeah. Oh, giving up the Lumina. That feels bad. He may be indicating he doesn't have any more charge cards left, for all we know. Oh man, this is getting down to the wire. No, he's got
Bolt of Courage.
Bolt of Courage. Bolt of Courage. Ooh, it's getting the +1. He's not going to draw a card, obviously, but... wait. Evan doesn't have any reactions he can play down. Oh! He's going to draw anyway. Oh, there's the beacon. Is that going to close it? Oh my god, it is.
I do believe that actually closes the game out, and Adam is going to take it.
You know what's hilarious about that? Adam would have drawn back into it.
The card in Arsenal was a Courageous Steel Hand. He was trying to get him to the point where it was guaranteed, I believe.
And that would have been, because with the Beacon of Victory and the Courageous Steel Hand, it would have been game. Even if you swung with Raiden right after, because Courage, after the Ice React, the, what is it? Beacon, what? Bolt of Courage. No? Yeah, isn't that what the attack is right there?
Bolt of Courage, yeah.
Yeah, Bolt of Courage. Would have redrawn the reaction anyway, and as he swings with Raiden, he just pops both of them out, and there's no way Evan can block all that. That was crazy.
What a fun game to watch. That was way interesting. Don't know what Evan could have done differently there. I think kind of Adam was in the at that very last turn of the game. I think Adam has it pretty much in checkmate. Good for him coming down here, taking care of 2 of our Oldham players. I believe that locks Adam into top 4 if he's 3-0.
He is, actually.
Yeah, so if he's 3-0, he should be in a lock for top 4, so we'll probably see more of him coming up. And absolutely, we will be. Well, first let's throw it to us here in the booth. Hi,
Hey.
there's 18 of you guys. Thank you guys so much. This has been a great stream day for us. I mean, Super Bowl Sunday, we were kind of expecting a lower turnout, but you guys have blown it out of the water. Thank you guys so much to you. We still have one more round of Swiss. We're going to either put Nick or I think Nick or Tom on stream. Tom is on a Rhinar build. Nick is on a Viscerai build. So either one, we haven't seen it. It would be awesome if they're playing each other. But either one, we haven't seen on stream yet. So it should be a lot of fun. And then after that, right after that, we're going straight into the top 4. If you guys haven't already, make sure you follow us. Make sure you share this link around. Again, I say it so much just because I really appreciate having you guys in here and talking with you guys, talking with chat. It's a lot of fun.
This has definitely been a fun Super Bowl Sunday for us here at the Collective, definitely.
Yeah, absolutely. So, all right. So I'm going to throw it on the Be Right Back screen, and then I'm actually going to mess with the camera a little bit, see if I can get it to look at least a little bit better, maybe a little bit bigger for you guys. I know that was asked for, so we'll make sure it doesn't look too grainy, hopefully. And we'll be right back. Round 4 coming up.
Alright, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're in our fourth and final round of Swiss for today. Let me go ahead and update this text real quick. There we go. And we are here with a Jamie versus Anthony. So we got Oldham versus Mech. So this is an interesting one because people have had a lot of back and forth opinions on which character or which class takes the win on this one. And this time I'm joined by Tom. AJ's going ahead and taking a little break while he judges out there. Welcome to the stream, Tom.
Thank you. How's it going, chat?
It's going pretty good, actually. We got a sizable crowd for Super Bowl Sunday, so we're happy to hear that, and we're happy to have you guys here too. I know we wanted Nick on the stream. He's playing someone who does not wish to be on stream right now. He will definitely be in the top 4, though, so we should be able to see him on the next one. But I know you guys wanted to see him and see some Runeblade action today, which surprisingly we haven't seen just yet, so it'll be a refreshing, or it'll be a novel include to the stream once he shows up next round.
And don't worry, it is as strong as you imagine.
Yep. That goes without saying at this point. But we do have, what's the word I'm looking for? Yeah, so we got Jamie and Anthony. Like I said, Mech versus Oldham, which, like I said, once the shields got introduced to the game, people have been debating, like, whether or not that gives Guardian enough of a chance against Mech, or whether that's not enough. I wonder if Jamie's even, like, including Smashing Good Time to try and get rid of some of the items early.
Yeah, so...
What do you think, Tom?
Well, so in the prior meta, the reasoning goes, Dash was kind of pushed out by the aggressive decks, and therefore Oldham didn't really have to worry about it.
Not as much.
However, I do think that one of the innovations that came out of the prior format was an Oldham that had about 10 cards or so that could give go again on the attack. So what I expect to see from Jamie is an aggressive plan here, and Smashing Good Time probably not in his sideboard, but nonetheless probably try to attack the Dash before the items get too overwhelming.
Or even just sink them down below with the Oakenolds, which does make it hard for them to control what they have in their hand.
Yeah, I mean, Oakenold is kind of tough to fuse in the first cycle for this deck, but I'm sure Jamie will snap them off as soon as he sees them.
Yeah, looks like we're starting the mech, or it looks like Anthony's going first, starting off with a classic load the items that are already on the field.
Yeah, so look, I'm going to ask you a non-gameplay related question while they just kind of durdle for the first few turns here.
Yeah, what's up?
In the rules for Flesh and Blood, you're allowed to use basically anything you want to represent counters on cards, or like, just keep track of resources and so forth. So we see Anthony has these coins here of some kind. What do you think about them? Like, is that a good enough way to represent resources?
Yeah, because they're kind of clear, they're very obvious, and so long as they always represent the same thing depending on what they're on, then it's fine.
Yeah.
It really depends on both players just understanding.
Mm-hmm.
A counter can be represented by anything, so long as it's either not obstructing or obscure, you could say.
Yeah.
Just like anything could technically represent a token in high-level events. So like a casual, you could technically use anything to represent your hero token,
Right.
so long as both players understand what the hero's ability is.
Yeah, for sure. Me personally, I feel like everything should just be dice. I think that it's like, why make the game language any harder to understand? You know what I mean?
Yeah. Let me go remind them to use dice. Speaking of which, to
Yeah,
represent
they
the
are on
damage.
stream, so that's typically what we do here.
Oh shoot!
It's a little cramped in our streaming setup. So it does look like indeed we're seeing some dirtily play, and at first just loading the items on Dash's side. Jamie comes in though with what I believe was an Enlightened Strike with a go again, or Zealous Belting. Either way, it dealt 5 as Anthony let it through, and now a Command and Conquer from Jamie as the follow-up.
I think it's Zealous Belting. I think Jamie was looking for a few of them at the start of the start of the tournament today.
Well, the list definitely has both.
Yeah.
Yeah. I honestly, this is kind of what I was alluding to with Oldham having a bit more of a go again 2 attack per turn slant, and Command and Conquer is kind of the perfect second attack.
Yeah, and I think Guardian in general has been opting to do that to help with the Prism matchups overall. So like Enlightened Strike and Zealous Belting definitely have been key to keeping them in play in the long run against Prism and other matchups down the line.
Yeah,
But,
I find it really interesting actually that just across these different archetypes between Briar and the last meta, and even you could say the current meta with the Earth Channel Mat Heroic Briar, and also these Guardian decks, like generic attacks do a lot of work.
We see that weird orange card in Anthony's graveyard. What is that card? We had trouble identifying it during the first round. Anthony was on stream.
It might be that new like 2-for-6 attack.
Pulverize or not pulverize? I know what you're talking about. That doesn't look like it. It doesn't have like that dark. It would be more electric-y and brighter. We'll figure it out later. But getting back to the game on hand. 0-60. That's a good card. I like it.
So I'm kind of interpreting Anthony's line of play here as indicating that he has a more aggressive deck, right? So he let 11 damage through, including the Command and Conquer blowing up his arsenal. So he's got to have something that's really aggressive, right?
That is very strange, yeah. No, he definitely was playing aggressive in the mirror match versus V, although I think we kind of concluded that both of them needed to do that in the mirror. Like, the more aggressive deck will win first.
I see.
Because they both got their item suite out of 2 chambers and 1 purifier out pretty quickly, both of them. So...
Yeah, I actually didn't even notice it because we were busy talking about tokens, but Anthony has a purifier over there.
He did that turn 1.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was his first turn, just loading up the things and getting the purifier out and arsenaling a card. So really a solid turn 1 for the mech against this mirror.
Yeah.
Like not having to try and waste cards of their own to try and get cards that Oldham's going to refill anyway, and just getting the item out of the deck and onto the field.
Yeah, and I mean, he must have activated the purifier already this turn. It is quite good damage once you have it already. Yeah, so that's probably why he let those attacks through.
Yeah, and it looks like he's because he's already got the three damage dice on the pistol.
The pistol, yep. Jamie just staring down the attacks with abandon here, and he probably has, like you were saying, Ryan, just some disruptive attack coming up.
No Go Again though. He could have activated Go Again and loaded up the pistol and chamber again with the last 2 resources at the very least. Huh, interesting.
Jamie fusing a Glacial Footsteps?
Yeah, that's a Glacial Footsteps fused. That's cool. I haven't seen Glacial Footsteps used for its actual attack all day today.
Yeah, maybe that's why Jamie took the damage, as he figured, like, I may as well get this off while I can.
It was a 0-60 and 1 pistol shot, so that was 7 damage total, I think, or something along those lines.
Something
so yeah, that wasn't a lot. So, oh, you know what? Probably maybe Anthony had shot with the pistol first and already used the induction chamber. Go
yeah.
in.
Ryan, why is the chat
There's
on...
Twitch and YouTube chats.
There's Twitch and YouTube chats, okay.
Yeah, so don't worry about it.
Okay.
But yeah, let's see what's... he's using the equipment to go ahead and get the most defensive value for this. I don't know how I feel about this. I know it's a dominated attack and you don't want to take too much free damage, but health is health at the end of the day. I feel like you want to save this for when Oakenold comes out so you can try and defend that a little more easily.
Yeah,
You would still need a card from Arsenal to go ahead and fully defend an Oakenold with the equipment and 1 card from hand, but I think that's a little more worthwhile than just a vanilla Glacial.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you here, Ryan, and I'm also just kind of I'm interested in the play of Jamie to take the damage just to Oakenold, right? It's only 8 dominated, the blue version. Why do you think he was going for that?
He may have just saw that dominate is always a good chance to... Some people, and this is what you usually think, when you're... Well, some people just take it at face value, you know, like, if it's dominated, I'm going to be using this armor down the line anyway, might as well use it on an attack where I can't soak up the damage using cards from hand to keep my life total higher, which is not a bad plan when you're going up against Oldham, who's either looking to kill you first or do the deck out play. So both of those. Oh, you know what else? Could be the fact that later on, he could have a hand that has more items that he can't defend things with, so keeping his health total up now would save him from possibly a lethal turn down the line.
Yeah, that's a good point. I guess Jamie's ideal scenario really is chaining together dominated attacks.
Yeah, that's kind of what you do against defensive match. Ooh, here comes the Spark of Genius. That's going to either get down another induction chamber or purifier. What do you think he's going to grab?
I would assume the go again, yeah.
Yep, chamber. All right, so he's got 2 chambers out and 1 purifier. That's a really good start here on turn 3 at the most for the mech matchup.
I think it is turn 3. Jamie's tunic looks like it has 2 pips on it, so...
Yep, so it's about to go to 3. So yeah, this is turn 3 and already 2 items down on Anthony's side. Boy, if he was playing Smashing Good Time, Jamie would be really happy right now to get rid of one of those.
Yeah, maybe he would be. You know, there's an interesting thing about Smashing Good Time. It is now that Plunder Run is banned, the only card, I believe, that buffs any attack action by +3, at least as a generic.
No,
So
come to fight and...
Well, the only 0 cost.
0 cost, yes.
Yeah.
0 cost, yeah. It's the only... Because it needs to be played from Arsenal to get that bonus.
Yeah, it does.
No, I swear there's like one more that I'm just
I
not
think
thinking
it
off
was
the top of
just
my head.
Plunder Run, right? That effect?
+3 from Arsenal?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it is. I'm trying
Or
to...
does a Foresight have that as well? Foresight?
Well, that costs 1.
That costs 1, does it? Okay.
Yeah. That one costs
Yeah,
1, and the Arsenal effect from that one is that you get to opt to.
Yeah.
So it's kind of inclined as a Ranger card almost.
Right.
But
In any case, I think that effect of having an unconditional +3, I mean, yes, you have to play it from Arsenal, so that's a condition, but it affects any attack, right? So
It's
your
strong,
Command and
yeah.
Conquerors, anything. So if Dash does come out in the meta, I would expect to see some of that card.
yeah, I don't... Oh, don't mind that. AJ's phone's probably just acting up. But I would suspect that if Mech does make more of a splash than predicted in the meta now, with some of the new cards she got, or even just general old Dash against all the Guardians that are going to come out, we can expect Smashing Good Time to see a little bit more play in the future. It is finally one way that other classes besides Brute can destroy items now.
Yeah, well, what's interesting, I was playing Brute today during the event, and I didn't bring Arg Smash. I wasn't respecting a Dash at all. Didn't play against them, but I actually feel like the game plan is probably better to just race them anyway and forget about the items.
Possibly. I do think that destroying their items, though, hampers them in the long run enough to warrant... Because, it still defends 3, and it's a yellow pitch.
Yeah,
at
it
the
doesn't
very
have much
least.
downside, that's for sure.
Yeah. But, I think you're kind of lucky that you dodged the Dash players. There's 2 of them.
Maybe. Well, I got 2 Oldims, which supposedly is
That's worse.
solid for Reinar.
That's right, yeah, because the
Yeah.
Intimidate mechanic... I still think it's terrible, though.
It's actually pretty bad, you're right.
Yeah.
Crown of Seeds gives them a 5-card hand, so if you're playing barraging beatdowns, you can't really punch through effectively. Yeah, it's not fun. Oldhim's too efficient as a mid-range deck.
Yeah. It is kind of crazy just how good Crown of Seeds makes the... I feel like Oldhim would be a tier down if Crown of Seeds wasn't there.
Yeah.
Crown of Seeds makes the difference.
It really does. Jamie electing not to use his Crown effect just yet on this turn.
I
Couple
don't think...
zipper hits, or not zipper hits, 0 to 60 in a row here.
There's AJ coming in with the dice. But I wonder if Jamie is eyeballing some sort of combo. Yeah, I think he's eyeballing a combo he has because he's keeping his entire hand through 2 boosted attacks with Go Again.
Oh, he has a third one. Oh my
Wow,
god.
okay.
Sit down, Briar. I'm going to come in for 4 go again 3 times. He still has resources to use his pistol and chambers. This is an insanely wide turn.
Yeah, and Jamie finally conceding a card from his hand at the very least. That's crazy, though. Oh, here comes... Oh, I thought it was going to... What is that card? I can't see.
He paid 2 resources.
Oh,
Is it a maximum velocity? Yeah, it's coming in for 10.
Oh my god, it's maximum velocity!
What kind of a hand is this? Draw 3 red 0 to 60 into maximum velocity. This is the kind of stuff you goldfish and dream of.
Yeah, and you know what's crazy about this is that we were talking about this earlier. We thought that he had maybe arsenaled maximum velocity on a earlier attack. But now it's kind of crazy to see that the Arsenal was the right play this time.
Yeah.
Since he was able to play down 4 boost cards in a row like this. Not normally something you would expect to get off to get the maximum. Like, it's not something you risk normally, putting the maximum velocity in Arsenal to try and get this off, but it paid off this time.
Yeah, it really did.
Wow.
And Jamie just must be sitting here, like, contemplating his life decisions to end up in such a seat.
Yeah. I would say in Jamie's case now, unless his hand is going to somehow return value to the note of 10 damage or more against Anthony during the next turn, I would definitely just block out at this point. Whatever he was saving for, it's not worth it.
He'll be on the back foot almost certainly for the foreseeable future. If he decides not to block, he'll just have to... Like, there will be no tempo swing if he doesn't have the life to do it.
Exactly. And especially against, like, Dash, who's just going to gun you down and take cards out of your hand each turn to do it. It's like, you can't do that in the long run.
Right.
Take big hits like this that you could defend.
Yeah, so... Jamie, I think, takes 1 after the dust settles. I'm trying to see what he blocked with.
He blocked with his glove, he blocked with the shields, the Crown of Seeds block, and 2 cards from hand.
Yeah, well, those 2 cards would have given us some insight as to what he was hoping to keep.
Oh, Disable and...
yeah, so we see an Ice
Autumn's
card,
Touch.
the Autumn's Touch. So my guess is that Jamie's last card is an Oakenold here.
Yeah, maybe he was hoping to... Because he pitched the...
He pitched his Ice card.
Yeah, Ice card to go ahead and activate it, so...
Yep.
He's got... I wonder what he's going to... he might just Arsenal pass, which will give Anthony a huge swing in momentum into his favor, not having to give up any cards on his turn, and start off the turn with pitch into a couple gun swings before he does something else.
So Jamie had a Channel Lake Frigid that he just pitched here.
Ah, I see. He might have been wanting to play that, which would be devastating against a mech player.
Yeah. I mean, just imagine if Jamie was on the play instead of the draw. That Channel Lake Frigid comes down and then you laugh at the maximum velocity.
You have to load or pay 2 just to load your items.
Yeah.
And then you have to pay 1 to take the Steam counter off.
Yeah.
That's insane.
I have to say, that turn from Dash looked like a Viscerai turn. A bunch of 4 cost or 4 power attacks into, in this case, at max velocity for 10. Viscerai maybe would have had all of those in Rune Chance.
Well, Rune Chance or Ninth Blade.
Yeah.
Rune Chance and Ninth Blade. There you go. But yeah, it's Dash has really easy wide turns, and they're easy because of the economy for it. It's kind of like how Levia gets a lot of bonus damage on her cards for the cost of banishing from the graveyard. The difference is that Dash banishes from the top of her deck, which could arguably be a lot better, just because of how consistent it is.
Yes, and of course neither hero functionally has an on-hit effect, so...
Nope.
They,
Actually, Dash has a few cards that do give on-hit effects when you've boosted to your next boost card.
It's true, you know, you can give Dominate to an attack.
Plus 3 if Combustible Courier hits.
Yeah, well, that one's quite potent. I think there might be an aggressive slant with Teklo Pounder that kind of tries to abuse that interaction, but...
Hang on a sec, we got a double Octane turn here. Oh my goodness.
So much Octane.
You know what's crazy? This is the first, during the first match, Anthony played the mech goggles, that's name I keep not being able to pronounce, the Visitron.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he's not playing it this time, he's got the double boost, or the double Octane. Man, can you imagine if he had that for this turn? That'd be insane.
Yeah, he'd be able to sculpt his hand. He'd have a Viscerai turn into a Kano turn, essentially.
He would have no trouble just doing exactly whatever he wants.
Yeah.
And he's going to get double the action points every time he gets the go again from the boost. So if he has a bunch of blue cards, he can just keep shooting pistol over and over and over again without having to even use the induction chambers.
I think Jamie just pitched a pummel in order to pay for his Rampart of the Ram's Head.
Oh, and he ice reacted to get rid of the last card. Ooh, that might actually hurt because he only has 2 floating resources right now. And the most he can do to get more is... using the Teklo Foundry Heart to get maybe 1 more on top of that.
Yeah, so the double high octane turn actually not having as much of an impact here.
Yeah, actually, I would have maybe arsenaled 1 and saved it for the next turn if I was Anthony to just guarantee the extra cards in hand. He could still do stuff though. He has resources floating and pistol he can load twice.
There is an interesting conversation to be had about just cycling the the high octane. Anthony is on the front foot so much here that it does kind of make sense if he was looking at not much aggression and the high octane turned itself into more aggression. Of course, Oldham's hero ability kind of being worth it here, preventing a lot of damage.
And now the shield's getting extra value too by being able to pump itself and block multiple times. Yeah, so Anthony still has 2 action points. Only 1 resource, though. I might have used the resource to activate the Teklo Heart, but maybe he likes whatever's on top of his deck. Or it's not even a mech card that's on top of his deck now after the Ice React.
Yeah, good thinking.
So, knowing what it is, thankfully, at least takes out the mystery that Anthony would have been trying for if he had done it otherwise. So, we're just going to trust that Anthony knows what he's doing there, and he just didn't want to banish that card just for an extra pistol attack on the turn.
Yeah.
God, such a underwhelming double octane though. That's kind of a bummer though.
Oldham's sort of doing his thing, just being a pesky defender. And, I think maybe Anthony was hoping that Jamie didn't have an ice card to do the Oldham react. It would have really panned out for his turn. So it probably was good to play as though Jamie didn't have one and just try to get the maximum damage there.
Yeah, but if Anthony had a chance to see the Bolton matches that have gone up against Guardian today, he would know that that's just too much to ask for. Just hoping you don't have an ice card to ruin your combo turn.
Yeah, well, so the good news is that either way, he takes the entire hand from Oldham.
He
So
does.
now there's no crown or no arsenal to use Crown of Seeds. Very much still on the front foot is Anthony.
You know what I'm surprised? I'm surprised Anthony hasn't gotten down another item on the field in a while. He's gone through a lot of his deck and even boosted a lot of his deck out, and I don't remember seeing any particular items in his boost zone or his banish zones. So he's got at least 1 more induction chamber, I'm guessing, and at least 1 more purifier somewhere in his deck.
Is that a Spark of Genius though in the banish zone?
No, that's the rotary ram.
Okay.
God, I'm happy I can see these the pictures on these cards from here and still be able to tell what they are, because like we said, folks, we are going to work on improving our camera quality soon down the line, but for now we are giving you the best that we can right now, and that's why we also have them represent dice with damage, so we can see what colors they are, just know what boosts are or boosts and damage are on each attack.
Yeah, thankfully we have people like Ryan who can recognize just about any card from the art.
I do my best at the very least, except for that one from the discards. I might after this round is over and there it is in the pitch zone. That card I can't recognize.
All right,
that's the mech card.
So I'm gonna pull up now on my phone so Ryan can not have a conniption. All of the mech cards from the new set, and we'll get this straightened out.
A conniption prescription. But Jamie opting to take. Ooh, wait, Jamie took both gunshots. Interesting. I wonder if he's got something up his sleeve that he was holding out for this turn. Because that was a pretty underwhelming turn from Anthony, having full access to his hand, just doing a few gun swings. Still no extra item either. But he did get to Arsenal this time, so that's pretty good. There's the Channel Lake Frigid. Alright, so Channel Lake Frigid finally coming down on Jamie's side, which means that he gets to put on a lot of pressure onto Anthony's upcoming turns. So much so that Anthony might just completely block out whatever he can.
So we're looking at some of the new cards.
I don't think it's a new one. I think it's from Arcane.
It's from Arcane.
I'm assuming. It's either from Arcane or Crucible, obviously, because those are the only places where mech cards are left. But getting back to the game, Channel Lake Frigid and a Frosty Hammer. Jamie is back in the driver's seat with this combo because Anthony just cannot effectively attack during the next couple turns with the kind of what's the word I'm looking for? With the kind of resources it would require.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think just some...
It's oppressive. It's gross and oppressive, basically.
It's gross and oppressive. There's a reason that Oldham has made many top tables in the past couple months. He is the mid-range deck to beat mid-range decks, and that's kind of what we're seeing here.
Yeah. By the way, we did guess it might be Teklelson. It's the workshop card. I just want to be sure because I need to look at that picture again just to be sure. Because you're right, it's not played a lot. It is an interesting include if he is playing that. But he hasn't had a chance to really get it off, which is kind of disappointing because that is an interesting way to get items out.
How does it work, Ryan?
I think it's based on the amount of times you've boosted the combat chain. You get to opt X, and then reveal the top card of your deck if it's an item, or banish the top card of your deck. If it's an item, you can play it onto the field if it's equal or less than the amount of times you've boosted this combat chain.
That sounds extremely interesting because I'm actually a huge fan of the new dash items, despite not being a dash player myself and actually quite disliking the playstyle in general. I think that kind of disruption is really interesting. It's what makes a deck like Oldhim quite good is that he, now Dash has these tools to sideboard in against certain strategies that make it quite obnoxious to play against.
Yeah, the what's the word I'm looking for? The Signal Jammer is the only one that's kind of super underwhelming. It is good against specifically like Rune Blades, for example, like specifically decks that like to play multiple non-attack actions before they do whatever they're trying to do. But it's definitely kind of not the greatest against other things.
Well, I can see it having utility in the future in Flesh and Blood. And I think the Dissolution Sphere is just an excellent card.
Here you go. Here's the workshop. Let me take a read at this again. Opt X, where X is the number of times you've boosted this turn. Okay, so not combat chain. Reveal the top card of your deck. If it's a Mechnologist item card with 2 or less, put it into the arena. And then it goes down to 1 or less or zero cost for the red, blue, and yellow. What's the word I'm looking for? Cycle.
Yeah, so I think that's a really clever little bit of tech if Anthony is trying to get out these more niche items.
And that would be interesting, definitely.
Yeah, it's like if the density of items in your deck is high enough and you're trying to do this, like, I don't know, it kind of would remind me of the way in which some of the new Prism strategies are to attack with Heralds and then play a 0-cost aura at the end of the turn. Maybe Anthony's looking for something similar with his items.
Yeah, that could be it. If it's foil, it would definitely have more of an orangish tone or tint to it from the camera side. So I'll double check, but yeah, let's go with the guess that it's the workshop. And get back to the game. Yeah, like I said, I do agree with you. Some of the new mech cards are actually kind of cool, especially T-Bone that forces them to block with an equipment, which if you do enough of them in one turn can blade break something if you want to.
Yeah.
Honestly, and the fact that it's a free boost card is also pretty good. Obviously not doing much damage in blue and yellow, but like I said, all you need is 1 damage to force them to defend with blade break card to break it. It could also be good for baiting out Viserai's what's the word I'm looking for? The Skeletor, if they've already defended with it once, Make it so they can't get that Sonata turn off.
And of course it has the synergy with Maximum Velocity, which we already saw in quite some fashion earlier.
I was saying earlier that the base mech cards with boost, the 0 to 60, zipper hit, and throttle, are just good on their own. Just damage with boost. That's it.
Yep.
It's so simple, but so powerful.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, for crying out loud, Brute has to draw and discard a random card, hope to hit a 6 in order to match the power level there of
the
throttle
power,
to get going. Yeah. And Wild Ride, the card I was referencing, doesn't even block. Whereas I think every mech card, aside from the items, blocks for 3.
Yeah, the only thing I could say is that the economy is even better for mech in that way, in that you're just boosting off the top, you're banishing off the top instead of from your hand, so you're not even losing hand advantage doing that.
Yeah, well, Wild Ride, part of the reason it is such an upgrade over the past versions in Brute
is that it doesn't require you to have as many cards in hand initially when you play it.
Exactly.
Absolutely. It still sucks though, compared to the defense for 0, nothing, while Dash gets to block with everything in her arsenal, except for the items, which may be part of the balance they were thinking of.
Yeah, possibly.
They might be thinking that, Dash is playing all these item cards to make her deck effective, so, she may not have a 0 defense on her boost cards, but she's got 0 defense on all these items, so we hope you try and catch her off guard while she's got a bunch of items in hand, I guess.
Yeah, it very much seems like the design philosophy for Dash is something along the lines of lots of damage, really efficient cards, right? So the pistols and loading steam counters, you always have something to do with your extra resources. This is all very efficient, but then the only interesting effects that come out of any of those are the items, right? Everything else is vanilla.
I still subscribe that part of the reason why Brute initially had 0 defense cards in the first place during the Monarch set was specifically because of Prism having
Yeah.
too much like oppression, I guess, from the brute side. If the
Yeah, didn't want Phantasm to be that easy to block.
yeah, because like obviously pulping is a stupidly stacked card, and tear limb from limb when it goes off also very powerful, and they have the draw card to and then discard a card instead of just discarding a card from hand replacement. But swing smash with big tree, it was just vanilla damage for a slightly better energy cost value. It did not deserve to have that little defense.
Yeah, I agree.
Well, 0 defense, literally nothing defense.
What do you think about Spinal Crush here from Jamie? It doesn't actually hinder the pistol play per se.
It does, because the go again is what comes off the induction chamber. And when you're loading it, with the steam counters, those are all go again. So absolutely.
So you need action points from something like a high octane, and then
high octane has to have go again too. But if you lose go again,
it doesn't go again.
Yeah.
Wow, that's so. Oh, it's innocuous, right? Yeah. Spinal Crush saying no thanks.
Literally, the only thing you could do is boost once, use the Achilles heel to give yourself an action point, and then use another attack. That's the best case scenario if you get Spinal Crushed here.
AJ is fixing our stream setup. Thank you, AJ. Yellow Macho Grande.
Hey, Fuller Macho Grande.
My second favorite Macho.
Macho Man Randy Savage.
That's not what I was going for, but thank you.
But yeah, Anthony respecting the Spinal Crush effect going into his next turn. He has an Arsenal card and 2 cards in hand still, so he can still do plenty with that.
Yeah, I think in this position, I would rather be the mech player. Having a higher life total is nice. And looks like Jamie doesn't have an Arsenal this turn as well.
That's actually kind of devastating for Oldham trying to play defensively, because Crown of Seeds is just so high value, being able to give you a card you can defend with from hand instead of the one from Arsenal, and then also paying for 2 damage block with the shield and Seeds itself.
Yep.
Jamie just opting to throw down cards to defend. This is kind of where mech starts to get oppressive right now. I might have started with a shield block too from Jamie if he was willing to give up an extra card, because now he could pump it a couple times for each gun blast, even if it would have been overblock on the first hit. You know what I mean?
I hear you.
But
of course, the shield does lose a dramatic amount of value without Crown of Seeds to use the extra resources.
I disagree, because if he shoots 3 times, then you're getting all 3 pumps on the shield when you pitch 1 blue. And you get to save a card from hand down the line when you're blocking the 3rd hit.
Yeah, I mean, that use case is absolutely there. Maybe Jamie was expecting a different follow-up than just the pistols, but...
I kind of would too, considering he's still got a card in Arsenal, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But no, it looks like it's going to be 3 hits for 9 damage total over the turn. Jamie being able to block all of it very easily, honestly, just with 3 Guardian cards.
Yeah, maybe that's what he was thinking, is let's just not leak damage here. Sure, I could put my shield, but I leak 3 damage over the turn.
Even all the new Guardian cards block for 3, like Seismic Surge that creates the Seismic Surge tokens.
Seismic Stir.
Seismic Stir, yes. Yeah. It creates, or it blocks for 3. Imposing Visage, the one that searches out for an aura, blocks for 3. All of the auras block for 3. Guardian just... I don't think Guardian has a single 2-block card that I can think of. It's either no block or full block.
Yeah, that's the namesake of the class anyway. It's defending well.
Yep. Guardian living up to its expectations, as we expect.
Yeah, if anyone ever sits across a draft table from Ryan, expect the Guardian to be the thing he chooses.
That's all they give me! Everyone takes the other cards as I'm trying to go into, like, Warrior or something, and then all I've got left is Guardian cards and all the generics I've been taking up to that point. Welcome to Wraith, I'm like, take all the generics first, especially defense reactions, and see what happens. And then it's like, well, I guess only Guardian's left for some reason, again.
All of you viewers who know a friend who forces a particular archetype in draft, you know what I mean.
Yep.
Ryan's trying to weasel his way out of this, but I won't let him.
I pick all the generics first, so I get left with whatever people give me. Everyone else is forcing something based on whatever they pulled, and it was funny during the James Lockwood Farewell to Wraith events. There was a Crippling Crush and 2 Spinal Crushes in our draft pod. So if I had just taken the Crippling Crush when I was opened from my pack, I would have had it in my Guardian build. Nope. Decided to, do the usual. Just take the generics first.
Yeah, so maybe there's a middle ground is what I'm trying to suggest.
Maybe.
Okay, so Anthony taking quite a bit of time here to decide on a block. It's a frosty winner's whale.
Wait, is this still the same winner's whale from when we started this conversation about draft, like 10 minutes ago at this point?
Yep.
Wow. Hard decision, though, when you get close to the end of the game. I think if you're Anthony, does he not? No, he doesn't have any more blocks on his equipment right now since he's above on life. Oh, yeah, I don't know if you noticed, Anthony's playing Ironhide gloves.
Yeah, I was actually, just trying to make out that art. It kind of threw me off. It looks purple in this light, and I'm quite sure the Ironhides are usually blue, but...
I think the armor is kind of a purplish blue, so
Yeah.
I don't blame you there. But yeah, that's Ironhide gloves.
It kind of makes sense. If he has something else to do with the resources, like, I don't know. I'm actually not sure what he would
Mech
have.
doesn't, though. Not on your
Yeah.
opponent's turn, no.
Yeah, not on the opponent's turn, so...
I think
Interesting
Iron
choice.
Rot would have been a better choice if you're looking for the extra armor, to be honest. Because you don't have to pitch to get the extra defense from them.
Look, Anthony's got some interesting choices in his deck.
Oh, you know what it is? I think it's because items don't block. So if you have an item in hand that you can pitch to get the extra defense, that might be a better play than just
See?
taking the hit.
Now we're thinking.
True. Actually, that's not a bad point. And on the attacks against Dominate, like an Okanold, for example, if that extra 2 block would prevent you from taking the hits, that's better than taking the hit.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, that makes more sense now.
Yeah, okay, so Anthony took 1 and a Frostbite here.
Pitching a high octane to... Oh, there's the
Play
card.
Workshop, but he's boosted 0, so he can just reveal the top card and that's that, right?
I guess, yeah. Yeah, it's going to reveal.
No,
Nope.
he missed.
Okay, so to those who guessed in the chat that it was the workshop, I think it's a foil version, possibly second print, because those ones are way darker than the initial artwork. That's why I had trouble picking it out, because like I see the workbench now. I see it, but the orange light coming from the sun and from the window there is much darker than on the first edition prints. So
Yeah.
Yep. There's the workshop, like Jay Franey guessed in the chat. So good job. Kind of disappointing that he didn't get to use it to full effectiveness though.
And it's just a pass from Anthony. No loading, just...
Not even pitching for the guns. That's
Yeah,
weird.
how
Did he only
interesting.
have red pitches in his hand? That might be it.
Well, even still, surely it's better than
There's
keeping
Pour
it.
the Mold in his arsenal again. I'm not a fan of him actually trying to use Pour the Mold, to be honest. I think it's good in certain scenarios, but you have to just kind of be like, oh, I have it in hand and I have the scenario. Let me just do that. Not arsenal it and hope you get the scenario, you know?
There's
just a disagreement here. Not,
yeah. There's
maybe-
something to be said as well about having a strategy that your opponent's not expecting.
I mean, maybe Anthony just has, what's the word I'm looking for? Has, like, a specific interaction he's been hoping for, the way he's built his deck, to get more use out of his items, or to initially load them. But the only thing that really benefits from Anthony's deck that I've seen so far is the Teklo core, if he happens to have that in his hand. Because then that'll give it an extra charge,
Yep.
whereas giving an extra charge to, like, a Purifier Induction Chamber is just 1 out of 1 charges that it could have.
Yeah, well, maybe he is on some of the new items in his build. Not that they are particularly effective against Oldhim, but, you know...
Teklo Pounder gives you the extra damage on an attack, actually.
Sure, yeah, that's a lot of damage.
That is a lot of potential damage that you get to add to it for 1 item, spread over multiple attacks.
Yeah, and the Dissolution Sphere would mean a 1-card block on the hammer every time.
Yes, that
That's
would be
quite good.
powerful too.
Yep.
Definitely no love for the jammer, and definitely no love for the data doll data chip. What was it called again? Microprocessor. There you go. Yeah, no love there, obviously, because Dash has got more brains than Data Doll.
Yeah, that's a remarkable fact, isn't it?
You've seen Data Doll. It looks broken down. It almost looks like back in a video game I played where there was like an underground abandoned mine and there were the robots there, but they look all messed up, obviously. So not at full capacity. So that's kind of a cool flavor, though. Like it's called Data Doll Mark II. So I wonder if we'll get like maybe an improved version as like an adult hero down the line.
Mark III adult hero. That would be cool.
It would be so cool if we got some of the young heroes as adult versions down the line, even if they had new names and new abilities like Bravo star of the show, so the KO wasn't getting the dice rolls on a 40 health hero or 38 health hero, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I do.
That would be toxic for constructed. Let's be fair here. Toxic. You could still have the specialization, though, that you could use ready to roll.
Yeah, absolutely.
But toxic. If it was the, oh wow, I doubled the damage on Command and Conquer just for nothing.
Jamie has a double E strike turn here.
Wow, okay. Jamie putting on the pressure down here, here
And
at the end of the game.
He also, I know it's obstructed by glare, but Jamie's first game action this turn was to play an Art of War. So both of these Enlightened Strikes have been for 8 damage.
That's insane. Yeah, Jamie looking to really close it out after that nothing turn that Anthony gave him.
Yeah.
And, what was that? Oh, that was the Snapdragon.
Snapdragon,
Okay.
yeah.
I thought that was a Command and Conquer for a second just from here at first glance, but no, Snapdragon Scalar's coming out to give it a go again.
Yeah.
Insane.
I think this is my favorite innovation of all in the Oldham decks. Right, it started out as essentially just a fatigue deck with like your main plays being Oakenold, and also I think those early versions were on Ice Quick.
Yes.
So you could like Ice Quick into Hammer or
Mhm.
Ice Quick into CNC.
Icequake and Enlightened Strike with go again for all you know.
For all you know, yeah.
Or
But
Zealous Belting too.
yeah. In any case, those earlier decks, I don't think we're playing stuff like Zealous Belting, and I'm quite sure that Art of War
that
also
might
was
have
less
just
of
been
a
me.
consideration.
I think that might have just been me against the Prism matchup to help me clear out some of those Spectral tokens. I definitely remember playing around with the Zealous Belting early. But you're right.
Yeah.
This new
The
version-
Snapdragons though were almost always Ironhide.
Yeah, because like you thought the extra damage while you're pitching for the shield and the seeds made more sense, but like the one time you can get an E strike with go again
Yeah.
can mean the difference between closing out the game or not.
Yeah. And I mean, if you think about it on this turn, that those Snapdragons were worth upwards of, well, definitely more than 2 damage, which is how much the Ironhides block for.
It was 8 into 8 more damage basically.
Yeah.
That's insane.
That is insane.
There's Zealous Belting. Just like I said. Pitching the Command and Conquer first to make sure it has go again. So one floating resource coming in for 5 with go again. This, Jamie might be looking to close it out now because he's only got 1 health and he's in Kadachi Gunlock right now if he doesn't close this out now. So let's see what he does.
The 2 resources floating, I think, is pretty scary if you're Anthony, because Jamie could
Pummel.
easily bluff the pummel here.
Yeah.
We know that
especially a
Jamie
red
has
pummel.
pitched at least 1 pummel earlier in the game as well.
Anthony could be saving a defense reaction though in response to it. Like that could be the arsenal he's been saving, just a defense reaction just in case some of the pummels could try and come out to close out the game. If Jamie commits to this and it works, then he might just have the game right now. If not, Jamie might not make it through the rest of the game if he doesn't have the block right now.
Yeah. I know Jamie is a longtime Guardian player, so he's quite versed in bluffing these pummels.
Yeah, he did get caught off by the Bolton earlier, and we were saying we don't blame him. Like the Bolton coming out of nowhere, especially against Oldham of all things, was caught us by surprise too. Oh, so this is 6 damage. This is actually best case scenario because even if he pummeled, even if you were to pummel right there, it would not be enough to go lethal. +4 while he's blocking 1 more already. Yeah, that would leave him at 1 health, but with gun available to him for the rest of the game.
Yep.
Now this is a little more favorable for Anthony because he could just block with 1, take the frost, and then just shoot like once or twice with the gun, I think.
Yep.
Nah, it'd probably be once because he doesn't have any already preloaded on the chambers right now. Man, this is such a hard decision though.
Yeah, at some point Anthony's going to have to give up his skull. Oh, he can't do skull cap because Jamie's at 1, not 7.
Yep.
Apologies.
So Skullcap is off for the rest of the game.
Yeah, it's off.
For Anthony, basically. Unless Jamie were to heal past him, which is not impossible. I mean, Sigil of Solace, Blessing of Deliverance are always Guardian things, but probably Sigil of Solace at the most.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what we were thinking too. Like, the most he's going to be able to do is shoot the gun once. It really depends on what the arsenal is. Like, maybe he's been saving a 5 damage zipper hit, which would come in real clutch right now if he could use it. Zipper hit into a gun blast. That's 7 damage, kind of separated too.
Yeah, I think even kind of loading up here, maybe give your pistol 3 damage just to make sure Jamie has to block with a 3 block card instead of
Yeah.
one of his 2 blocks.
One of his 2 blocks.
One
like
of his
the
elemental
Zealous.
cards, yeah. Or his
Or
Zealous.
elemental, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
I like how we were thinking about 2 different examples here. Yep, there
Yeah.
he goes. He's doing the more damage, so 3 damage coming in.
Yeah.
And just a disable.
Just-
yeah.
yep.
I expected as much, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, given the density of those cards, it makes sense that he'll have one in his hand.
Yeah, that was definitely an awkward turn, and Jamie coming in with 3 cards. Ooh, that's a Terra Sunder.
Yeah, but it looks like he's pitching it.
Oh, does he not have enough? That could have closed
Yeah,
out.
he definitely doesn't.
Not closed out the game necessarily, but it would have come close. Oh
Okay.
no, because the gloves. Oh, the gloves coming in clutch.
So I think Jamie is representing another pummel bluff, and what I find really fascinating about this is Jamie's seen a lot of his go again. He's played Art of Wars, he's played Enlightened Strikes, saw the 2 Enlightened Strike on 1 turn, he just played his Zealous, he had his Zealous early, so we might be nearing a part of the game where Jamie just has his whale and big attacks, and that's it.
Can I be honest? That's the scariest part about having a free turn like that, is that if you're left with just enough cards to threaten something like a pummel, you're just kind of like you're just like mind gaming at that point.
Yeah.
It's
Well-
like he just got kind of like handed that hand, but he drew into it after he kind of like hampered Anthony for the turn. So he had no idea that if he did get a pummel that he was going to get one.
Yeah, so I think I would still rather be in the position of playing a dominated attack than mind gaming a pummel. Because in this situation here, like,
Nope, he just arsenaled.
if Jamie was bluffing the pummel and he didn't have it, then yeah, like now I think Jamie's in a rough spot. We're gonna see plenty of pistol attacks.
Yeah, because now Anthony's completely unfettered and using his gun for the turn, but he's pouring the malt. What? Is he just getting that out of there? He could be just doing it for nothing.
Does it have go again? Oh, he had an item. Excellent. So
It does have go again, so that was actually a free item drop for his purifier there.
Yeah,
That's kind of cool.
It's free in the sense that it has the action point from go again, but
Well, no, he didn't have to pay the 2 resources either, kind of. Well, I mean, he did have
Yeah.
to pay a card, yes.
I guess what I'm saying is, like, the cards out of Anthony's hands are actually, like, it's pretty bad in this situation. He would ideally just be attacking 3 or 4 times with the pistol right now.
Yeah, but at the same time, you don't want to keep the purifier in hand while you're trying to defend at the same time. So getting it
Yeah.
out of his deck, I think, is more important.
I think he made the right play,
Yeah.
but much as how Jamie would have hoped to have a better hand last turn, I think Anthony really just wanted a bunch of blues this turn.
Now here's the Kadachi lock we were talking about, though. So he's going to have to at least use. No. Oldham's still got his defense reaction hero ability, so he doesn't have to defend with it necessarily, but he does have to use that and at least 1 card from hand. So he's giving up 2 cards total.
Yeah.
But he does have an arsenal. And if that's a Terra Sunder, blue pitch, Terra Sunder with the 5 damage. Now, because like I said, Anthony's still got the gloves to block the extra 2 and a 3 block, so he'd be able to block it in full. I would not commit to that if I were Jamie.
Yeah, so, I mean, we see we have 1 induction filled up here and 1 resource floating, so Jamie can expect 2 pistol shots total this turn.
No, he has not used the Purifier at all this turn. Neither of them had counters.
No,
And
the induction chamber has a counter.
Oh, the induction.
Yeah.
No, I know. I'm responding to the.
To
our
Awkward's
friend-
comment, yeah.
Yes, our friend in chat, who's saying that unfortunately he's not been able to purify. Neither of them had counters, and he didn't have enough pitch to do counters and pistol shot, or at least not a pistol shot with go again. So he's doing 4 damage either way. I think doing it in a disjointed fashion would be better, just in case Jamie had like let's say a sink below. He would just be able to give 1 card up instead. But here are the 2 cards.
Yeah, so Jamie is electing to keep his arsenal, I suppose. Maybe he'll use Crown later in the turn.
Can I be honest? If I were Anthony at this point, I would literally just leave the thing on the chamber and just pass turn, because the shield's just going to block for 2 now.
I do agree, and it actually kind of makes me question Jamie's turn here. He must have a card in his arsenal that he wants.
Yeah. I think that was the right play, using the shield and the Oakenold for the first hit, just to start buffing it, I guess.
Well, he could have just as easily done shield
Oh,
for
he could
1
have
plus
used Tunic
Crown.
too, actually. He could have pitched, done Tunic and shield for the first block, and then shielded for the second block.
Well, I was thinking Crown and shield for the first block.
You're absolutely
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
Yes. That would have been waste. Yeah, actually, he must really like what he has in Arsenal. Yeah, wasted counter on
Maybe
the
it's
pistol, I
another
agree.
like channel like Frigid. No, he just attacks with Whale. Am I missing something?
I'm very confused. Oh, maybe he just wanted to guarantee that he would still have an arsenal for when he wants to crown.
Wait,
maybe?
what if it is actually the pummel?
Oh, or maybe he's waiting for now that he has a tunic counter to waiting to use seeds on that. Or pummel. Yeah,
If
could
it's
be a pummel.
actually pummel and he's just like, I'm waiting for you, Anthony, to make the wrong block and then I'm going to pummel you. But Jamie's losing so much value by like keeping one card in hand for all these turns.
He is, and now Anthony has 2 blues probably in hand to go ahead and load up all of his equipment and get ready for at least a 2-shot turn with 4 damage each. Yeah, we were a little confused too. It's kind of the last round of Swiss, so the players might be fatiguing themselves a bit. We haven't had any like lunch breaks or anything, so if they haven't been eating, that hunger can get to you.
It definitely can.
I also think, has Anthony always been playing mech? I can't remember if he's a mech player or if he was playing another class up until now.
Well, what I know about Anthony is that he likes making art with the game pieces. So he'll take a bunch of tokens, for instance, and like glue them together and then cut out a 3D version of the art.
Was he on mech or Lexi? Or I'm sorry, was he on like Briar?
I think
before?
he's played Lexi as well. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so he might be somewhat new from my memory is so poor to some people playing certain things unless they make it like a name for themselves, like you and Brute Tom. Like, you made a name for yourself that one stream when you went from being in the top 4 just in general to taking first place with Reinar that one week.
Yeah.
And also all the ones you rolled, even on your barraging beatdown intimidate randomizer, like all the ones you rolled and still coming out in first. Oof.
Yeah, that was definitely a fun week, but I mean, at the time I was extremely high on Reinhardt's chances. I was like, oh my god, you just play your defense reactions, you block well, club is such an efficient card, it's great, but...
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying, that's how you make a name for yourself, and that helps me remember you, at least.
Yeah,
just
sure.
like how everyone remembers me as the memester who plays the most obscure characters you can think of. Like, still trying to make Azalea work. I played KO last week, though that was fun as heck. Just playing fun, but not the most efficiently with those characters, you know what I mean?
Yeah. I think that's the perfect way to sum up Reinar. He's really fun, but he's just not the most efficient right now.
Oh no, I was summing up myself, but Reinar too.
Yeah, you very much remind me of the big green boy.
Maybe that's why he was the first character I played back when Welcome to Wraith was the only format. What a time to be alive.
Yeah.
Literally just the game in its infancy, having only one full set release. Man, everything was so different back then.
Yeah, so pure. Speaking of which, Purifier is going to give some bonus power to the pistol, and...
I don't think he did use both Purifiers. He's only swinging for 3 damage now.
Yeah.
That's so weird.
The resources must just not have worked out.
Yeah, I think going wide is the better strategy.
Yep. 3 for 9, better than 2 for 8.
Yes.
For sure.
That's so weird, though. Like, what was... No, I guess, that's just how the resources worked out.
Yeah, I actually think it's kind of a fine play to do 3 attacks for 3 because, there are ice cards in Jamie's deck. He could just totally whiff and be dead.
Yeah. And yeah, here comes the Frosty 4 again, kind of a classic hit. Definitely not threatening the pummel with no resources floating this time, though, so Anthony can take a breather there. He might even, crazy enough, he might even want to just take the hits, or no, I'm sorry, not take the full hit, but block with 1 card and take 1 damage, and have 3 cards in hand to use for next turn.
I totally agree with you. I think Anthony just needs 1 turn for Jamie to stumble, and this is kind of looking like it is the turn.
Yeah, honestly, depending on... Because, yeah, there's no threat of pummel. There's no... Even with the tunic counter, that card in Arsenal... well, he's getting rid of 2 reds.
A couple of red cards.
So.
Yep.
Maximum velocity, definitely not useful right now.
Yeah,
so
but actually, I think it's a 0 to 60 is the other card, so...
That is... Oh, what? Oh, I think Jamie is conceding. I think Jamie's looking at it. Yeah, that was a pummel! It was! Look at it!
Oh my god.
Look at it!
That's crazy.
But, every time that Jamie was threatening the pummel, Anthony would block for a little more than just the pummel would be able to go lethal for. So...
Yeah, but I think Jamie really just kind of missed out on too much card advantage.
Yeah.
Like, he essentially gave Anthony free things to do by not using the pummel.
What's crazy is that Anthony gave him some free things to do, like on the pour the mold turn. That was
Yeah.
It was such a weak turn in general, but like Anthony just kind of had to use it to get the chamber out and then swing with gun a few times. But
Yeah.
that was not strong enough to put the pressure on. But apparently, with whatever Jamie had at the time, it was enough to keep himself safe.
Yeah. That would conclude the.
Yeah, that's going to
Round of
conclude the
Swiss.
final round of Swiss, so we're going to have your top 4 up real soon. I'm guessing we're going to have the Bolton player.
Haven't seen him before, actually.
Oh, no, he's actually from out of state. He's from Outcast Haven's neck of the woods. They've been on stream talking with us during these matches. Happy to have him here, of course.
Yeah.
We like to have our fellow content creators here.
Yeah, we should get him on stream for the top.
He's
cut.
beaten 2 Oldhams, Bolton, of all things, which is...
Yeah.
Like I said,
having a great day. Like me on that Reinhardt beating a bunch of Briars.
both the Oldham players are my friends, Evan and Jamie, but like I can't not root for the underdog. That's my style. I gotta root for the underdog. I was rooting for Bolton the whole time because it's so refreshing to see aggro decks still having a chance against Oldham when everyone's been kind of like, wow, Oldham's the big wall you can't get past.
Yeah.
So definitely glad to see Bolton. He's definitely in the top cut because he won 3 rounds.
Yep.
Um,
That'll do.
we're probably gonna have Nick playing Viscerai in the top 4.
In case it wasn't clear, Jamie conceded.
Yes,
Yep.
we saw it.
And your top 4 is Nick, Evan, Adam, and V. V and Nick are going on stream right now.
Nick, Evan.
Okay, so there
Adam
you go,
and
guys.
V.
We'll be we'll cut to a quick intermission, real quick.
They're like going on stream right
Oh,
now.
they're
going
going
on
on
stream.
right now. Oh, okay.
Great.
So as you heard, we got Nick on Viscerai, we got V on Mech, we got Evan on Oldham, and we got Adam on Bolton.
Bolton. Yeah.
Yeah. So
What an interesting top cut.
very nice. Nick is going on stream first against V, so we're gonna finally get some of that Room Blade action against Mech again. So Mech's actually gotten a lot of attention
Yeah,
on stream
okay.
today.
If you guys don't mind, I'm gonna stick around on stream for this one because
No.
I'd love to see me some mech into Viscerai.
No, heck yeah. Let's go to it right now.
And given V's just like dedication to the class, she's been playing it for quite some time. I have no doubt that she came up with a plan for the Rune Blades of this meta.
Looks like the Jamie and Anthony are still clearing off stream for a second. So let's go to the intermission and just kind of talk for a bit since they're about to jump on stream. But, like, let's talk Everfest for a second because they're setting up Runeblade. Like I said, Runeblade versus Mech is going to be next up on the table. But let's talk about, like, Everfest in general. Who do you think got the most and who do you think kind of got, like, besides Merchant, who got kind of like shafted this time around in terms of a supplemental set that should have benefited everyone?
Okay, so I'll do some preamble and then I'll give you an answer based on that. So the preamble is, I think Everfest gave everybody something, right?
Mm-hmm.
I brought Brute today because there are new cards. Some of them, in my view, are like complete, just straight upgrades over some of the other cards that were in their slots. Like Swing Big is basically just a better pack hunt. Almost always Swing Big is better than pack hunt.
Wait, Pack Hunt? Really?
Yeah, I think so.
I love Pack Hunt. It has built-in Intimidate, though. And its resource value is so nice for just...
He's not going to let me get to my point.
Sorry.
He's too much of a brewer. He just wants to investigate all of it. But okay, hear me out.
Yeah.
So I brought Brute because I wanted to try out some of these new cards, and I think in that sense, Everfest was awesome, right? I think lots of different classes got new tools to try, and this is the first supplemental set that I've had since starting to play Flesh and Blood. I think they knocked it out of the park. That being said, I think Brute was the biggest loser. You can look at Levia and think, is Swing Big that much of an upgrade in Levia? It kind of does what she was already doing, which is just above rate damage. So Levia is my biggest loser, for sure.
Can I speak as the Levia player? You played more Reinhardt, far more
Yeah.
Reinhardt lately than I have. But as Levia, I think this set was a huge boost to her for only one reason. One reason.
She got an extra
She got 3...
hood thing. What is it? Hope Merchant's hood on an item. That's for Levia, yes. I'm trolling.
Honestly, not terrible, to be honest, but that's not what I was thinking. Having anything that fixes your hand technically as Levia is actually a huge boon,
It
but
is
it
pretty
takes a turn to set up, and
Yes.
you can't afford that.
Right.
Getting back to what I was saying, Wild Ride and Bear Fangs as attacks that fill up your graveyard faster and also don't require the blood debt early are actually big bonuses to Levia because she likes having those attacks that, at least in the early game, don't leave you like, wow, I've got no attacks I can use in my hand, swing Claw for 3.
Yeah.
At least as an option. I would probably only stick with Pulping and Wild Ride, though, because I think having too many 0 blocks is very bad in any Brute player.
It really is. I mean, the last time I tried to play Levia, I was like this close. I mean, I was 98% to cutting the blue Deadwood Rumblers. Because I thought that even though it's a blue 6, the block 0, I was like, man, that's just not good.
Deadwood Rumbler, I think, so here in Levia, I would replace Deadwood Rumbler as an offensive card with Big Swing, because it at least defends or swings for big amounts that threatens your opponent and gives you kind of like a little breathing room.
Yeah,
early.
I agree.
They are, of course, all early game cards because, I mean, when you get to the late game, you kind of want to banish your stuff to stay alive. You know, you can't, what's the word I'm looking for? You can't kill yourself too fast, or else it's going to be bad news. So, but let's go back to the live scene here. We've got the first round. Here. Yeah, we're just in the names here. We got the first round of Top Cut. Let's see here. We got...
And Awkward, I'm seeing here in chat that your local lost to Aggro, Vis, and Briar. Do you know what deck this local player was on? Let us know if you can.
And we got the name here. This is Nick. Nick with that impressive and hard to get Solana mats.
Nick always showing up with the bling, although he is on the dull cap today.
Dull cap. Oh my god. Is he on dull cap? That's...
Yeah. Well, okay, here's something else about Everfest. We didn't manage to get to the biggest winners, but I actually think it's everyone who needed a skull cap. That's the biggest winner. Because
I think the players...
The card's now under $100. It's so much more accessible, and I actually think it looks better than the foil versions. I think the saturation is really nice on the dull cap. You heard it here first. Tell your friends.
Better than the regular foil, not the cold foil though. If you ever see the cold foil, like you can never argue against it because the picture, other than the cold foil parts, is just the non-foiled picture. So just having the extra layer on top with a little bit of pop,
a little bit of silver sprinkle on.
That's what we love.
Okay, so look,
cold foils.
The best known Levi in Fab right now we know to be Mansent, right?
Certainly the most committed, and I appreciate that. So I love his channel. I love learning a little bit more and kind of learning. I don't need to be as aggressive as my early plays.
Yeah,
when I was playing, if you look back on our old streams on the VODs on Twitch, you can go back and see when Levia was like first played out last year, and I went up against Nick on his Bolton. I did 20 damage turn 1.
Hey, that's pretty good. Levia, she's known for the damage.
I was doing Hexagore at that time. I was just like...
I'll be interested to hear Mansent's thoughts on the Runeblade still. I think it was Brute's worst matchup in the last meta. I think it's still the worst matchup for Brute.
I think he's already come out with a video on how Levia came out from Everfest at the very least, so he should probably have some commentary on that in that video. But let's focus on the match again, and we'll go back to our conversation between the next match on Everfest. Nick starting off his... Nick looks like he got to go first. V looking to go on the aggressive... what's the word I'm looking for?
She's taking some offensive
going on the
offensive here. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, give me a second to find some words sometimes. Going on the offensive since she got to go second, which is actually kind of nice when you're wanting to go on the aggro. You don't get to Arsenal first, but you get to refill your first hand after defending, and then force your opponent to start giving up cards if they want to stop some damage.
So this is really fascinating to me from Nick. Just has gotten the value out of his skull cap while he's able to, maybe thinking he'll be ahead for some portion of the rest of the game.
Yeah, that T-bone coming in early, forcing him to block with an equipment already.
Oh, that's a good point too. Yeah, he was forced to block with one of them.
Yeah, because the other two of the options are just no-goes early. Skeleton and the Creepers. And when you know you're going to go on the offensive and might drop your opponent to lower health, Skullcap is always the best to block with first.
Yep, for sure.
Because it's kind of like a volatile, you could say, block. You know, not always active, not always the same value, so use it when you can.
Yeah, you know, the weird thing about the T-bone interaction is that, for those who weren't aware, you can actually block with equipment that has a 0 block value. And if that equipment doesn't have temper or whatever, it won't die at the end of the the chain. So
Nope, no damage whatsoever.
T-Bone actually does nothing against any deck that runs Snapdragon Scalers, which I feel like is slightly an oversight in design. It would have been really cool if it could have blown up something important.
Not if you can chain multiple T-Bones on the same combat
True,
chain.
that's very true. Then you start to pressure them. So maybe it wasn't an oversight. But Nick definitely kept cards in his hand to do something here, and we're seeing it. He's got a Rune Flash. 0 cost to go again because of the Rune chance reducing it.
Man, my boy Viscerai getting some love finally. I played him back in the day when Arcane Rising first came out. I was on Viscerai with his Slogism and Pummels into the Arc Knight Ascendancy builds.
I remember you totally thwomping me when I was a noob with that combo.
It got me my top 4 of one of the Road to Nats.
Yeah.
I was playing an aggro version of Viscerai, but I still had Slogism and Arc Knight Ascendancy that helped me beat the same chain player 2 times in a row. Once in round 8 and the first round of top 8.
That's a pretty awesome story.
Beating Chain? Yeah. Oh my
Yeah,
god. Back in the day. Back in the day before he got nerfed. Pre-nerf.
Yeah,
Chain.
pre-nerf Chain. That's something else.
Using Arc Knight Ascendancy. A card that unfortunately no Viscerai player these days plays.
So talk about a card no Viscerai player would ever exclude from their deck. Swarming Gloomveil coming in for 4 go again. Hitting, turning on the Rosetta Thorn for unblockable, I think, because Nick had made some Rune Chance with his non-attack actions.
Well, so it's total auras in the turn, and he definitely made at least
he made around 3.
6. He made at least.
He made up to 6. Wow.
Because
Okay.
one of his first attacks was Spellblade Assault, which creates 2 on its own.
Yeah, great.
And
point.
then for everyone for Viscerai's ability, Swarming Gloomveil benefits every Runeblade because all of them can make an aura on demand or with a slight bit of setup. Viscerai can usually most easily get the 3rd effect off because it creates Rune Chance so much more frequently.
It really is, like, we see the strength of the Viscerai hero power more than ever now. And, I mean, just look at it, right? You start off playing Slogism, a generic, into Arcanite Ascendancy, a specialization which, mind you, isn't even used anymore.
Nope.
So we went from Viscerai doing that sort of thing. 4 sets later, right? So Arcane Rising, he comes out, Runeblade cards. Crucible of War, Runeblade support. Monarch, Runeblade support. Tales of Aria, Runeblade support. Everfest, Runeblade support. Here we are, best deck. Who would have thought?
Yeah, he's been getting a lot of love. To be fair, from some of those sets, some of those support cards aren't too widely used. I don't think they use singeing.
Singeing Steelblade?
Singeing. Why do I keep calling it singeing?
Yeah,
Man,
well,
my dyslexia getting in the best of me.
There is, I mean, probably the best card from Tales of Aria. Like, that was a Runeblade only card, right? So no talent was Sting of Sorcery, yeah.
That is also an aura when it puts itself on the field, too.
Yeah.
So that might be why it's an aura instead of just a regular non-attack action.
Yeah.
It might have been a preamble to Swarming Gloomveil coming out for the other Runeblades.
I do think that Sting is probably better in something like Briar. I'd be surprised if Nick had it in his deck, actually. It seems like he has more efficient things to be doing. The 113-player battle-hardened event at SCG has 5 Starvos, 2 Chain, and 1 Briar in the top 8. 5 Starvos is quite something. I wonder if the field just wasn't prepared for it, or if it's actually that potent.
Put it this way. The only difference between his ability and the regular Bravos is that it's not a pitch for on-demand dominate, but he has access to such a larger pool.
I think the main difference is like how efficient it is. It's not only dominate, but it's +2, right? That's like a yellow nimbleism.
+2 and go again.
Yeah, it's a yellow nimbleism and like lead the charge or something.
It's every flavor of the elements. Electric gets go again. Frost causes the dominate, and then Earth gets more damage.
Wow.
So it's every flavor. I love the flavoring of Flesh and Blood. Just as a little tangent, while V is having her turn, the flavor of Flesh and Blood for each class feels like it's supposed to be there. It feels like you are playing the class that it is.
It does.
Ranger playing arrows from Arsenal with a bow. As much of that as a detriment in certain circumstances. Mech having items and technology that they play with and boosting, which is kind of like a double-edged sword for more gassing, putting your foot on the gas and going forward.
Yep. I think you're spot on. You can play Flesh and Blood and only have one hero that you like to play, and eventually it's going to be your day, and you're going to take down locals or even something bigger with your favorite deck, even if it's not favorite. And I mean, I think maybe the Starvo evolution might start happening, right? I think it's going to be a popular deck going forward, and I think a lot of players might have joined in Tales of Aria and haven't really had a hero yet, but now they have something to do with all of these elemental cards they came out with, or they collected rather in Tales of Aria in Star of the Show.
Oh yeah, and especially with Star of the Show, he's such a beautiful card. Even in the non-cold foil one, like just the base artwork on it, Bravo looks stunning with that background and everything.
He really does.
And this is coming off of the fact that during his first set, he still had the most colorful artwork for his original portrait. Now I know Dorinthia was still kind of like the favorite, I think. Yeah, Dorinthia is definitely one of the two favorites, more of in Welcome to Wraith format only.
Yep.
Bravo's strong, but other than having the colorful cards, he wasn't as popular back then as he is now.
So I'm seeing some interesting mid game here between V and Nick. They went very, very fast early on, dealing damage to each other, and now it seems like we're having somewhat of a lull. Nick makes some rune chance. He's up to 6 here, and we might see a Gloomveil. No, he decides to keep it in hand. So he's going for a bigger turn, clearly.
Oh
wait,
no.
there was a Dissolution Sphere.
Dissolution Sphere.
It was hiding by the skull cap.
That's the mech's best friend against Nick, Viserai these days. So that's why he didn't pop off yet.
I absolutely love to see it from V. Dissolution Sphere, I mean, that's exactly what we were going on with Everfest, right? It's every hero got something. Mech got some cool items that have these niche opportunities. I mean, anyone who's ever sat on the other side of a Zen State token knows how annoying it is. And Nick just had 2 turns blanked, basically, by the Dissolution Sphere.
Yeah, but those were very hard to get out by comparison. Dissolution Sphere is just kind of slap it down.
Yeah, indeed.
You could even start with it if you wanted to. Just turn 1 to start reducing the damage. I wouldn't recommend it, though. The induction chamber is still more permanent and far more useful.
And what I think is really... I think V is in quite an interesting position because she has some cards in hand, has a card in arsenal...
And she's had 2 turns where Nick hasn't attacked.
Hasn't been able to do much, yeah.
Yeah.
So, imagine if V could have drawn another Dissolution Sphere.
Ooh.
Or a way to search for it, right?
Spark of Genius.
Yeah.
All she needs is a Spark of Genius, and she could get that out. Okay, so Vanish. Okay.
So we could be looking at a really disruptive mid-game from V. And I just love to see it because Viserai looks like just such a powerhouse, and to get shut down by this innocuous little item is... It's just flesh and blood, isn't it?
And he's blocking with that? I would not risk blocking with the Skeleton either. Even if unless you know you're going to pop it off next turn, I would not risk getting an early counter on that when T-Bones could be chained together to get rid of it. You know what I mean?
I hear you.
Oh, that's... to me, that just sounds so dangerous.
Looks like V kept 2 cards and an arsenal card?
Could she not play them? That's crazy. She had a counter on the induction. Oh, no, she shot first, then did T-Bone, then shot again.
Yeah, so. that must have been just an abysmal draw from V, and you really hate to see it because she put Nick in a position where his best line of play was just to try to make some rune chance, and then she couldn't capitalize on the tempo gained.
No. That's kind of... Yeah, I wonder what was in her hand. I haven't had a chance to see it angled at the camera right now, but that's scary. Nick is just wow, I took 2-3 damage last turn at the most.
Yeah,
time for me to pop off with these 6 rune chance starts that I have.
Must be happy with that. That's the thing is, we've seen the OTK variants of Viserai. The new cards have such an aggressive slant that you really don't need more than 8 or 10 rune chance to make a 25 plus damage turn.
Can I say one thing that Viserai, as all Rune Blades have as a slight weakness, he has to worry about the fact that he can draw into too many non-attack actions to actually have a turn, and kind of get hampered by...
Yeah.
Oh, but no, there's Mordred Tide.
The best non-attack action.
The best non-attack action in Viserai's arsenal, really. Actually, I still think Become the Arcanite is better. Its Search is always powerful in these card games.
It is. But imagine having both of them on the same turn. Now we're talking.
Oh, obviously. Yeah. If you get both of them on the same turn. But I'm saying, Become the Arcanite is such a powerful search. All you need to do is discard the opposite of what you're looking for, and you get to search it.
And here we see
There it is!
Yeah, so Nick is going to be able to generate 2 rune chance thanks to the Viserai hero ability, and Mordred Tide search out probably just about whatever card he wants from his deck. We know he's holding a Swarming Gloomveil, which actually he discards here quizzically.
Yeah, but yeah. So wait, getting rid of Storm and Gloomveil is weird because like he's already generating enough auras thanks to the more.
He's
Revel
getting
and
Revel.
Runeblood.
Okay, so he must have another attack, and then he's gonna break the
Oh.
chain to Revel.
Does he have Ninth Blade? If he has Ninth Blade, then even after playing whatever attack he does before Revel and Runeblood, he'll create just enough to make Ninth Blade free.
Yeah.
Ooh, that'd be insane.
Okay, maybe he's thinking over his decision again here.
Can you imagine if there was a way for Mech to play an item at instant speed to get out Dissolution Sphere before all this? Holy cow, would that be devastating.
Hey, I mean, who knows what's coming in the future of this game, but I hear you. That would be fun. Maybe Mech's arms, right? I know arms are typically like a damage-based piece of armor, but
Yeah, so the thing
it would
with
make sense for Mech, right? To have something that interacts with items in the arm slot.
Yeah, I would still be fine with that. What I'm saying is, for those of you who may not have noticed, in the game of Flesh and Blood, the equipment slots usually can be predicted to have certain effects based on which slot it is. Chess piece always has something to do with, or
Resources.
not always, of course, but like
Yeah.
usually has something to do with like resource gains or management. Like the Teklo Heart or Spledgy Skeleton discounting or gaining you free resources. Well, not free. You still have to banish for the Teklo Heart, but you know what I mean. Boots usually have to do with gaining more action points, like Go Again, or playing things at instant speed. But mostly Go Again in some way or another, or Time Skippers giving you a whole action point when you pitch. Gloves having to do with damage in the form of Goliath Gauntlet. The Grasp creating rune chants that'll deal damage when they pop. And then headgear is usually about like opting or deck manipulation, like Talismanic Lens or Hope Merchant's Hood.
Yep.
So gloves would normally be saved for, what's the word I'm looking for? Damage.
Damage.
And there is something that they could do to interact with that. But if we're talking about like playing something at instant speed, it would have to be the boots.
Yeah,
And it's still possible. You could make an item card for Mech that lets them choose between one or the other, and you get to play like an item at instant speed for some requirement.
I mean, we are seeing Nick change his decision here to get a Rattlebones. That's the name of the card.
Ooh, Rattlebones
Yeah.
is good too.
Talking
Especially
about
while he has in the skeleton.
Yeah, so he will get to discount his things here. Rattlebones being able to play as an instant, I think if you've played an attack, or is it a non-attack for Rattlebones?
If you've dealt arcane damage.
If you dealt arcane damage. Okay, so here he comes with an attack action.
And there's no way he's not dealing arcane
Exactly.
damage.
So
unless V pitches her entire hand, which, wait, she knows that the arcane damage is coming.
She knows the arcane is there. She knows Rattlebones is there. The question is, does it matter that Rattlebones comes in as an instant, or
she let the 2 damage in.
Yeah,
All you need to
so-
do is
so-
pitch one more time.
Rattlebones will be discounted by the Skeleton, played for free by Nick,
Yep.
gaining him an action point because of Go Again.
Gaining 2 more rune chants too.
2 more rune chance
Because
because
of the
Mordred
Viscerai.
is active. Such an insane turn.
God, Viscerai can combo off
Yeah.
so hard.
I mean, Nick spent a good amount of time thinking about the sequencing on this turn, and we're kind of
There's
seeing
the
it pay
Gloomveil.
off here.
Yeah. No, and I was gonna say, like, I knew about these combos, or I've played around with these combos before back when I played Viscerai. I'm not sure what got me off of Viscerai for a while. I think I was kind of discouraged by the other Rune Blades just being better, unfortunately, at the
Yeah.
time. And I'm glad to see he's coming back, but now I want to play with some other stuff while other people are playing him. God,
Well,
that's always me.
I have to say, though, like, this deck honestly looks like fun.
Oh, absolutely.
You know, Briar, it mostly you just drew your hands and passed. Sometimes you had to think about arsenaling and whatever, but
Absolutely disgusting turn, yeah.
Yeah,
Ooh,
like,
2 sync blows.
look at the just. I mean, this turn involved tutoring with Become the Arknight. Could have been any card in Nick's deck because, as we've seen, he had like non-attacks and attack actions. So it could have been anything, and he had to navigate his way to make this insane turn. And he reduced his opponent's life from over 20 down to 12.
Yeah, but give V some credit. She blocked that pretty well, having the 2 sync blows at the very least, and now she's going to be able to at least shoot back for some damage. And that turn by Nick did require a few turns of setting up rune chants to happen. So
Yeah, and his armor is gone now. The skeleton is popped.
no more crazy turn like that. That is back in the day when I was playing Viscerai and Skeletor first came out. It was like after you got your Skeletor turn, you better close out the game quick after that because you kind of like burned your main source of damage throughout the game.
So
At least the way I was playing him.
my assessment is that if V can find another Dissolution Sphere, she's going to be in quite the position, and Nick is going to have to try to race before that happens.
He does have to respect that. Dissolution Sphere has 2 more instances at the very least, or at the very most. Oh, sorry.
It's 2 turns. It's the turn you play it and the turn after that.
What I'm trying to say is that there's 2 more left in her deck, possibly.
Another Mordred Tide.
Wow, just follow it up with another one.
That is...
Disgusting.
Yeah, disgusting.
Oh, and making a 2-rune chance with the Grasp.
The lack of items on V's side, yeah, it definitely is giving Nick some breathing room.
I think that these new aggro Viscerai decks can run Arknight Shard pretty comfortably, actually. Especially to create some extra rune chance for the auras to make effects go off. Like, I think I think it's funny that you could play Shrill of Skullform or Drowning the what's the card that if you created an aura says that if it hits you discard a card.
That sounds like
That is Drowning Dire. I think you
The
had
Drowning Dire is the one where it's the Dominate one that has like the skeleton.
Consuming Volition.
No, that's the one
that's
if you it's like
whatever. There's
it's,
another card.
It's an Everfest card, yeah. Getting back to what I was saying, so that card would have its effect proc just by pitching Arknight Shard and having it no other cards in your hand. So pitch Arknight Shard, create the rune chant with it, and then that card's on-hit effect is active.
Who's winning?
Ryan, you're always the one to find the combos, but I think that one's actually too slow. It would just get...
It's not about slow, it's about like if you're forced to block out with the rest of your hand anyway, if you have an attack that threatens a little disruption, that's pretty good.
Yeah, that's solid.
Nick is winning right now because it's his turn and he's already on higher life.
Who's your favorite to take the whole thing?
I do like Viscerai a lot more than I like Mech. So I think I do want to see Viscerai do well. Normally I'd consider Mech the underdog in this case, but I just like Viscerai too much, so he's cool.
There is another round after this though.
And the next match is either going to be Bolton or Oldham versus whoever wins this one.
Either of which would be quite interesting.
Absolutely. Seeing either how the meta is going to shake out with Oldham versus Viscerai, which is going to be common meta attack or common meta matchups in the future, or something more interesting, maybe let's say Viscerai versus Bolton even, which would be very interesting. 2 aggro decks head to head.
That's mine.
Yep.
Okay, yeah. Zoe has submitted a prediction.
The Oracle has spoken.
The Oracle, watch it be completely wrong.
I mean, if we strip your title, I guess you'll just have to live with that for the rest of your life.
That's fine.
Okay, V has
opted to keep cards in hand. I think. Oh, wait, that was a Spark of Genius.
No.
Please tell me she has a dissolution. Does she have a dissolution? No, she doesn't.
She's just loading. Oh, that's so sad.
Yeah, if she had Dissolution Sphere in hand, I thought she was about to slap it down.
Wait, isn't the Dissolution Sphere a
item?
A 0 cost item?
No, 2.
Oh, it's 2 costs. That's too bad.
Oh my god, if that costs 0,
yeah,
that would
right?
be insane.
How awesome would it be to just end a turn with that?
I wonder if she's playing Signal Jammer. That's another card that would be helpful against Runeblade doing these multiple non-attack action turns.
It could be.
No, it would have been.
Well,
think about the Mordred Tide turn and to become the Arknight. He would not be able to do that because of Signal Jammer.
So that's, while I agree with you, he wouldn't have been able to do that exact line. I think there are enough plays to be had, especially with Spellbound Creepers. You could like attack action, then non-attack action to get the action point back, then Rosetta Thorn. There's enough things for Runeblade to do with that restriction.
Yeah.
The Dissolution Sphere is much more punishing.
Absolutely. Well, yeah, but you can play both. And yeah, Awkward, I agree that there's not enough items coming out on V's side to help her out and slow Nick down. There's not enough space to play Signal Jammer and Sphere.
Enough space, like life space, or like too much pressure from the Viscera, you mean?
Yeah, it's hard for me to say because I don't play mech. Honestly, I might replace Purifier with it because you're not really if you're looking to get cards out of his hand in general. Yeah, I would take Purifier out, Plasma Purifier, because I don't think you need to be doing more damage with the guns. You just need to be making sure you're like chipping away with them, and then reducing as much damage or potential damage as possible.
Yeah, I guess I don't really know what a late game scenario looks like for the Viscerai player.
Or for mech versus Viscerai. Yeah, I'm not a mech player myself, so I don't know from personal experience. That versus Shield, Oh, you're talking about like even in the sideboard. Sorry. No, I thought you meant like for your 60 card minimum. But yeah, if you're talking about like not even with the sideboard having enough space, yeah, I can see that. No, you definitely want Purifier in your main deck or sideboard at the very least, obviously. But Signal Jammer might just be like if you can find something else to sacrifice, maybe. It's very hard to determine which one would be better.
Okay, Spark of Genius. I mean, this is well timed, if anything would be. Let's see if we can.
Oh
Find
yeah,
the
because
Signal
Nick just got down the.
Incantation. That's one of my favorite new cards, actually. I think it's so cool.
It is definitely a must-have in any Runeblade, honestly. The fact that you're getting down Rune Chance to discount things in Viscerai, or just get arcane damage on the field always at the start of your turn for the other two, it's really powerful.
Yeah, just the Aura Matters text on these cards is great design space. I think they're going to explore things like that for other classes as well. I'm looking forward to it.
Can you imagine that there was a lot of new keywords or key interactions that came out in Everfest? Like we got Heave, which is a whole new mechanic for Guardian, which is awesome. Viscerai and other Runeblade cards saying that they have interactions based on how many auras you've created during the turn.
Yep.
Brute having, I guess you could say, more dice roll interactions. Not a favorite of a lot of people, but it's fun.
No, so I think an example for Brute would be something like, if you've intimidated this turn,
You mean
do
roll the
something.
dice?
No, I don't mean roll the dice.
Oh, you mean from a future set?
From a future set.
Oh, okay,
yeah,
okay.
yeah.
I thought you meant from Everfest. Like that was
No.
kind of like new interact. But yes, if you've intimidated for the turn,
Yeah.
do X. That's interesting because
It is.
before it was just like if you've discarded a card, do X.
Yes.
Which
But-
is still good because it did play into Brute's flavor at that.
Yeah, and I think that type of interaction is interesting because it has natural flavor and like combo potential, which is what Brute's looking to do.
Yes, Swing Big is a very fun new card, and it has a different interaction for each Brute. In Rhinar, if you've intimidated enough cards out of their hands, they definitely can't block the damage to get the token.
Yep.
If you're playing KO and you roll 5 or 6, they don't have enough cards in hand to block all that damage. And then otherwise, it does incentivize the opponent to actually block the damage to try and get a quicken, but at the same time removes all those cards from their hand so that they can't make it or take advantage of it during their next turn.
Yeah. So actually, on Swing Big, while V contemplates the block here, by the way, this does pop all the Rune Chance, and the 1-card block is going to block for 4, just completely shutting down the meet and greet here.
Yep.
I want to talk about Swing Big a little bit because you mentioned, Ryan, that Pac-Man's one of your favorite cards, and I kind of agree with you. I thought that 2 for 6 with the Intimidate is really awesome. Here's the scenario that's just put Swing Big over the top for me. So let's say you have a Blood Rush Bella turn, and let's say you've either intimidated once before that, or your opponent doesn't have like an Arsenal, Crown of Seeds type of situation. Let's say your opponent has 3 cards potentially to defend with.
Yeah.
After you've done the Blood Rush Bellow. They might be incentivized to block your Claw because they think, oh, if another Intimidate's coming, I want to get the block value out of my hand right now. And then Swing Big comes in for 10 and punishes the crap out of them.
Oh yeah, for such good value.
Yeah,
Just 2 pitch for 10 damage is insane. The only thing that technically comes down... No, actually it comes down about the same. I was about to say Endless Maw and Levia, but that's 1 more damage but also costs 1 more resource. But, to each scenario their own.
So it looks
Endless
like
Maw is so good.
Nick, he
Nick popped off?
He used creepers to get himself an action point and turn on Rosetta Thorn's arcane damage for the turn. V doesn't have Arcane Barrier. No, she does have Arcane Barrier 1 in the boots. So
and she also has Arcane Barrier 3 right now in her skull
3 in the
cap.
skull cap. So I'm confused as to why V didn't block the arcane on Rosetta Thorn.
I think she just wanted to do damage right now. I think she's keeping her hand to do damage right now.
I suppose.
The Dissolution Sphere is staying down for another turn, so all Rune Chant damage coming in next turn is void.
Yeah, I guess maybe I'm valuing the destruction of the creepers quite highly, because it seems like if you can get the Rune Blade...
you're right. That would have destroyed
Yeah.
Yes, I agree. That might have been the play.
Because if you can get them just on the back foot here, and they don't have creepers to turn an awkward hand into an action point, basically.
Well, no, never mind. She's getting rid of her. She's getting rid of her own Arcane Barrier 1. Oh, for a tome turn.
Okay,
Yo!
so Tome with an action point, gaining life.
That's
so,
pretty good.
Maybe V has enough pressure here that the
she's
creepers are just going to die on Nick's next turn.
She's going in for the kill.
Yeah.
She's got her eyes on the prize. She wants to end this now. But that's so crazy. Like, she used the Achilles Accelerator for a tome and healed a bit, too. So that's why she also took the damage, because she knew she was going to heal back some of it. That's pretty good.
So here's the interesting thing. Nick knows that his creepers are going to die next turn. So he gets the block value out of it.
He does.
So V preventing the Arcane on Nick's prior turn actually is worth 2 life. So we'll see if that comes into play here.
Yeah. V's still got stuff. What is she going to do? That's the main question.
Drew some cards, has an action point, but the induction chamber has been burned already. Okay, so
She's just coming in for 2 again.
Pistol for 2.
She has 2 cards in hand, though. What were they? That's the question.
I think it would be interesting to see an attack reaction in mech. I know it's not part of the design space now, but something that could buff, say, only the pistol, I think would be really cool flavor.
It could be like, please not the pistol. The pistol already gets the item support. Please.
Well, I think buffing boost attacks at reaction speed is probably not too much.
Not buffing them necessarily, but giving another interaction towards them, maybe.
Yeah.
As a reaction. Well, so they already have some items that have quote-unquote reaction. Oh my god.
No, this is the worst thing for V possible.
Ooh,
Nick has
or it could be
Mordred tied into Read the Runes. He has a setup turn when his rune chance can't deal any damage from an attack.
Yeah, but look at it this way. She still has 1 more Dissolution Sphere somewhere in her deck if she plays all 3. If she can Spark of Genius or do something to find it, those rune chants mean diddly squat.
Yeah, I agree. It just... I still think it's unfortunate it lined up like that for V.
Oh, heck yeah. That is very powerful coming down from Nick right now. Very disgusting.
Most of the dash lists are on 2 spheres, so this might be yeah.
That's why I'm saying maybe, because I don't know V's exact list. Different people have different brews, so she could be playing the 3, expecting more Runeblade nonsense coming down.
Me personally, I'm on the bandwagon. I hope we can pull something out here.
It would be cool. Oh, Goliath Gauntlet coming down. Hello.
Did you say Evan took the other round?
Adam has defeated Evan.
Oh, Adam has defeated Evan.
All right, so Bolton is going to be one of your 2 decks in the top cut.
Is that 3? 3 Oldhams taken out by the Bolton player today. And Zoe's prediction.
One of them was Evan twice.
Yeah, well, three Oldham matches.
Yeah, Bolton's cleaning house, man. All right, so Adam's in the top cut with Bolton.
It might have been a misplay on Evan's part. He attacked with his hammer after playing some card that said go again. And then he didn't float one, so the guy played a card that said, okay, then take a damage.
Oh, you mean Steelblade Shunt? Wow, there's no way he could have blocked that then.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, no floating resource
He
would have
said
saved him.
Crown would have done it.
Crown would have
if
done
he had
it,
Crown,
if he had a
I
resource.
think he had it, but he didn't
So
have the
so
resource.
Evan dying to a Steelblade Shunt in the matchup
I'm
with
happy
Bolton.
you figured out what I meant.
Yeah, we're at least a little versed on Warrior at the very least.
Well, it's funny because I played a match today against Evan, and he was like, if anything, I'm just going to not die to a Reckless Swing. And here he goes dying to a Steelblade Shunt.
Wow.
Oh no, Evan.
Evan, boy, why? Ooh. Nick throwing down 2...
2 Revels?
No, one of them's a Revel, one of them's a Read the Runes.
Read the Runes, okay. Yeah.
But it's still blocking 4 out of the 8, I guess.
I mean, that's not ideal for Nick. He has lots of rune
That's
rune
exactly
chance.
what I'm saying. Like, he's got... The only benefit he has is that V did...
Tomify, dealt more life!
V's in a bad spot here. She doesn't have Arcane Barrier 1.
Oh, shit, she's dead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She might be dead.
Oh, that's tough.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
She might be dead.
I got excited because gaining life, but
No.
yeah.
She gave up her Arcane Barrier.
Oh, no.
That's 10 little individuals. She's going to have to give up 3 separate cards to not die. Oh, no. And Tome is coming down to give him more cards.
Yeah.
More rune chance, too.
So it seems like if V's plan
I think
involved Toma Findel action point gained from the boots, she probably needed to be on Null Rune gloves as well.
Or even Null Rune hood.
Or Null Rune hood, yeah.
That's bad.
But look, this is promising. This is, I mean, the closest I've seen a back and forth game with Runeblade go. Otherwise, I've just seen Viscerai stomp on things.
I was hoping that, this is going to close it out. She does not have any Runeblade or an Arcane Barrier to fix that.
Yep.
Did she have Dissolution Sphere somewhere, though? Like, if she had one more in the deck, that would have saved her.
Yeah.
Gosh.
Wow.
Oh, that feels bad. Like, good job to both players, obviously, but like, that was coming down to the wire.
It really was.
V looked like she was about to close it out. Oh, that would have been great. Just to see it happen, like with Dissolution Sphere of all things.
I really do think, with, like, if you're on 3 Dissolution Sphere and 3 Spark of Genius, that's 6 Dissolution Sphere. That's like...
Well, no, that's still only 3 Dissolution Sphere, but 6 in terms of, like, being able to draw into it.
Yeah.
2 for 2, gentlemen.
Yeah, Zoe's predictions are excellent today.
Yep. But
yeah, you know what I mean. So there's, like, functionally 6 copies that you can see in your deck in terms of drawing them quickly enough.
Yeah.
And, I mean, I think that was evidence that there's something to it.
Yeah, that and or Signal Jammer, like, if Runeblade comes to tear up the meta, even against Oldhim and Prism, for example, I think Mech has the equipment to actually beat that meta with those cards. Now, I know Awkward was saying in the chats that in his list, or your list, that you didn't have enough space for it. I guess that might have to take into account what the meta shapes up to be in terms of how you edit it from then on out.
Yeah, for sure.
But yeah, getting back to Everfest for a second while we wait for the, Adam to sit down across from Nick and get the next round started. Let's go. Yeah, thank you. And as AJ was just pointing out, we've got 20 viewers in the chat. We want to thank you all for joining us. The
final's going out.
Final round is coming out, and it's Bolton versus Viscerai for this for this first Armory event for Classic Constructed Everfest here at the Collective.
Yeah, and that Bolton took down 3 Oldhims, twice in Swiss, once in the top 4. How about that?
Bolton showing that an aggro deck can still stand up to Oldhim. I'm okay with that. I'm happy.
I mean, if he takes it down, you better believe we're gonna ask him what he was up to.
And this Bolton is the guy that didn't get anything from Everfest, basically.
I think even bigger than that is Sweet and Raiden.
That would be interesting, yes.
That's cool.
But he's not playing it, so.
Oh, okay.
But getting back to what we were talking about before, so we talked about Brute, and I think, what was the other class that we kind of said kind of got meh from Everfest? Not just Brute, especially Levia, to a small extent. What was the other class we were talking about?
I don't think I had a meh class in my list anyway. I think we're moving on to classes.
I was saying best. Wizard. Wizard, I feel, got kind of like meh. Set.
So here's the thing about Wizard. Kano in Blitz is awesome.
Mm-hmm.
He's fun to play. He's potent. He can like OTK people. Reminiscent of Storm from Magic. Just an awesome experience. Blitz, whatever. The format is what it is. But like, it's just cool to have a character like Wizard that can do that stuff.
Yes.
Play on your opponent's turn. It's just unique.
Mm-hmm.
I think in CC, if you kind of transfer the scenario, right? If you take Blitz as an analogy, you don't want that to happen with CC, where it's like just people OTKing you with Wizard left and right.
Yeah.
So I think saying that Wizard didn't get the things is not true. The new potion's amazing. Aether Wildfire is like better Forked Lightning.
But that's the only card you're listing.
No, and the potion. 2 potions actually. Yeah. Kano got 2 potions, the one that opts and the one that puts your pitch on top of your deck, which is insane. If you haven't played it yet, that's like the coolest thing ever.
But we
Potion
could
on Deja Vu, yeah.
What I'm saying is comparing to other classes who got multiple cards from their own class to go ahead and include in future builds.
There's also a card that literally destroys auras, which is part of his worst matchup in Prism.
Yeah.
Like, I think Wizard got some serious tools. I think Wizard's going to turn into like another Runeblade, another Viscerai, I should say, in that he'll keep getting marginal support as time goes on, and then bam, he's potent.
Maybe. Here's the problem I have with the cards from Everfest for Wizard is that Aether Wildfire is insane. If you have the resources to play multiple cards off of it, because like Aether Wildfire on its own, you have to pitch one card and play one card, and just know that whatever you're playing off the top deck afterwards can either play into more cards that you have, like maybe in your arsenal, or like Sonic Boom. Sonic Boom is like best case scenario to play with Aether Wildfire, because it'll boost the Sonic Boom and whatever card Sonic Boom gets.
I'll give you a scenario. You have a stir or something in your arsenal, right, to give instant speed to your next thing. Ideally, it's a wildfire. So let's say it's stir wildfire, right? Then you're pitching cards to play the stir wildfire. You use Potion of Deja Vu to put them back on top, and now you know exactly what you're catering it into to get extra damage from the wildfire. It's legit.
But then where are the leftover resources to Kano off the top?
Well, you need energy potions for any Kano combo, so like don't hold that against me.
No. And it's obviously Blazing Aether, for example, is definitely a card that gets stronger when you've played multiple cards off of it, but there's like a specific combo with it that you more feasibly get off than like Aether Wildfire. Aether Wildfire feels like it just asks for a bit too much to do what it's intending to do.
I think it asks maybe slightly more than Forked Lightning, and it makes up for asking for more in costing one less. I think it's actually a better card. It's just, in Blitz you can't sideboard, so you don't know which one to have in your deck. But I think it's CC.
Adam and Nick play earlier before top 4?
Nope. Adam and Nick are playing for the first time now.
First time, Bolton against Viserai in the final match.
I'll
Oof.
keep my prediction to myself.
So he has another prediction, keeping it to herself. I mean, it's a good thing we don't know, because then we would lose the intrigue.
It would spoil the surprise.
Yeah.
It would spoil the surprise, considering the Oracle has spoken apparently and guessed or predicted the last two. But I was gonna say, like, you're not wrong. I think Emeritus Scolding was actually one of the more powerful cards for Wizard, because playing on your opponent's turn for the pitch cost that you're getting from it does even more damage than Voltic Bolt.
Yeah, I think that's awesome. The
Emeritus
blue
Scolding,
Voltic, or blue Emeritus, is awesome.
But like Pry, Timekeepers, and the thing that blocks, it's an aura that blocks arcane damage. You're the one doing the arcane damage. Like, I don't know. I think it's weak.
I think you don't.
Maybe against against Viserai's, you can play it in blue, or playing against Runeblades, you can play it in blue, and you can actually block a lot of damage before a potential big turn comes out. You can even play it as they're activating an attack to pop the rune chance.
Yeah, and I wouldn't sleep on Pry either. I think the ability to take away your opponent's best thing is potentially very strong.
Yeah, but
I mean, think about Phantasmaclasm, right?
Actually, no, you know what?
Similar interaction.
I'm gonna take back what I said. That the aura that I just mentioned, that, like I said, when you have it on the field, it blocks 1 arcane damage in blue. That's every rune chant that tries to come at you, and you can play it at instant speed. That's
it blocks more than one.
So it blocks any source that deals 1 arcane damage, or no, sorry, any source that tries to deal arcane damage, it'll block 1 of that while it's on the field. It's an aura. So once you play it, it stays on the field for the rest of the turn.
I'm gonna have to confirm this, because
I was looking around to see if there was like an open Everfest pack or something around here.
If you're right, I mean, that's basically a Dissolution Sphere, which is nuts.
Yeah, but it's only arcane damage. Only
arcane. Well, you're right though. Against Runeblades, it's sweet.
Yeah, the red blocks 3 from any source. It's a wizard card.
Yep.
Just go ahead and.
I'm just gonna filter by Everfest.
Everfest, yes. Yeah. We got the encyclopedia here. There it is. Hieroglyphic Proclamation.
Yeah, if your hero would be dealt arcane damage, prevent 1 arcane damage that source would deal. Each rune chants its own source. There you go. You block the whole thing.
Okay, that's actually insane, especially against the matchup.
It does cost 2. Cost 2 to play this aura.
Oh,
so
who cares? If you're blocking 9 damage with this one card, that's pretty good.
That's pretty good.
And it's an aura, so you can just slap it down on your turn when you see them building up a lot, or you can surprise them with it from Arsenal or something.
The thing about Wizard that's interesting, at least in CC, is a lot of the times you do want to play on your turn.
Mm-hmm.
Like, playing on your opponent's turn is risky, because not only do you not know it's on the top, but if you whiff, there's damage coming at you.
And then you're not blocking
and
it.
you're not
just
blocking. Yeah, it's really bad. So having something to do on your turn that, like, mitigates the damage you take is actually a really interesting proposition for Kano and CC because, like, your opponents being on 40 life is really impactful. Them being on 20 in Blitz, like, that's nothing. That's a cakewalk. But getting them from that 40 to 20 in CC is really hard. And oftentimes you have to get them lower than 20. You have to get them to 15 or less even.
Yeah. So yeah, I guess I didn't give that card credit enough until I gave it like a second thought, just basing it off of Dissolution Sphere. That thing is insane against Viserai. Holy cow. So okay.
I think we're in for a spicy meta. It might turn out that these things are too inconsistent. Dissolution Sphere and also this Pyroglyphic protection.
Yeah.
But if they prove to be not just clunky as heck, we are gonna have an interesting meta coming up here into the Pro Tour season.
Absolutely, and I'm glad that we thought of that too. So any prospective Kanos watching,
get in your practice now.
Yeah, get in your practice now, and any prospective Kanos watching, like make sure you have that in your sideboard if you're playing him in Constructed. That's a really powerful card. You can even play it in yellow and blue, just to make sure you have more times where you could see it.
The interesting thing about this card is if it is the best against something like Viserai, you might just want to race them anyway. In which case, you don't want a stupid blue in there that, like.
Actually, what was the condition? What was the conditions for how long it stays on the field? Actually,
it stays on until your next action phase. The beginning of your action phase, destroy it.
Dang. All right, so that's kind of a bummer. Just because if you do play it during your opponent's turn, it'll immediately resolve afterwards. So you kind of want to try and get it on your turn at least, so that you draw back up and can do something else in response, possibly to whatever they do. But
James asking if we upgraded the camera in here.
We have not. The cam is the. Oh, you mean in here? Yes, the cam here is the better. I thought he was talking about on the stream table. Yes, the camera is better in here. Thank you for noticing. It is very clear.
Can you see my pores yet?
We haven't gotten that advanced yet. So that'll be once we get to what's it called? Maybe 100 viewers in a single stream.
Yeah, then we can afford the cam that.
There we go.
Shows
and now
you all my makeup.
Now we're in the final round, guys. Looks like Adam is switching to Saber's Bolton. That's interesting.
No, this makes perfect sense to me. Yeah, because Viserai is going to be able to win this race if Adam doesn't go for the combo.
Can you imagine that it's so easy to switch to Sabers just by switching the equipment out? That's crazy. That's kind of cool that Bolton's that flexible is what I'm saying.
I mean, I think Bolton as a hero, I wish the combo line was a little bit more interactive. It feels to me kind of like if he gets it, then it happened, he got it. I think Flesh and Blood tends to be more interactive than that in general. But yes, the flexibility is nice, especially for a warrior class that maybe like got lots of support but won't see as much love from the player base in this set. We'll see what happens with that.
We will.
You'll excuse us. Someone just, gunned their moped down the alley here, behind the shop.
Behind the store. But getting back to the action on screen here, it looks like I think Nick went first, and he just decided to Arsenal. I don't think he did too much.
Made a rune chain.
Made a rune chain Arsenal.
Yep.
And here it comes, the first take flight of the game.
Charged Soul. This is maybe part of my other gripe about Bolton, and then we'll stay on the gameplay, as this is certainly an interesting matchup, is that he's so card hungry with the charging of the soul clause on just about every attack action he plays that you're really disincentivized from blocking, and I think that's kind of not where Flesh and Blood excels. Even bigger than that, yes, one of my favorite new cards.
Oh, interesting. He didn't play it during his other games against Oldhim, so this is a nice change of pace.
Well, it's not going to be great against a deck that's good at blocking, and that makes sense.
I wonder if this is a blue take flight. Yeah, it only did 2 damage, so...
Only did 2.
I think that's actually better for him.
It's really cool. Having those lower attack power charge actions turning on even bigger than that is really big game. So what I expect to see is he'll just reveal this card, draw it, Arsenal, make a Quicken, and he has a Quicken token for next turn.
Or he might even just continue the combo right now, for all we know. He has Go Again off Take Flight already.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what he does.
So yeah, this is an exciting new ad for Bolton from Everfest. This is the first time we've seen a new card from Everfest in Adam's deck today, so this is kind of nice. Like I said, I think he also makes use of the new Warrior helmet better than anyone if you're using Raiden at least.
So just an Arsenal pass. I really like this play. I've been trying to brew Katsu basically since Everfest was spoiled, because even bigger than that just strikes me as
a Katsu card.
A Katsu card, yes, but also the most powerful card in just about any deck that can use it effectively. It replaces itself. I mean, think about how many times a Sonata has happened and you're like, wow, that was a powerful effect. Even bigger than that is like Sonata, except it's instant speed, and it gets you a quicken token for go again on a future attack. That's just so much gas.
This is a risky move by Nick. He's coming in with a meet and greet, but it's only coming in for 1 arcane damage. And if the arcane doesn't hit, the meet and greet doesn't have go again.
Yeah.
And here comes Adam pitching it.
Yep. I honestly think Nick is doing this on purpose, and he has a follow-up. See what happens.
He must have creepers, but this is so early to risk losing the creepers, because if Adam has a way to block out any leftover arcane damage for the rest of turn, then the creepers get destroyed like so early.
It's possible Nick's hand was quite bad, but
that is possible.
I mean, he did filter his hand a little bit and create an arsenal on his first turn, so we'll see what happens. Yeah, creepers, here we go.
Here comes the creepers.
Yep. Though the life change happened early, this is almost certainly in the reaction step.
No, because you can do it afterwards. It's instant speed, so until he passes priority over to Adam to end turn, then he still can do it.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Although, like, there might be some use case for having the chain open still.
Oh, yeah, of course. I just don't...
A Sonata. Yeah.
Why not just play that first, though? That's my question. Oh, I guess because it doesn't guarantee the go again.
Yeah, I mean, Nick has to figure, like, if his opponent is running Arcane Hood, hoping to block arcane damage for these type of effects, then he just wants to guarantee that his Thorn is coming in for 2 and 2 at the end of the turn.
Actually, this would be the time where you do want to play it in the reaction step, because if the arcane damage from Sonata does hit, then the meet and greet will get go again.
That is an excellent point. So, go again, for those who are less studied on the rules, it is actually a resolution effect of the chain link.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, even though the attack didn't start the chain link with go again, we're still potentially in the chain link, depending on when Nick
actually, we already saw him take the damage, so we know the chain link is closed for meet and greet.
That's what I was saying. Like, it may have been premature. Like, that the players might have shortcutted that part.
Yes.
As opposed to doing it formally. But if it was done formally and Adam took the arcane, then absolutely the go again would have happened on the meet and greet.
Yeah, but he did have the floating resource, and Nick already knew that, so I don't think he worried too much.
Unless, and this, I actually don't know the meet and greet wording. Does meet and greet say when you play meet and greet, if you've dealt arcane, it gains go?
No. It says if you've dealt arcane damage this turn.
So it's like a passive effect then, yeah.
Yeah,
so
always checking.
Absolutely, that interaction was live for that play.
He's coming in with another meet and greet, which is going to have go again on its own if the arcane damage does hit. Now, Adam pitched a yellow, so he was able to block the Rune Chance and the Sonata arcane damage, which means it currently doesn't have go again, but another Rune Chance is coming down on top. So if he just pitches again, it loses its go again.
Yeah, and I think this is kind of a risky play from Nick, because he did use his creepers, right? So Adam might just be incentivized to block out here, save his quicken token for a later turn.
Yeah, actually, that's great. Yeah, his boots are gone already if he doesn't do arcane damage right now. Wow. That's unfortunate.
Well, I'm not sure if maybe...
Yeah, there it is. It's gone.
Like it could have been the case that Nick was looking for something in particular on the Sonata, but I'm not sure why he wouldn't have just finished the turn with Rosetta Thorn to keep the creepers.
Yeah, I couldn't tell you either, unfortunately.
Also,
is that Command and Conquer with go again?
Go again. Wow. To answer Nick Boa here in the chat, there were 9 today at the Armory, or was it 11?
No, it was 11.
It was 11 at the Armory, maybe 1 or 2 drops after a couple rounds.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's crazy, though. Command and Conquer would go again. I don't think he has any resources floating, so he might just play the card from his arsenal or just save it for later. Bummer he didn't get to do more out of the Quicken, but I think this is a fine follow-up after what Nick was attempting to do last turn.
Yeah, I think almost certainly it's a little bit of a missed opportunity for Nick, losing his creepers on the last turn and really only pushing a few damage.
Yeah, unfortunately. Not even getting the block value out of him.
I'm not even sure what the optimal hit was on Sonata. It's probably a Gloomveil, but...
Yes, Gloomveil, because then he'd have leftover resources to Sword Swing after that. Or just something with Go Again, to be honest. Just anything with Go Again on it.
Even bigger is Bonkers and Katsu. Agreed. I think Katsu, hopefully he'll have a place in some future meta, because he's so much fun to play. As it stands, Oldhim just kind of like says no thanks to all of the things Katsu wants to do.
Basically.
Yeah. It's one of the things that makes Oldhim such a good deck, is his ability to shut down mid-range and aggro strategies, although apparently not Bolton, is just unrivaled.
Bolton is getting in, chipping in enough when he can.
Yep.
That's it.
Yep.
Ooh.
Raiden is an efficient weapon. It's not like Bolton doesn't have a good mid-range plan.
Adam, while we were talking, used whatever he had in Arsenal there for a second.
Yeah. Well, we knew what it was. It was an Inspire Lightning from the even bigger than that turn.
You know how it goes.
Inspire Lightning?
Inspire? No.
Express Lightning.
No. What is it? It is a zero cost.
No, the Express Lightning. That's
Express
it.
Lightning. Okay.
Yeah, that's
yeah.
what I was saying. Inspired Lightning is the Briar Lightning.
Yeah.
Card.
Well.
Very, very not Bolton.
You guys can tell what I've been thinking about recently.
Oh, hello.
Rune Blades.
Ooh, this is dangerous. Nick is building up a lot of rune chance, but he's also giving Adam a full hand, which is very dangerous in this Bolton build as we've seen so far, because he gets some combos off.
Yeah, for real.
If it was like a Mordred Tide turn, I would say it's more justified. But gosh, this is,
I mean,
like I said, dangerous. Giving
Nick has an arsenal, right? And he kept it there. He hasn't played it for a couple turns.
V of the Vanguard.
We might be seeing quite an explosive turn from Nick here. We'll see how he decides to block, and that might give us some insight.
Well, it is just raw damage for now. It is going to come in for 5 off the V and then 4 off the first sword swing, at the very least.
Yep.
But that'll be it, because Adam only has 1 floating resource for 1 sword attack.
It's almost certainly too early for Adam to pop Courage, so yeah, I think Nick kind of knows how much damage is coming through this turn.
At the very least, yeah. Still a good turn from Adam. But I agree, it's kind of hard to say that this was appropriate punishment for Nick creating rune chance when it is just, what is it, 9 damage? 9 damage is nothing to scoff at, of course, but when you're this early in the game, you can kind of let yourself bleed a bit to set up a bigger turn if you want to.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of a setup turn for Adam as well, right? So he charged his soul a few times with the V of the Vanguard, twice, right?
Mm-hmm.
He used 1 soul to give it Go Again, so net 1 card in soul, which, hey, multiplayer's going to take that. He only needs like 4 to have his double Lumina turn.
Yeah. Nick did block with some armor, which is not something I agree with before the Lumina turn comes off, when you know he's playing Sabers and Courage. Nick should know better than anyone, because he played that back in the Road to Nats.
Well, maybe he does know better and also knows his hand and figures he'll take his opponent to a lower life here, so just cashing in on some Skullcap value.
Yeah, but don't forget on those Lumina turns, he's going to heal a lot as he hits with those swords. So
you're trying to deny on hits, yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be important, and equipment is the best way of doing that without buffing the swords, especially the Centauri Sabers. Ooh, hello. Oh, Spellblade Assaults.
Yeah, this is very tame.
Yeah, this is basically just another 9 damage coming back at Adam now.
So I'm almost certain that Nick has a Rattlebones here.
Yes.
So 5 Arcane comes through.
I wonder if Nick is going to see the read and block the arcane damage at the very least.
Adam, you mean? Well, he just
Adam,
let it
sorry.
through, so...
Nope.
No read there.
No read the runes.
Taking the 4, so that was a...
Yep, there it is.
Yep.
You're correct. But what is it going to be?
Oh, picks up the Rattlebones. Yeah, so he definitely wasn't playing around that.
It's not a card that's seen in Chain or Briar, which has been the more prevalent Runeblade meta beforehand. So, and it's Meet and Greet, so it's going to have Go Again.
Have Go Again, 2 resources floating, so a Thorn is going to come in after this at the very least.
Woof!
Man, Viscera just has such explosive turns. He did this with 5 rune chants, I think.
You forgot to make an extra rune chant off the Read the Runes, but Rattle Bones. But
I think he did it retroactively here, and if Adam's okay with it, then I think
no, he doesn't, because the 2 that are there are from the Spellblade Assault.
Oh, good point. So yeah,
he missed a single rune chant trigger, but that's okay.
It's hard to sequence these turns, so
it happens.
Yeah, we do. See the armor block to deny extra rune chant value.
Yeah, that's actually pretty smart. Yeah. At least stops a snowball of damage. And yeah, powerful turn from Nick. Rattlebone's always giving the Rune Blades a instant speed, kind of more interesting way to play the game.
Yep.
But now Adam still has mostly a full hand. Oh, Command and Conquer. Okay. That's simple but effective.
I'm interested to see Adam on these Soul Shields. Like, I'm not sure it lines up against any Runeblade or any Viscera attack particularly well.
Arknight Ascendancy, if you're worried about it.
Yeah, well, we've talked about why that isn't the play right now. Yeah, so CNC going actually happened in this game, Outcast 7. On Adam's side, he had a Quicken token from a prior turn, but yeah, absolutely Kodachi into Quicken into CNC go again. That's gas.
Yeah, unfortunately, he didn't have enough resources to do anything else after that.
Yeah.
But the Command and Conquer was just kind of welcome after Adam defended the damage that Nick was trying to do.
He had the 0 for 4, right?
Oh, yeah, that's right. Express Lightning.
Yep.
You're correct. So he did actually get some more damage off.
Yeah.
Which is nice.
In Katsu, though, that 0 for 4 is like a snatch or something.
Mm-hmm.
How gross.
Or any of his combo cards, really.
Yeah.
Just seeing what Nick wants to do. Nick is taking a while to think about this. To be honest, Adam's best case scenario is if Nick starts to use a bit more of his equipment so that when the Lumina turn comes out, he has less non-attacks to block with.
So here's what I want to know. Is Nick's been sitting on this arsenal since the first turn, and he went first. What do you think it could be, Ryan, that he's hoping to pull off with this arsenal card? I mean, he's concealed it since the beginning, and we haven't... Like, his lines of play don't seem to have incorporated it or even bluffed that he could have done something.
Wonder if it's another... what's the word I'm looking for? Wonder if it's another... No, it's escaping me.
Command and Conquer of his own, perhaps?
No, not Command and Conquer. The
it's an Arknight.
Sonata.
He just played
another Sonata. Oh, it's an Arknight. Become the Arknight.
Become the Arknight. Yeah.
We'll get these words right one day. But yes, Become the Arknight. Cool. Sorry, just reading some stuff out.
So this is maybe the most tame turn from the Viscera player of like the entire tournament. I haven't seen him do less than this, aside from maybe those Dissolution Sphere plays in the semifinal round.
I guess he's just cycling to get a different card in his arsenal at this point. It's not terrible. It's still damage.
It is still damage. That's actually one of the things here. If I'm the Bolton player, is like, it's really easy for Viscera on a full grip to just smack you for 20 damage.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if Bolton is going to have enough life to survive and make his Lumina turn. We'll see.
We'll have to see.
I mean, just look at it. It's 10 life ahead for Viscera, and all of this came from a single turn of high rune chant numbers. We've seen like the creepers essentially get blundered away. This is something else from Viscera.
Mm-hmm. Bolt of Courage coming down, threatening to draw a card, but unless he wastes the Snapdragons right now, it's not going to do much else. Although he could be bluffing that the Lumina is here already, depending on what he does next.
Yeah, I mean, there's also like some of the non-attack actions in the Viscera deck only block 2, so there could be some play with if Nick blocks with an attack action, then it gets buffed, give it go again, etc. And, you know, I think really what Nick is doing again is just some math, right? How much damage can I push on my turn to make it so that I don't need to care about blocking right now? And
That's why I'm saying it's kind of a toss-up, because he does threaten the Snapdragons, and if he has, like, let's say best case scenario, he has double Lumina already, or even a Beacon of Victory maybe into Lumina, he will be, actually no, he'll be giving up way too many soul cards from his soul. He only has 3 right now, so that'd be very risky.
yeah, it would. And, you know, I think what's interesting about this version of an aggressive meta as opposed to the last one is we actually are seeing these decision points in the games. You know, these decks, okay, ooh, double attack reaction.
Double Courageous Steel Hand, okay.
Courageous Steel Hand, the OG Lightning Press, as I like to call it.
Yeah. Pretty good.
It is pretty good.
You got to Arsenal a card too after Nick tried to block it. So Nick's down a card. Wait, did he try?
Well, no,
he didn't block.
Nick let
he
it
didn't
through,
even try.
yeah.
Okay.
Didn't even try, but
He did close up the damage difference.
yeah. So this is the point that I was trying to allude to is Adam is clearly transitioning to some kind of a setup turn. If Nick can go on the gas now and not let it up, I'm not sure how much the Bolton will be able to recover back into the game.
At the same time, if he's got the combo in hand, he's got the combo in hand.
Well, he's just gonna die at 18 life.
If Nick has that gas.
Yeah, if he has
there's a
that
very
gas.
specific. Okay,
Okay.
so starting off Sonata, not bad.
Okay.
Not whiffing, so he did get the non-attack and attack there.
Yep.
Um,
He has an okay attack to choose here, but not with Go Again, I don't think.
no. What'd I take? E-Strike,
What-
definitely.
Okay, that was an E-Strike.
So it
Yep.
does give itself Go Again, so sure. Adam choosing to block the Arcane, so I guess, and he blocked with a Take Flight too. A blue Take Flight, so I guess next turn is not the turn, maybe.
Next turn's probably not the turn, I agree. I think that's Nick's third Sonata as well. If not, it's definitely the second.
It's at least the second, yeah. I actually do not know if he's played a third. I don't think so.
Yeah, so I mean, we've seen typically the Bloodsheath Skeleton used on the Sonata turns
Mm-hmm.
because it tends to draw you 2 cards or more.
Yep.
But I also have seen Nick use it actually just in our last match, right? He used it not to draw with Sonata, but to turn an attack into a free attack, followed by, because he had dealt arcane damage, a Rattlebones for free, into a Gloomveil, into a Thorn. I mean, there really just are so many lines for this Viscerai deck.
That's kind of what I like about Runeblade, is that it's very flexible, surprising, kind of tricky, you know?
Yeah, it is.
You never know
kind of
exactly
tricky.
what you're about to get hit by. But once you see it start coming, you kind of get what's gonna happen next.
Yeah,
Although, like we said, the Rattlebones before was a surprise. So, and there's always a few things you could do with the Spellbound Creepers while they're still up.
Yep. I think one of Viscerai, one of his strongest qualities is that he has full plate armor, basically.
Yeah, he
Uh,
is a knight.
Yep. So he's got at least one pivot turn just sitting as permanents on the board. Very, very powerful.
Yep. Adam looking to Adam blocking with 2 Take Flights technically so far.
Yeah. So if I were making a read, I would say Adam has found one of his combo pieces. He's trying to kind of buff his life as much as possible by defending here and see if he can find that combo kill turn.
Or maybe he's just waiting to charge with a simple card like a Bolt of Courage again and then Arsenal the other one. Maybe he has found a combo piece though. So we'll have to see.
I mean, you know, he might do some like middle of the road combo turn, right? So pop Courage, only do 1 Lumina, just force a big tempo swing, and see if he can out mid-range Nick for the rest of the way. Which is really what the Viscerai player tries to do against a lot of slower decks, so
Yeah.
he's got quite the conundrum here apparently over what to pitch and what to play.
Nick is putting a lot of thought into this play because he knows that the Bolton is just one good turn away from OTKing himself.
Yeah, exactly. To your earlier point, Nick has preserved his armor for one of those turns, aside from that one skullclap pip. And I think this is kind of like one of the reasons Viserai is an interesting example of what makes Flesh and Blood great is we've got obvious power level, right? He can put out tons of damage. It's split between arcane and physical, which is really difficult to defend.
Mm-hmm.
And yet you could have a turn like this, and if you missequence it, that could just spell the end.
Yeah. Now, Adam has two leftover resources to at least block one of the 2 arcane here from the Rosetta Thorn. But is it enough? That's the question. Because
I think pressure-wise, this is not enough from Nick. He's definitely he could have done much more. We see he still has a card in hand and a card in arsenal. Certainly had one of those Runeblade hands that just didn't line up very well.
third take flight. Wow. 3 take flights going out of Adam's hand this turn. That's those are powerful cards for his combos. Like the fact that he's just defending with them. He could have played the blue into double sword swing. Illuminate. What a fun card. This is just going to go into his soul for free for a charge. You know what? I agree with you. I think that card in his arsenal is either Beacon of Victory or the Lumina Ascension, because he's definitely trying to build up his soul more than he is trying to, what's it called? Go off, I guess you could say, with those take flights. Because those take flights could have been a free turn where he even played multiple of those into a sword swing.
Yeah, and I kind of take back what I was saying earlier. This has been a really nuanced match, and I think Bolton has been far from a deck that has solely gone for a combo. We've seen some interesting things, even bigger than that, coming in for a cameo. Though the Quicken Token didn't do much, it still kind of set up the turn for Adam. He was able to opt a few cards to the bottom. So some Everfest love coming into Bolton and maybe making his combo play dynamic. Certainly in this match it has been.
Yeah. Now we just got to see like where he takes it, because Nick could just take this hit, let it go into soul, and then try and finish off the last 15 health next turn. And Adam would need to have his Illumina turn next turn in order to make whatever he does to not defend worth it.
Yeah, I think what's been particularly tricky for Nick is that the past 2 turns he hasn't had any rune chance.
Mm-hmm.
And so that kind of limits his true burst potential. Though it can still be great. He could have 0 rune chance, start with a Mordetide and build up and just come in for some obscene amounts, but defending again with armor here.
Ooh. Either he's about... No, he can't. There's no way he's about to pop off with it. He's got 0 rune chance. Okay.
I think he's mostly just denying soul. It looks like 3 cards in soul for the Bolton, which
That's
is
not a lot.
Which is 1 too few for a full combo.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and looks like he's just coming in for the... he's just coming in for damage.
Ooh.
Nick again with an unknown arsenal card that sat there for a few turns.
Now, this is the crazy
It's
part.
his
This
trap card.
His trap card.
Okay, so just the 7 damage coming down. The sink
Sink
below
below.
to mitigate most of it.
Very
That's
nice.
pretty good. But this could be a signal that Adam's about to go off on his own turn, since he didn't have to worry about anything but just raw damage. Although he might be looking to block again, it seems. Let's see what he does.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Adam, this is kind of going exactly as you'd hope. Nick has had a few hands in a row that haven't been the best, and Adam's been able to block out and kind of try to build his soul here for what he hopes to be a bigger turn.
Yeah, especially with his soul looking kind of weak right now. He needs to have some soul food.
Yep. Well, so pitching a V of the Vanguard, which otherwise might have been used to charge soul, instead paying for a Command and Conquer, and the type of card that Command and Conquer represents in Flesh and Blood is something that I think is totally necessary, right? It's something that makes your opponent's decision really difficult.
Meaningful.
Yeah, meaningful.
Most of the time.
Meaningful indeed. I mean, the fact that it has pseudo card advantage is maybe a little bit too powerful, but I think the decision-making part alone means that type of effect definitely has a place in the game.
Mm-hmm.
If only we see a reprint soon, then more people can have their hands on one of the most potent effects in the game.
I'm on the fence about it, to be honest. I think it'd be nice for it to be more accessible to players, but I don't think players just lose even like a nationals tournament if they don't have it in their deck.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you there, and actually my first wish, more than reprint, is just more effects that replicate the play experience of Command and Conquer, that kind of make those decisions for your opponent a little bit more labored and interesting.
Can I be perfectly honest with you? I think after seeing how Command and Conquer has affected the game and how, depending on whether or not they intend to reprint it in the future, I don't think they're going to make another card like that that's generically available.
Well,
let's be fair.
Yeah, at generic, it's extremely prevalent. I think maybe that was an oversight from the design team, but I mean, it's just like it takes the type of deck that it's good against, and it just brings it into a different realm. It means you have to, do more planning, and I think that's good. And Nick, sure enough, has thought about this block for a few minutes here. I think, I've maybe casted like 10 matches or so of Flesh and Blood, so comparatively pretty few compared to the regulars here doing it at the collective. But I have to say, just being able to talk about the game, the nuance of the game when something is happening here that's slower, and yeah, potentially it is slow play, but it is the final round. Like there's no clock here. We definitely want to give the players the benefit of the doubt.
There's no clock, and I mean, it is two aggro decks against each other, so we're not expecting every turn to be like that. But AJ is sitting nearby. He's the one who keeps throwing the dice on the table to have them represent damage for us. Thank you, AJ. So he's going to make sure that there's no dragging this out on a regular basis. But yeah, this is... When you're going aggro versus aggro, the game's not going to drag on for too long. It's already 11 to 20. So this is not going to be an every turn kind of thing. But we finally get to see the 2-card block. And Adam gets a little breathing room for the next turn, hopefully. Not hopefully. I don't want to make it sound like I'm Nick, but I'm excited for Bolton, man. I don't see enough of this, man. I guess thank you. We did get rid of the spam at least. It's a little annoying to see in chat every now and then, but thankfully it's not too prevalent.
Yeah, eventually we'll be one of the top Twitch chats and have absolutely zero spam, right?
Do you mean all the spam?
Yeah, I do mean all the
Everyone's going to be looking to spam on our channel. God.
So become the Arc-Knight, start Nick's turn, means that yet again he has just all of the options available to him. I imagine this is why he took so long to choose his blocks as he did, is because he basically had any card in his deck ready to come to his hand with his tutor.
Mm-hmm.
Who's tutoring?
Nick.
It's Nick.
Yep.
Actually, it looks like he's grabbing...
I think he found a resource card? What did he take?
He took our Spellblade Assault, which is the one that creates 2 rune chance.
Okay. But he can't play it because that's the only card in his hand now.
Well, so he might be playing what's in Arsenal then.
Right. But even then, to become the Arc-Knight, all it did is make a rune chant on Viceroy's hero power, which, again, maybe was his best line. Yeah.
Rattle, but I knew it. When he was searching his graveyard, I was like, oh, it's Rattlebones? Really?
What's that do?
It's the one that lets him search his graveyard for a attack. He can banish it, and then play it this turn. Swarming Gloomveil is really the only one that's good for him to... He's playing this. Okay.
Well, the meet and greet makes sense. He did get the rune chant, so we see now that, like, yes, there was a line here that did not involve getting a rune chant from playing 2 cards before the meet and greet, so Nick found a way to potentially get this card go again, and I mean, he threatens 6 damage here, plus he made a rune shot on the back. He turned this turn into 7 damage after staring down the Command and Conquer, which is quite something.
It's not 7 damage, though. It's only 5.
Well, a rune chant from the Viceroy hero power off the Rattlebones was...
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. So here's
So
what I was saying.
Rattlebones played Make a Rune Chant.
Yeah.
Meet and Greet played Make a Rune Chant.
Mm-hmm.
And then Meet and Greet for 4. That's up to 6 damage. Meet and Greet hit effect, 1 more Rune Chant. So that's 7 total.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can I be honest though?
What's
I think Swarming Gloomveil was the play because Swarming Gloomveil would have given itself go again without taking the resource, and then he could have swung with sword right after.
Maybe he doesn't have a Gloomveil in Grave.
He's going well. Adam's searching out the Lumina. I think this is the Lumina turn. Yep, here it comes. Oh, here it comes.
I think it's...
I swear he had one in the disc. Oh wait, maybe that was a different game. Oh, that might have been the previous game actually.
I think it's 3 in Soul though, isn't it?
Yep.
So we're not going to see the full effects of it, I don't think.
No, we
right?
can because all he needs to do is hit with one of the swords, and then all of a sudden it's turned on.
Okay, right.
Because then he'll just what's it
Oh
called?
yeah, he had the other one in Arsenal as we thought. So
Yeah,
here comes the big turn.
Mm-hmm. He's I don't think Nick's got enough armor or anything else to stop one of them from hitting, and one of them needs to do is hit first, and then he'll look at the top 2 cards and possibly put them in soul.
Keyforge? No. No. We do not have Keyforge.
It's 5 damage from the first swing.
And if he blocks with an attack action, it's going to bump up to 6.
Exactly. So probably best case scenario, he's going to mitigate something like...
Ooh, he's giving up the Skeleton. Wow. Okay. Well, here it comes. That's already 2 cards from hand and 1 of his armor, so he's still got 2 more attacks coming in for 5 to start.
Yep.
This is big.
It's very dicey. I'm not sure that...
Nick only has 2 cards left in hand.
Yeah.
The most he can block is like 6, but that'll bump the attack to 7 if one of them is an attack action because of... Well, actually, he's still got gloves. But then his next attack is unblocked. So yeah, I think unless the Bolton whiffs 2 off the soul from the first sword swing that hits, he's going to be able to get the full combo off this turn.
Yep.
And I think at Nick's life, it's going to be lethal, if not near lethal. So.
What's up, Zoe?
You don't get to take it back, Zoe.
Oh, the prediction.
Yeah.
No, I want.
Yeah. What?
I wish to say something.
Oh, okay.
Oh. Alright, so Nick's still deciding what he's going to block. He's really... Okay, one of them is a Swarming Gloomveil, so he definitely has an attack in hand. So it's going to buff the Centauri Saber for the rest of the turn. And that's only its first swing, so
Yeah,
that means its other
this
2
is
attacks are going to swing for
pretty
6 at
tough.
the start. Yeah, I think Nick has been checkmated. I don't want to count him out, but, like, how do you not count him out at this point? Oh, and he let the first swing hit, and, yep. 2 more souls. Yeah, yep. Adam can finish his entire turn off of this, I can guarantee it.
Wow, I mean...
Yeah. So
it looks like Bolton just came in here against the odds, against many Oldhams.
Against many Oldhams.
And has just absolutely put on a clinic against Viserai, too.
Mm-hmm.
It did take some pretty poor hands from Viserai. A couple in a row, actually, but... I mean, you got to play to your outs, and has done that.
That's the upside and downside of Runeblade in general, is that Runeblade always has that problem where when you play a bunch of non-attacks in your deck, you always have the off chance to accidentally draw into one of your, like a garbage hand, basically.
Absolutely. So Nick has defended this the way he could,
yep,
and
there
we're
it
going to
is.
see Final Saber.
No, that wasn't even the final. There was at least one more swing on that Saber, too.
Yeah,
and the Swarming Gloomveil buffed it, so...
Yep.
Man, that was such a tight match, and then the Lumina turn comes up, and you just know what happens after that. Like I said, really Nick played Lumina back in the Road to Nats, so Nick is very familiar with what was happening after that point.
Yeah.
Just unfortunate, if he had a bunch of 3-block non-attacks, that probably would have been way better for Nick on that final turn. Unfortunately, he did have the attack action in hand, so there was just no way in hell with 2 Luminas that he was going to be able to block all that damage.
Yeah, I'm not convinced even that better block value in Nick's hand would have done anything there. That was just the combo turn.
Yeah,
it pushes 30 damage.
Yeah, unfortunately, he couldn't amass enough rune chant turns to go ahead and swing for the kill or get him closer to the kill, at least before the Luminous came out. But nice play by both players. You could tell that they were thinking a lot and respecting the opponent's moves or the potential moves during each turn. So this is definitely some high-level play here at the collective. And congratulations to Adam for taking home our armory kit for this week.
Yep, Cold Foil Icelander.
Taking it down from Minnesota. Yes,
Yeah.
yes. He took down the Florida man for this week.
We'll see if Adam has the combo chops to pull off some Icelander and Blitz, if that's his thing.
It'd be nice to see. I think Icelander is interesting, but
Yeah.
I still like Kano better for Blitz. To
Yeah,
be
me
honest.
too. So if you had to pick a card here that you saw from Everfest in the entire tournament, what would be the one that stood out to you the most?
What would be the card from Everfest that stood out to me the most? That's tough because I saw hardly any played today, minus Dissolution Sphere. Even bigger than that. And Swarming Gloomveil, I think, was and Runeblade Incantation. So
Right.
Adam didn't play anything but Bolton. Well, experience shows, and I think experience is the biggest thing that you can do. I see a lot of people switching around in the meta. Oh, we're going to see some pack openings too. Let's go. But I see a lot of people switching around as the meta changes a little too much, especially our boy Evan likes to switch around and try and play what is the quote-unquote the best deck in the meta. Oh, there's the Signal Jammer. First Majestic pulled already. Oh, and Genus, what you need? Getting back to what I was saying to answer the question.
He hates having to play Sabres.
I think the experience just... He hates having to play? I don't see why, man.
Having to play Sabres, Bolton, is the comment. He I guess would rather be on
Oh,
Raiden.
in the full... Oh, he got the full art Earth Lord Bounty.
That's awesome.
That's so cool. I
Yeah.
need one of those. I might just go see if he needs trades after this. If he plays only Bolton, he doesn't need it.
Yeah, right.
I got the helmet for him if he needs it. But getting back to what I'm trying to say, finally, finish without interruption, hopefully, is that people switch around and don't realize that if they just practice enough with the character, they all have the potential to do well in any meta, really. The exception maybe being Ranger in general, but we'll go back to that in a different time.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I think
experience makes the player.
It really does, and one of the things that I'm hoping to kind of make my way to, I've only been in the game for a few short months, and I don't have like a competitive TCG background. Thanks for the follow, by the way.
Thank you for the subscription, John.
Oh, it was a subscription. Oh my god.
Thank you.
You guys need a better subscription notification. That was tame.
You're right. We're supposed to have what's it called? We're supposed to have like a bunch of explosions just fill the screen as the name pops up in front.
Yeah, for real.
To be fair, that would be the most American type of subscription notification, to be fair.
Yeah, well, at least some flair for the story, you know?
Oh, he pulled another Majestic, so Adam getting some nice pulls out of his
You'd
prize
love to see it. We, at the collective, we tend to have someone in the top cut walking away with just amazing prize support out of their random booster packs, so
absolutely.
Come down to the collective, hit the top cut, and you won't be disappointed.
Absolutely. And thank you all for tuning in. Like I said, we know it's what's it called? Super Bowl day. So a lot of people would... Oh, and he got a foil Majestic too. Yo, Adam getting all the value out of his victory today. But we know you guys, the Super Bowl is a hard compete for a lot of people, but we are glad you guys tuned in and joined us today. Do you have anything else to close off on?
I got nothing else to say. I think the meta is going to be evolving into a really interesting one, and here's the first step. We've got Bolton taking down some of the worst matchups, beating one of the best decks in the format.
Beating two of the best decks.
Two of the best decks.
Oldham regularly and Viscera.
Yeah, so really excited for what's to come here, and yeah, I'll just echo your statements, Ryan. If you play a hero that you really enjoy and have experience with, you can show up in Florida from Minnesota and win out the tournament.
You can, yeah. I think experience makes the best tell of how well you're going to do, no matter what hero you pick. Thank you. I'm glad we were able to bring you guys the stream coverage today. And yeah, like Bolton, I love seeing Bolton come out and representing today. Welcome back, AJ.
Hello. I was the table judge for that game, so that was fun.
No, we told him. We were just closing out, getting our final thoughts in for today. But Bolton took it home for Michigan today.
Yeah.
Not Oldham, Bolton.
I thought it was.
I said Bolton.
It wasn't.
Oh,
It
you
was
did.
Minnesota.
Minnesota. Oh my God. My dyslexia coming
What
in.
did you say?
Dude,
You said
I'm
Michigan.
no. Hang on.
Yeah, you know.
They're both
I'm a
states,
born-
They're up north.
Maryland, Michigan, Maine, one of them.
I'm a born again Florida man. All that matters is Florida and probably Hawaii, maybe.
All right, guys. Well, that's it for us. I want to thank Tom for hopping in during top 4. That was awesome for him to do that, and then of course Ryan sticking through the whole time.
It's been fun. I love streaming with you guys, and I love all the viewers who turned out today. Thank you again
Evan, say
for
the
all of
line.
your support.
So, walk around. Do you, like most Americans, have Amazon Prime? Well, let me let you in on a secret. With Amazon Prime, you can get a free Twitch subscription by just linking your accounts. And that Twitch subscription is better than a regular one. So, and it's free. So, if you have an Amazon Prime account and you aren't using your Twitch Prime sub, consider using it here, please.
And
We
with
would always
that, thank you
appreciate
guys
it.
so much. Please like and follow. Like I said, we're streaming here every Sunday with our locals. And not this Saturday coming up, but next Saturday after that is our ProQuest, which will also be streamed.
Let's go.
So that'll be a lot of really fun content, a lot of good players.
High level content, high level play from a lot of players, including Alex should be there for it. So we're sad that he wasn't here this week, but we're glad he tuned in at the beginning of the stream.
Tarek.
Tarek,
Rob.
just-
Nick will actually be the Nick that was in finals will be streaming.
Yeah,
that
it's
day, so
I'll be playing.
yeah, let's go.
it's gonna be a big day, guys. So
Let's
like
go.
we said, subscribe and just get ready. And what it was the 26th again?
26.
26.
Saturday.